Logic is hell. No. No. Logic keeps you out of hell. Logic's the way. I think logic and religion go hand in hand. I know that might be controversial. People think that dogma and irrationality and superstition are what religion is plagued with, and religious people think that rational thinkers are, unspiritual or out of touch with superstition. But I think they go hand in hand. I think that logic's a method for moving forward in uncertainty. I think logic's the compass we use to guide us when we rely on things like faith and superstition. When there is no clear path forward, that's when we look to logic. I feel like logic's a way of dealing with uncertainty. It's like a risk management tool when you don't know what is going to happen, when you can't really forecast or predict. That's when you use logic. I think people run themselves into hell because they try to use logic to forecast and predict. And they try to use it to ground themselves in certainty or try to relax their uncertainty. But that's not really what the tool is for. The tool is more for harnessing uncertainty. Oh yeah, I get mixed feelings about the elevator music. I don't mind it though. I like it. I suppose once there's a few people in the panel, it might get a little bit headache inducing, but yeah, I don't mind it. Stash, what's up, man? You're always having good conversations in your lives. I like dropping in, listening to you talk. Do you have any thoughts on what logic is or how it functions? What is logic? Does it help us with spirituality, or is it like objective and materialist? Is there something to do with logic that helps us be better people? Or can you be a completely rational person who's a psychopath? That's my question. Does logic actually protect us in any way? Does it help us be better people? Is there something to it that, because why do we seem to judge each other based on rationality, right? We get into these topics on TikTok. We see theists and atheists debating each other and critiquing each other's logic. So my question is, why do we think that logic somehow has something to say about the quality of our morals or ethics, or the type of person we are? Is someone who is irrational all the time, can they be a good person? What's up, y'all? I don't have the ability to invite right now, which is super weird. One sec. Trying to get a conversation going. Kind of dead this morning. Welcome up to the panel and to talk really about anything you want. I'm gonna start work here in a bit and try to multitask and keep the live going while I work, which seems to fail quite often. It's really hard to multitask on this app. There's a few things I've been thinking about recently. Last night I did a deep dive into reminding myself about the differences in Newtonian, Lagrangian, and Hamiltonian physics. These terms have come up in TikTok debates recently, and I need to refresh my memory. I knew that I knew what a Lagrangian was. I've been exposed to it when I was 19, 20. I'm 32 now though, so I've forgotten a lot of it. That being said, as I reviewed it, it made a lot of sense, and it would be fun to talk to someone about it. But I'm open to talking about anything. It's just kind of what's on my mind. Also, I'm always down to talk about this tension between logic and spirituality. I think that it's a tool for spirituality. Most people think that, dogma, superstition, faith, those kinds of things are typically irrational. And I kind of see logic as a tool for navigating or guiding us through those things. So I'm at odds with a lot of thinkers on here, but that's okay. I like having disagreements. I'm also down to talk about capitalism versus socialism. Down to talk about gender. I'm down to talk about any of the hot topic, controversial topics, really. Also, just down to conversate about anything, whatever you got going on in your day. But at the moment, I'm talking to myself because there's no one who's willing to come up in the panel, and it's fairly dead this morning. The other thing I'm looking at is technical analysis. So I'm learning a lot about how to apply logic and emotional stability to risk management, and brush up on my math so that I can use technical analysis to give myself an edge in the market. I think probability and statistics are tentative, right? They're just a method for outlining possibilities and making yourself aware of black swan events. So I do think all these things play hand in hand. I think that a person who can see opportunities in the market usually has to have a strategy or method for emotional stability in order to even perceive that edge in the first place. And usually that's going to go hand in hand with some sort of quantitative analysis and calculus, right? So I'm very interested in talking to other people who are investigating technical analysis, methods of risk management, charting different trends and indicators. It's probably the topic I'd want to get into the most, but it's really hard to find people who aren't either just selling a product and don't know shit about TA, they just claim to, or who aren't interested in it at all. Which, fair enough. It's kind of a boring topic. But the more I dive into like philosophy and logic, the more it makes me interested on political ideologies and leading me to Austrian economics and capitalism and how it functions, how us as a sovereign individual are exposed to these opportunities in the market, and we victimize ourselves to it rather than capitalize on it. And a lot of that has to do with just ideology and philosophy, psychology, rather than abundance or scarcity. Shark, come up and talk to me about Bitcoin. You as well, man. Happy Thursday, bro. You don't actually have to. I think that technical analysis would interest most people. Oh, good job. You have midterms. Hell yeah. Good job, man. Good luck with that. Yeah, I find that technical analysis very much soothes a lot of my curiosity. Like, it's such a good medium for applying my curiosity and creativity, which is unexpected. Like, to think that charting and math, that I could feel like I can express myself through that, is very odd to me. But I think we've been robbed of a lot of our like mathematical curiosity, and it has to do with like marketplace economics, right? Like, the incentives to be curious about math align a lot with money. Financial literacy, basically. Money and financial literacy go hand in hand. And so I don't think it's an accident that our curiosity about math, hasn't been popularized, really. Similar to financial literacy. It's very interesting to see how the edge, giving myself an edge in the market, relies on my ability to apply math. Right? Look at charts and be able to express myself through the charts, through my own time preference. So if I'm risk averse, if I'm the type of person who doesn't like to gamble, right? Well, then I can customize my own strategy in the market to that time preference and that risk profile. If I'm a high risk person who wants a huge payoff and likes taking high risks, I can also customize it to that. So the question does not become whether or not the market is secure. The question becomes, how risk averse are you? How in touch are you with your own emotional stability, and how honest are you willing to be with yourself? The market is irrelevant. The price of a stock is irrelevant, right? Inflation is somewhat irrelevant. It's more about how you are in tune with your own preferences, time preferences, evaluation, and risk management. The rain, right, when we forecast the weather, only affects those who don't have a cover over their head, right? The rain really affects those out in tents on the street. If I can go into my warm apartment, forecasting the rain doesn't really affect me. In fact, I could capitalize on the rain in certain circumstances. If I have a vehicle and I do delivery jobs, the rain is good, right? It's going to bring in money. Tons of deliveries are happening during the rain. So this is an idea of anti-fragile thinking. This is a way of contemplating opportunities in the market due to your own anti-fragility, your own abilities. Precept, I'd love to talk to you, man. Oh, I'm getting caught up with the precept arguments as well. I find it very interesting. I think you and I have a bit of a different approach to it, a bit of a different opinion about it. I've tried to talk to Darth a few times too. Him and I have had some good conversations. We talked for 40 minutes or so before, and let's see. We got Chris up on our. Oh, I let you come up, Chris, but it didn't work. See if I can invite Ja. Precept, no pressure. No pressure, dog. I tried to let you come up here, Chris. I don't know what happened there. But I'd love to talk to you, Precept. No pressure. But let's see. I guess the main thing I cornered Darth in was thinking about how the law of excluded middle isn't neutral. He seemed to think that it isn't neutral, the law of excluded middle, but then he kind of contradicted himself in saying that it is. I understood both of his points, right? He's trying to say we could substitute any variable term into the law of excluded middle, and it would work. Whether the argument's about ice cream, the terminology involves God, right? So it's neutral on the terms. But at the same time, he's trying to say that it necessitates intelligibility or necessitates God, which in the law of non-contradiction itself, I don't think that references God in any way, right? So this is where the preceptor gets cornered a little bit, and I think a little bit of emotional stability is required to navigate at this junction. We cannot just leap to the assumption that God is referred to in something like the law of non-contradiction, right? The law of non-contradiction does not refer to anything. It's neutral on the terms. It's the whole point of it. So there's some issues here that preceptors do need to work through in their articulation of their position in order to make it comprehensible. I basically was just steamrolled at that point. When I asked if law of non-contradiction is neutral, right, I was steamrolled. Because is it that the law of non-contradiction references something, or is it not referencing anything? And obviously the law of non-contradiction does not make a reference to any necessary term. There's no term God in the law of non-contradiction. To suggest that it references another term is antithetical to the usage of the tool. Now, I do understand that intelligibility and presupposing, right, the law of excluded middles it's a priori axiom, right? It comes from nowhere. It is self-revealing, and in that sense, we could try to make the argument that it relates to something like God. I don't think we can say that it references anything in particular, any terms. Nils, Feel free, no pressure, to come up and just talk about whatever you're most interested in at the moment, bro. I'm curious what's on your mind. I'd love to talk about Bitcoin. I'd love to talk about economics, or I don't know if you know anything about technical analysis, inflation, or whatever the hell's on your mind, bro. We can talk about logic. I yesterday had this pop-up that kept coming up on my screen on Google Chrome, and for the first time I just like went to inspected the terminal and got rid of the pop-up that way in front of my girlfriend, and she's like, that was so hot. And then I was like, oh yeah, watch this. Went back into the terminal to try to like do something else and completely flopped it. She's like, this is embarrassing, you should just have stayed at the pop-up removal. And I was like, yeah, I don't really know what I'm doing. But that was the first time a female has ever looked at me glazed for being able to use a computer, which, fire, you know, fire. Nils, you got females swooning from the computer skills? I feel like you do, man. What's up today, Rasul? You want to talk with me? No one's willing to come up in the panel, man. I'm talking to myself here today. Let's talk about something. Bitcoin. I'm trying to get everyone to talk about Bitcoin with me. Bitcoin. Yo, Bort. I don't know if we met before. Oh, it's Bart. Ha! You got me. I figured it might be. What's up today? I really trying to find people that can talk to me about some technical analysis, but no one's interested in economics. On my backup logic. Hell yeah. Good job. I should probably make some backup accounts. Good seeing you too, man. That's all good, Chris. You take care of yourself. No pressure. No pressure. But yeah, Bart, if Bitcoin and technical analysis interests you at all, I know it doesn't. But maybe it does. Come up and talk to me about it. No one cares. No one cares about Bitcoin. Yeah, love. Love, come up and... Yeah, love's gonna come up. Hell yeah.
Hey, bro.
How's it going today, man?
Tired, exhausted, couldn't sleep last night.
Oh, really? I hate to hear that. Is there a reason?
No, I'm good. I was just like upset about how I reacted toward bots because bot is a cool guy. I just a little upset at him.
Was this on live yesterday?
Yeah. John.
Yeah. I think I heard it.
Oh man, it was crazy.
Well, my knee-jerk response to you is don't let this app, impact your real life.
Facts.
Try to separate the two, bro. Because it's not good that you're losing sleep over it, At the end of the day, you got to use this app for you. Don't let it use you.
That's powerful. Reminder. Appreciate it.
Yeah, bro. Yeah, I got to remind myself of that too, so I'm not speaking at you. I'm speaking to myself too. But yeah, orient yourself so that you're using the app. Get everything you need out of the app and nothing else. Don't let it take anything from you because that's not good, bro. Also, you're way more powerful than that. You're stronger and smarter than that. It's just some dumb debate. You don't got to lose sleep over that, G.
Facts.
Yeah. Also, I'd like to say that from my point of view, the underdog position is the preferred position. The fact that you, from an outsider perspective, kind of get the shit end of the stick in these discussions sometimes. Like you get a lot of groupthink against you. You get 4 or 5 people on the panel kind of teaming up against love. I view that as a green flag, not a red flag, especially if you're emotionally stable. So it's one thing if you're irate and yelling your point of view and everyone gangs up on you because then you kind of deserve it. But if you're holding your own and everyone's simply just calling you stupid and you continue to try to make your points, I see that as very intellectually sound, bro. Don't let other people's disagreements fool you into thinking that you're somehow intellectually inept. I think that disagreement probably shows you're onto something.
Yeah. Wow. I never thought about it like that. Yeah. Thank you. Because that has been the case lately. I'm like, dang, like, if we really do care about logic and someone brings out like a different position, like a dialectical approach of truth, like what is the issue with that? And like that's kind of like what I'm trying to drive home. But I mean, I don't know. I honestly don't. And then whenever I talk about like paraconsistent logic or dialectical truths, like I find myself feeling like contradicting myself. I'm like, who cares if contradiction? Like the point of a dialectical truth and paraconsistent logic is about allowing for contradictions to exist without leading to like trivialism. And
Yes,
that's
yes,
all
yes.
that I'm trying to like express, but I don't know.
I know. And from we probably spoke now almost a year ago, the first time we spoke, and that was one of the first things you brought up to me, pair consistent logic. Since then, I've easily integrated it into my way of thinking because I was on to the same paradoxical meaning as you when we first talked. I knew that there was meaning to paradox and meaning to contradiction. Um, and I've also witnessed you try to put this idea forward in many different ways. Sometimes you casually bring it up. Sometimes you bring it up as a nice gesture, like, "Hey, has anyone on the panel ever heard of pair consistent logic?" Other times you bring it up like aggressively, like, look it up. Obviously, you've never heard of pair, and no matter how you do it, it never really seems to get through unless the person's like a genuine interlocutor.
Facts. Oh man,
Yeah,
like it's funny.
yeah. But I think a lot of people suffer from this consumptive aspect of the app. I think a lot of people get sucked into escalated conversations that they don't necessarily want to be in because they're not using the app for themselves. They're kind of being, lured into clicks and group think and that kind of thing. So it is interesting to see. Like, I'm not interested in that at all. I strictly am on this app to practice my own emotional stability. I recognize like how inflammatory most of the conversations are. So I literally enter this app as if I'm entering like a dungeon of like, shadows and darkness that I'm like gearing up for and preparing my own like sanity for. It's an experiment in the darkness. It's not a walk in the park.
So like, let me ask you this: like, what made you what what made you like start looking into like these kind of domains that is like
Yeah, the paradoxical and like pair consistent logic, you mean?
exactly that
Yeah.
basically acts like a troll, like
Yes.
literally
Yes.
against
Yes.
like traditional logic, like traditional ones.
The main thing that made me realize it was the limit of symbology. Like, I love symbology, right? Symbols, but I know that symbols don't represent objective reality. So there's always this tension between reality and symbology. And that's what made me realize that in its basis, logic is a contradiction because trying to represent a truth, right, through symbology is in itself, I guess, at least supernatural or unnatural, right? It's not of the natural world. It's not including the objects of reality. So in that sense, it's a contradiction. And all of our meaning is brought through like this yin and yang ratio, the juxtaposition of opposites. That's how we literally build the spectrum of comparison amongst any of our categorical thinking. So yeah, the paradigm of paradox and contradiction is absolutely necessary to derive any meaning. That's how we compare good and bad, light and dark. That's without these comparative elements, right? Meaning and ratio and rationality, there is no relationship to compare. There's no meaning.
What like inference do you derive? Do you like care? 'Cause that question was asked to me yesterday. I was like, bro, what do you mean by inference?
I know. Well, what I would say to a person like that is that inference rules, what they are they're conditionals. So what an inference rule is it puts a conditional on the syntax of the argument. So, and what the syntax is the form. So when someone references modus ponens and they say if A, or what they say is if P then Q, that's modus ponens. P and Q have no content. It's just trying to point out the form of the argument. And what it points out is that you have to start the argument with the word if. If P, then Q. So that's a conditional statement. The word if is a conditional. And so anytime we have a conditional aspect to our syntax, we're making a reference. We're referring to something. We're not making a conclusive statement. By definition, the inference rule makes our statement tentative. So an inference rule is not is not valid because of its objective statement of truth. It's valid because of its falsifiability. I don't know if that makes any sense. A lot of people would disagree with me just the way they say it, the same way they disagree with you. So,
I hear you. Um,
yeah,
Interested. Okay.
I don't know if that was clear.
So, okay. So, like, um, I don't know how to draw this out. Like, so if it rains, then the ground would be wet. So that would be a conditional statement. Example, like if it rains, then the ground will be wet.
I'm sorry, I missed a lot of that. My headphones died, and I had to plug in different headphones. Sorry, can you say that again, man? I'm sorry.
Like with an example, like if it rains, like then the ground would be wet. Would that be like, and then would that be like a conditional statement?
Um, yeah,
Like
okay.
like
So
the
like let's
the
yeah,
antecedent, like if P then Q.
that's right. But let's just take this a little further. So P and Q don't represent terms. Okay, so raining is a term, right? And so we have to make an argument, a premise, for what rain is. And if that is true, then we conclude it is raining. And that's P and Q. P would be the premise, um, like, uh, you know, okay. The issue here that I'm trying to point out is that, like Pai Chi is saying in the chat, not all inference rules use ifs. We could use a universal instantiation and just say the sun is hot. The sun is hot. Now that isn't a valid argument, right? That's just a premise, or I guess that's just a proposition. It's just a statement. But if we want to verify the statement, because obviously the statement is true, right? But it's pertaining to the terms we are using. And so even a universal instantiation that just claims the sun is hot, that's valid, right? But it's valid based on the terms. And so in the same way, there's this conditional referential aspect to the terms themselves. There's no way to escape this referential falsifiable aspect of the terms. Because if I say the sun is hot dogmatically and I don't let anyone check my terms, now I'm irrational. So rationality stands on this, not an inference rule, but it stands on the syntax of falsifiability. And so any inference rule is also going to rely on that. You know, it doesn't matter what inference rule you use, you're still drilling home the point that terms are relative to whatever reference we're making, and assigning truth values are still tentative based on those terms. So assigning a truth value gives us no real claim to objective reality. We're still lost in this world of symbology, right? Which is based in contradictions. Raining, even P and not P, right? This is to show that a contradiction is very much in its definition. To say that P and not P cannot equal each other because that is a contradiction. Well, that is showing the very referential terminology that I'm exposing, right? We're just referring to the terms, so that's just self-evidently self-referential to the terms. It's a tautology. It doesn't really give us any actual context to the meaning of truth, like you're pointing out. The meaning of truth has to derive from a juxtaposition of terms. We have to have opposites. We have to have an end of a spectrum and two ends of a spectrum. We have to have opposites to compare any sort of meaning or relative nature. If I just say the sun is the sun, that gives us no meaning. There's nothing there to derive any meaning, right? It's just an identity principle.
Would you say like there's like opposite of terms? Like let's. To be honest, I don't take the atheist Christian thing seriously, that serious, to be honest. But usually I just kind of like just use it to just play around with it on TikTok. But like, let's assume that it was true. Like, would you think that like it's because those are two different meanings of term?
Bro, we talked about this a long time ago too, and I'm very much with you in agreement.
Really?
Yeah, and the fact that doubt you bring into this terminology of faith and doubt, and how what is an atheist, right? What is an agnostic? It's this person who doubts, right? Their beliefs. It's the person who and ultimately doubts the belief of God or the existence. I guess that's what a nihilist would be, someone who existentially doubts the existence of anything, the meaning of anything, right? And so in this way, yes, I invited through rationality to doubt yourself is a Christian value. Absolutely. And to call yourself an atheist Christian is to illuminate the path of someone on right, someone who's trying to find God or trying to define their faith, that kind of thing. I get it.
Oh man, I like how you put it. So it's like you are working with like recognizing the opposite terms, but then you are recognizing the threshold too
Right.
from one end
Right.
to the other.
Yes, and this ultimate love too, because and I love that your username was love because right, because Christian love requires us to steel man our opposition. So to love an atheist or to love a non-believer or to empathize with a non-believer is not non-Christian. That would actually be demanded of a Christian, right? To empathize with a non-believer and to fully be able to understand someone who doesn't have faith, right? That's almost demanded of a Christian.
Regardless of like the tensions and um the the portion and pulls that like an atheist will put a Christian through. I mean, which is
Yeah.
you see it. I mean, yeah, you see it. Yesterday, like I felt bad because bot was. I'll show you right now. Um,
People who are on here to have a discussion to like prove themselves or win an argument are having a very, very different discussion than someone who's searching honestly for the truth. So like that's I think why there's a huge gap in some of these conversations. Just different styles of talking. I know that you're not responding right now because you're looking up something to show me, so no pressure. I'm just talking into the ether. But yeah, I notice right away what someone's end goal kind of is, or like what their purpose to the discussion. Why are they curious, right? What are what's the point? Are they immediately irritable and trying to persuade the audience of something? Like, because I have no real thing. So yeah, what you got for me here?
can you make me big?
Yeah, yeah, one sec here. Sorry, Wasp, I didn't see you in the box.
No, it's okay. Hello.
Hey, what's up? So, um, oh man, it's hard to see, but never mind. But
It
anyway,
won't work.
no, it won't work. So basically, it was like, a statement that I captured yesterday because it was like bot basically saying that I'm gonna leave before I become a Christian.
To you? He was saying he's gonna leave before he like leaves Christianity.
Necessarily leave, like act unchristian to me. That's why he left
Oh, I see. I see what you're saying.
in the comments section. But yeah, I felt bad. I'm like, dang. But anyways, I'm gonna let what's up Wasp talk.
So it's just wasp. But hello. I was just coming on because I saw the question or the topic is what is logic, and I just wanted to join in on the conversation.
Oh hell yeah. Yeah, what do you think logic is?
So me personally, I'm a Christian, and when it comes to the word logic, it fundamentally includes truth. What you know to be true and what you've observed is true. So I would say it's your reasoning that logic is your reasoning of what is true and what you stand upon and what you believe in.
Yeah, I like that. I would just add in, like, let's say you and I have a disagreement, right? I believe something and you believe something. I believe that logic also helps us navigate that disagreement. So if I'm steadfast in believing what I believe and you believe what you believe, are we going to be able to have a conversation? And that's where I think logic really applies, because it demands both of us to have humility in our assumptions or in our propositions. So although I might be convinced of the truth of my belief, when I come to the conversation with you, logic demands a certain humility from me to put forward my argument in a way that's falsifiable so that you can question it and criticize it. Otherwise, I'll be an asshole, right? If I just demand of you to only listen to me and agree with me, then, right, I wouldn't be much of a conversationalist.
That causes me to say this. There are two aspects to logic. One is what you learn to be true along the way, so like by experience, and the other is, as I'm a Christian, I believe it's the Holy Spirit, because the Holy Spirit is the absolute truth, and we as people, to be willing to be humble to hear someone else's argument, you then have to be on the search for absolute truth in the first place.
Spot on.
So I believe it's twofold: to remain learnable or teachable, that's the word. To remain teachable, your pursuit of absolute truth has to remain remain intact. And then the pursuit of truth has to be a basic principle. So that's where it comes to the Holy Spirit, God's
Yes.
Spirit.
Yes, and this humility before that divinity, right? This demand that no matter how close and how much I perceive towards the truth, I'm still going to be humble at the realization that I don't know it. And that's what's demanded by that divinity. So when I come to a conversation with you in recognizing that ultimate truth, that's the humility. It's as if I'm talking to another reflection of God, right? I need to be humble before you, because I'm not. If I just assert myself, then there's no way for me to do this quest for truth, in the sense that I need to humble myself before someone else talking, the same way I would before a true divinity. Like, if I'm on the search for truth, I have to enshrine it within your point of view as much as it is within mine.
That starts to rise within me, sort of at the same time an issue with that. To have a reasoning and to have a stance is to believe in something. If your belief system is at the same time shaky and ready to be changed or it is movable, what is true then? So I believe at a certain point, truth remains what you saw it to be the first time and should no longer have the option to be removed.
Okay. The only issue I have with that is that when I might have my fundamental beliefs, right? And when I'm engaging with someone else, I'm going to judge their contemplation of my ideas relative to how they're acting. If they are acting rationally and they're disagreeing with me, but they're taking every touch to steel man my position and also humbly sit before me, respect me, and just continue to disagree with me, then I do think is incumbent upon me to be patient with them as well and work through our disagreement. And that might require some compromise and right of my own beliefs, simply because of their nature, simply because of their grace. But if in any time they become emotionally irate and demanding, unsympathetic, unempathetic, and dogmatic, then all terms are off, and I can retreat back to my foundation of belief, because no longer are we having a genuine engage of ideas. We're having like a violent disagreement. It's getting physical, something like that, right? So this is very different. I'm going to ground my beliefs in a situation that is physical and violent and happening, versus a conversation setting where both parties are respectful. In that setting, I do believe it's again a demand upon me to be patient and consider my own bias in that setting. Because if the person truly loves me, right, and they're really willing to be patient, it's either on me to convince them of my stance or vice versa. And this is the important part, like again about humility. This is going to be it should be like an enjoyable experience, right? It should be like lighthearted, comical, and you shouldn't really want to necessarily get to the end and figure out who's right and who's wrong. It's more like an ongoing conversation, that's joking, and never, maybe the truth will never be found, right? If I'm having this kind of ongoing banter with my lover, that's kind of how I feel about that. Are we really getting to the bottom of this? No, we like the fact that there's a bit of a disagreement, but it's still, this disagreement requires us to be like humble with each other in order to sort of enjoy the tension, right? But the minute one of us again gets disrespectful or crosses a boundary or something like that, well, now we're starting to dialect in a different nature. It's no longer through this humble strategy. I hope that makes sense.
I get what I know exactly. Well, I believe that I understand what you're saying. What I heard you say is that when someone is being careful with you and is trying to connect with you in a conversation and really get to the bottom of each other's beliefs, and is being respectful and patient with you, that you are obligated to be respectful and gracious to their kind advances during the conversation,
Yeah.
while their character is. But if you remember that my main thing is, when there comes a certain point in a conversation where it is based upon what is true and what is not true. And if the whole topic of the conversation is what is true and what is not true, or there are things within that conversation that are based upon who's being truthful, who's operating in the true truth, then we shouldn't shift from giving up what we know to be true and then start talking about being respectful because someone is respectful. It kind of sounded like there was a shift from upholding what you know to be true to talking about whether or not you're respectful.
This is a great point. This is a great point. I hear exactly what you're saying. What interests me is that I think when things get really nuanced and really pedantic, like academically, it does basically become a bit of what you're saying. It does become a bit virtue signaling. It does become a competition of virtue signaling. I don't know if that makes sense. Like when we get bogged down in what the actual truth is in a very generous way from both parties, well, it becomes untethered to reality. It becomes sort of this game of who can just up each other through who's more respectful without ever, what is the truth, right? We never get to like, wait, who cares about, the whole conversation becomes this meta conversation about who's more respectful. And it's like, yeah, but we never actually hit the truth. What the hell? We never circled back to like, where's the truth in all this? And I think that you're actually now breaching sort of the edges of culture, really. Like, I think that's how basically we are operating. I don't think there is an ultimate truth that we can grasp at. And that humility is what is required of us. Like, if you think you hold the truth, you're basically that's going to drive you a bit crazy in any circumstance, right? Because it's this tension between symbolically representing the truth. Like, yes, I witnessed, the unaliving. I witnessed it. I saw the person. They went into the alley with my own eyes. I saw the unaliving. And the next day, no one was unalived. You're right. You were deceived. You thought that happened, and that's not what happened. So I don't know. There is this weird tension between our own humility and reality that is incumbent upon us in order to conversate. If you want to make a claim about truth, what is true, it's going to require you to have some falsifiability to your own truth claim, no matter how convinced you are of the statement.
Yeah, I think what I'm trying to explain to you is how I hear sort of a derailment from the task at hand to what it becomes.
Yes.
There's a detachment from believing that there is absolute truth to trying to uphold respect and grace over the truth.
Yes.
So that's actually a derailment towards the truth for the sake of someone's emotions.
Because you think, okay, but so do you think, yeah, I agree. I guess like now we are having to define truth. So like, what do you mean by truth?
So for me, I mean, the pursuit of truth is the pursuit of absolute truth, of what is true and does not change and does not get lost in the fray and doesn't get lost in translation, so to speak. So that is the pursuit of truth, is to say, yes, someone did pass away. The body was found. I saw who did it. And no one else was going to come up and say, no, I'm innocent. And here comes the actual killer. The point is to uphold justice and uphold goodness and innocence. Is there must be an absolute truth.
Yeah.
Can I speak to that?
So
Oh
would
yeah,
you
for sure.
just do you mind if I ask one question?
Yeah, go ahead.
Would you say, like, for example, the law would be like a reflection of absolute truth? Because you brought up like justice, for example.
Yes, it's supposed to uphold the ultimate truest truth, and everyone who is up under that law is supposed to follow suit to make it fair for everyone.
Justin, you can go ahead. I was just going to say the translation point. For me, I think truth is more like when you said that nothing gets lost in translation, I think truth is more like translation. I think when one culture goes to another and tries to describe the unaliving of their ancestor, there's this translation problem. And that's what is happening with this word truth when we try to derive it relatively, right, to each other. There is a grounding truth, the unaliving of our ancestor. Now the problem is speaking about it. And the moment I speak about it or symbolize it or draw it on the wall or find a word to describe it, right, an opposition is going to say, no, I'm wrong. That's not what happened. And it's not because of what actually happened. It's because of our our inability to communicate, right, perfectly about the circumstances of reality.
I also hear that, and I've run into that before when it comes to a loss in translation, meaning you're telling the truth, but the perception of the other person, they're not receiving what you saw, and they're actually seeing it in a different way. So it's not truly your perspective. They're actually formulating a new perspective, one that you weren't actually drawing on the wall. And then they're taking that and they're saying that you're lying because their perception isn't seeing verbatim what you mean. And I do also get that perspective. I just thought that we were going in a different direction when it came to saying that in the translation of the truth, then there now is many truths, and it's like more than one.
Well, Not so much that, because like I said, the actual circumstance of the ancestor unaliving is there. It happened. It's just now about articulating it even to ourselves. Like, let's consider the inner narrative rather than now, okay, we're not talking to anyone else about those circumstances. We are genuinely being honest with ourselves. And later down the road in our life, those circumstances come into question. That's when this articulation, right? The fragility of our sanity requires us to be able to consider contradictions and doubt ourselves. If there's something so sacred to your belief that you cannot doubt it, right, then you're going to be tethered to a fragile way of thinking. There's some symbol, there's some object of thought out there that you're so tethered to that your whole sanity relies on it, right? Because there's no word or symbol or something that could capture the structure of my mind, right? If I found out tomorrow that, well, other than maybe the sun not rising again or something like that, most things in my mind are fairly stable, right? Like I would be able to deal with a loss of a cat or deal with the loss of a loved one to the degree that I'm able. Obviously it's going to be upsetting, but it's not going to uproot my entire reality and make me begin to question what is true, what is right, because I don't have this tether to a certain truth necessarily. So I think that can make someone sort of fragile. Like they get pushed back. That's why we see a lot of fragility, I think, in the culture. Like as soon as they get pushed back, someone gets pushed back on their ideas, they crumble. They become emotionally unstable and insecure in their positions, impatient, unable to empathize while also contradicting and calling for empathy, right? It's this circle of certainty that drives them mad. If you free yourself from that and you allow a little cognitive dissonance, which actually sounds wrong, but it's the awareness of the cognitive dissonance that's so pertinent, right? A person who's already irrational and irate, they're experiencing dissonance. At least with my dissonance, the whole experiment is to point the dissonance out in a humorous way to the opposition. I'm critiquing myself in that way, right? And in that way, my sanity is preserved. I'm not like humiliating myself defensively in front of my opposition. I'm quite willing to like invite them in and bring them into my psychology to further strengthen my thinking and learn, right? That's how we learn from others, that kind of thing.
I I'm sorry. I hear you. I'm listening to your train of your thought process, and I'm hearing where you're saying that there's the major differences in our culture and why it's hard for people to basically come together, and a lot of people are dying on certain hills that they don't need to die on. And just because one person says this about what I believe to be true, it doesn't absolutely shatter me. I get all those things. But at the same time, I can't help but when I look at the broader spectrum of what you're saying, I keep hearing that there's kind of some conflating of the two, the disconnect, or basically the rejection of absolute truth at the hands of basically articulation. Because someone needs to articulate the truth, and perhaps the way that they're articulating it is not exactly in disagreement with what I said, but it's just being said in a different way, I'm okay with having a kind of a less of a grip on what I hold to be true. I get that basically you're saying that you want to make sure that you leave room to possibly be understanding what someone is saying incorrectly, actually making their point of view incorrect. But at the same time, because of a lack of articulation and not wanting to contradict ourselves, I just want to still stand on the fact that there is a need for absolute truth. And the world can only run and function in fairness and justice if you have a specific belief that cannot be overturned despite despite articulation differences and translations, and
Yes.
maybe
Yes.
someone has symbols and another person has different inscriptions in a different language, but as long as it's absolutely true that the sun goes down and the sun goes up, that's the truth. That's the main thing that brings us together, is the truth, despite translation differences.
Yes. 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 I love all that. Yes. I completely agree. Yeah.
Awesome, awesome.
Is there something though in conversation? Is there a hill that you would sort of die on, I suppose?
Oh,
Conversationally?
multiple. I like I was saying before, like going back to Christianity, there are principles. The way I like to describe it is like a rock. According to scripture, Jesus is the rock of the church. He's the cornerstone. And so I say that because it basically tells us that he upholds the church and he upholds the truth. And anything we believe in is because he said it first. And he will never lie to us. So I have a hill, a rock, a mountain that I die on, and that is things such as pro-life, things such as a man is supposed to be with a woman is supposed to be with a man. You're not supposed to fornicate before marriage.
So
You're
so
not.
when you say these are hills you're willing to die on, you mean they're things you're certain of, but you don't mean they're things you're willing, like if I disagreed with you, you're gonna now like lose your mind. You're
Oh,
fine with, or like I don't know, I'm trying to hear what you mean by the hill you die on. It's like something you meant like it's something you're certain of, right?
exactly. What do you mean by hills to die
I don't
on?
really know. I guess when I take that, I mean, I know it's like sort of an analogy, but that
Uh-huh.
phrase gets interesting because like people have actually died on hills
Okay.
for their cause.
Uh-huh. Like they died for their
Right.
country. They went and fought.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. And to that degree, so like I'm not trying to take it too literally, but I am curious as to, like you said, the threshold of like if you and I had a disagreement about this,
Mm-hmm.
would it could that disagreement exist sort of forever in a lighthearted, comical, friendly way, and you and I could even potentially grow close with that disagreement, or is that something that will forever just sort of draw a line in the sand between us, even if you are willing to be my neighbor, etc.? It's like something you're never going to be willing to really like see me as an equal.
Hmm. Well, so you're asking me, can I lovingly disagree with you, or will I
Yeah,
unlovingly
yeah,
disagree with
yeah,
you?
yeah, yeah, yeah.
I lovingly disagree about everything. The same
I
way
get
that
that
God
sense.
is with us, we live every day and sin every day, and he lovingly allows us to live to try again the next day. He doesn't kill us and then just destroy everything about us and just send us to go and eat sand. Though we disagree with him and people live atheist lives and say they hate God, they still get to live on the earth he created because he can lovingly disagree with them. And that's how we have to be with each other. Lovingly disagree, but we don't
Yes.
have to backtrack on our beliefs.
Yeah, can I add something to that? I'm sorry, I'm kind of hopping in, but I've been
No, don't
listening
be
for a
sorry.
second.
Say whatever you guys want. The whole
Yeah,
panel, feel
so
free to
and I,
talk.
Waz, correct me if I'm wrong. I think right, like this, what you were trying to say is the Christian position is that like what we believe what we believe to be true is like never going to change.
Mm-hmm.
You're not going to bend the knee. Like
Yeah.
like your standard of understanding what you believe objectively truth is going to stay the same regardless of any circumstance.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah. It's just about
Definitely.
it's so permanent and it's so certain that I would say articulating it does it somewhat of a disservice, right? My standard of truth is almost so ingrained into me that the moment I speak it, it's almost not ever going to be as true as how I truly feel about it. And that's where this logic problem comes into play, I think.
Well, that I would say going back to my belief in God, that actually God doesn't look at articulating what you believe as being a disservice of the truth. He actually encourages spreading the gospel, encourages what is true being spread and shared, because if you love someone, you'll tell them the truth. If you hate someone, you won't tell them the truth. You'll let them live a life that's actually one that is damaging, and you knew the whole time, but you never said anything. You never articulated why it was wrong. So I would say
Yes. Yeah.
articulation of the truth is actually a form of love. And when you articulate that truth, you then allow people who would otherwise disagree and basically live in an echo chamber or want to be around people who agree with them, you broaden their horizons and you help them to be more, how would I say,
Yeah, tolerant or whatever, accepting. Yeah, sure.
tolerant, yeah, that,
Considerate.
but also like you become a well-rounded person where you aren't just saying, I believe this because it's what I believe, but instead you've been able to have conversations where you articulate your truth, your belief system, and it has therefore made it stronger, or you have more to question.
Yes. Yeah, exactly.
I have sort of a disagreement with that, or I don't know if you're disagreeing. I know we're just talking. I do not want to pick apart your argument at all, or your where you stand, but also in the conversation, there are just certain key points of truth, such as to articulate doing a disservice to what the truth really is. I just wanted to point that out. Is that I don't see articulating what you know to be true, what you've experienced, as possibly being a disservice, but instead maybe it increases the validity and the strength of the truth because it's shared, and you get to like there's a scripture that says to study to show yourself approved. If what you believe in, it's never been challenged, simply believing it, and you haven't been put in a place to possibly have your beliefs shaken, how strongly do you actually know that you believe a thing if it's never been challenged?
Yes, but I think that, okay, so to your point about articulating your beliefs, not doing a disservice, I agree, as long as it's through this precondition of love, right? This,
Okay, yeah.
yeah, which we kind of talked about earlier. And I think that love comes with this conditional of this empathetic and humble approach to the quote unquote truth, the bigger problem of that we're ignorant next to the divine truth. We can articulate our own understanding to a limit and the threshold, right? And that is a positive thing to do through love. But that, again, that conditional of love requires this level of humility in the other, right? And so this unspeakable truth that I'm speaking of now and getting pushback for, deservedly so, is this, right, untouchable sacred aspect that is so pure it can't really be symbolically compressed. Like symbolism, in my stance, what it does is it takes multiplicity and turns it into unity, right? We're trying to take all the multiple things and unify them into some symbol. And I don't think like something like the cross gets us as close as we can to articulating, the origin or the unity of things, but it does it by again disassociating with the majority of space, right? The cross excludes the majority of geometry or space in the two-dimensional realm and just focuses on the intersection of the two lines, the origin, right? The center of the cross. It's not a circle, it's not a square, it's not a parameter or a perimeter around the outside like other shapes or symbols. What it is it excludes the majority of space to focus in just on this hyper focus point, the origin. And so, like, is that an articulation of truth in symbology? I would say it shows the limitation again of symbology, right? because we can never focus the origin into certainty. What the cross does is it gives us an ability to focus. It gives us a scope ability, allows us to zoom in and out of relative like sizes of things, right? It doesn't give us the absolute origin of things. It's always still demanding this juxtaposition of the X and Y axis. So I don't know if any of that makes sense. We're in agreement about that articulating truth, our beliefs, isn't, as long as it's coming from a place of love, isn't doing disservice for sure. But I think we are in fundamental disagreement about like some of the stances you said earlier that you're certain of, that well, I guess you're certain that you will not be convinced. I could try to push back on those, like, and see where we get, if that's of interest to you. But we could talk about anything too. Like, for instance, the male and female. Like, I'm cisgender and in a monogamous relationship, but I could push back on that, even though that's not really my comfort zone. But because like generally I'm pretty conservative, but I don't know if it's like the truth that homosexuality, like I don't know where exactly where your claim was there, but we could talk about that or a different topic too.
Yeah, I also wanted to respond to what you were saying, because I hear where you're coming from. Like when you were saying that, that basically I hear two things in what you're saying. I hear your heart where you're describing that to describe the truth. It kind of gives, in a sense, sort of a one-dimensional viewpoint of something that's large and outside of ourselves. And truth, from my perspective, is just one way of describing how amazing God is. For example, if I'm describing the truth of what he has shown himself to do, or expressing the scriptures, or when I tell you the sunset is beautiful and I describe what it looks like, it's nothing like experience, because experience is kind of the fullness of what the truth is to one person. Because each of us experience the truth. I get that you're saying that to provide an explanation of the truth kind of, in a sense, does a disservice of the fullness of the beauty of the truth and how full it is. But at the same time, that there's a condition to being able to tell your perspective, is that it doesn't provide the experience you had to the person you're trying to tell it to. So I see it in two ways. That in one way it doesn't capture the full essence of everything God is, or the entirety of the truth. But in the same instance, it is a capturing of your experience of the truth, because that's all we can give.
Yes. I like the way you said all that. Yes. Yeah. Absolutely.
Yes. So I see that in that way. I would say at the same time, I don't want to prohibit or to kind of hinge the lack of absolute truth fully existing, because of how finite and how we can only express the truth through a description, that then it says that there are multiple truths to one thing.
No,
if that makes sense.
I agree. I absolutely agree. Okay. The unity is, this is where I get interested in kind of precept arguments, I guess. The unity has to be presupposed. Yes. Unity it's a top-down argument. It is not a bottom-up argument. Yes. Unity is demanded from multiplicity, right? If we're going to articulate or understand multiplicity at all, we need to presuppose unity. That's the only way to symbolize it. It's the only way to rationalize it or compare it to any sort of meaning. So yes, unity is the key for sure. And, there is an ultimate truth of unity.
An ultimate truth of unity.
Articulate however. I want to hear you push back there. Yeah, you don't like that. So where were you?
No,
okay.
Well, there's no pushback. I believe I'm when you speak of multiplicity of unity, there's a difference between just the multiplicity of things, because then you say multiplicity of unity, which is more specific. And I wonder
I
what
don't think
you
I
mean
said
by
quite
that.
that. No, I don't think I said multiplicity of unity. I think that in order to symbolize our meaning, like think rationally about anything,
From
we
unity.
have to. Yeah, what we're doing is we're comparing all the time. We're comparing unity to multiplicity. That's what the comparison or the ultimate tension of reality that we're dealing with is. We're trying to bring all these multiplice things, infinitely multiplice things, into some sort of unity so that we can, derive meaning from our symbology. Think about things like not all cows have this exact same quality of cowness. Nonetheless, we have to presuppose that unity, right? And so therefore, to your argument, it's like, yes, the unity actually does exist. There's a cowness to cows. Does the term cow capture that entirely? Probably not. But to be skeptical and to think, oh, cows don't exist, well, now you're running yourself into absolute walls. Like the unity of the symbology has to somewhat exist. There's this pattern in reality, cows that actually are out there that you can go and touch. They're right. And the same way that unity exists in its complete form, I would say, in this term God, like it would have to exist that an ultimate mind, an ultimate omniscient, omnipresent being exists for any of the other, any of the other relative positions to exist at all, any subjective position.
Okay, yeah,
Yes.
so I misspoke. So it was basically multiplicity. Unity comes from multiplicity and vice versa. That has to exist. I get what you're saying. I
Or I
understand.
would suppose just one way, I think it would just be multiplicity comes from unity. From our ignorant position, we think what we're doing is, oh, we're going to gather up the multiplicity and make it unified. But that's a skeptic nihilist point of view. Obviously, the unification exists, and what we are the multiplicity, and we're deceived. All right, it's a contradiction to think that somehow we're going to be able to symbolize all the multiplicity without obviously this unity actually existing in the first place.
So wait, why do you think that's a contradiction? Because I'm not convinced that that is inherently a contradiction.
Well, so because the unity that we're striving for would never actually emerge. We have all this multiplicity, and to some degree we can unify it under your question, right? But if the unity doesn't actually exist, there's no real unity, then all of our attempts are just shots in the dark, or I don't know if that's the best way of putting it. They're going to
Well, that would
be
appear to be.
tentative.
Wouldn't that appear to be true of like really anything that we ascribe like a concept for, like cow, right? Like our usage of the term cow is going to fail in some aspects. Like there is no like central unification of what cow is, right? Like if I show you a picture of a cow, you're like, yeah, sick, bro, that's a cow. But like that's not really what a cow is, right?
Yeah, really a cow is just a symbol or a pattern.
And like it's no matter what we do, that symbol or pattern is going to fail at some point along the way. And somehow when you put it into the stress test of reality, it's not going to measure up eventually, right? So I'm not convinced that there is actually the unity. It's just our attempts to bring things together and organize them, right?
Yeah, and to just you're spot on. You're spot on, Jack. The nuance that I'm making, I suppose, is that the interest for me is less about the cow and more about our persistence and belief that we are organizing these things.
Well, I think that's
And
just like the human condition is like. Well, I think that's just like the human condition is like we like to try to exert control over things, and one of the ways we've exerted control has been to like unify things through names, right? Like we call all sorts of things like we do this all the time with classifications, right? Like reptile, right? Well, we start looking at that, and then we start looking at all the species on the planet. We're like, okay, well, all these things are reptiles, and then we start looking at it a little bit harder, and then we're like, well, actually, you know what? Turtles don't really meet the marker for what a reptile is. So we're going to have to refine this thing. This concept of reptile is a thing that we work with, but it isn't actually a thing that comports and maps to reality.
And so the postmodern dilemma is this issue of why are we mapping things at all then? It's the bigger problem, not of how well can we map things, but what are we mapping and like why? Why would we
Because
even
it's useful.
Exactly, but that's the postmodern question is to what? Useful to what? What are we
For us to be able to communicate and for us to be able to like seek, I guess like the human condition is always seeking like a more satisfactory position in the world, right? And like we have found usefulness in like categorizing things and being able to discuss them with others. And the best way to do that is to ascribe names and categories, right? Like attributes, like I'm saying, these stuff is like whatever a cow is, whatever actual cowness is just like a thing that exists in the mind. Because like once again, a picture of a cow isn't a cow.
But what I'm saying, my question isn't meant to be like my question. I'm saying the postmodernists, their question is somewhat valid because they're actually jumping to the meta question of like, well, now that we know we can categorize things usefully, what's the best use of our categorizing? Like, where are we going with all this? Is there some bigger meaning, or if we can direct our categories to mean something useful, then what's the use case? It's this meta question of like categorizing the uses themselves, right? Or using the categories in order to achieve some end in medicine or in agriculture, right? We can actually institute our categorization in order to fulfill the way we categorize is going to impact our end result. And so that's sort of this meta question of like, we have to presuppose a better, like a moral, right? Some like you're doing kind of, which is that, there's some utility here. Like, well, that's presupposing, like if we're now exactly applying your issue of categories to your issue of utility, right? It's now a contradiction. It's like, well, how can we parameterize utility now? Utility itself becomes a category of meaninglessness in its objectivity. It's just subjective how utilitarian something could be.
Well, of course it's subjective. It's going to be like, but the utility is always subjective, right? Utility by definition is subjective in nature, right? Like you can only use things towards like whatever ends you find them useful to be used for, right? And like that's going to be subjective to whatever the current goal is. If my goal is to like highlight that specific bird over there and like it compares to all these other types of birds that we call jays, then I'm gonna be like, hey, that bird over there is remarkably similar to all these other types of jays. So I'm going to call that one a jay as well. That's just an eastern mountain jay or whatever I'm going to call it. That's the green jay. That's the blue jay, right?
So like in this purpose driven of like what the purpose of the blue jay or the purpose of humanity is as an anthill, you would say is determined, but not determined by something like God, just determined by nature's properties.
Yeah, of course.
And for the human condition, it seems like our natural purpose or meaning has to do, even if it is emergent, with this internal dialogue and narrative that has to do with like subjective meaning, according to you.
That would hold to be extremely true in my worldview, yeah.
And so that dilemma seems to miss the pattern in nature that is this overarching purpose of the anthill, right? To be pedantic about the anthill having a purpose misses, from my view, like what it is that we are talking about. It misses all, if you want to call it romantic, I suppose you could, like, it's a romantic.
Can you please get out of my brain? Because that's exactly what I was going to say. I was going to use like this seems to be like a romantic idea. That was wild, brother.
Romanticism. I know. But what if our purpose involves this? what if our nature involves this romantic it seems nihilistic to not consider that romanticism as part of our nature. Like what if the unity, that's the unity, right? I mean, that is the romantic ideal, is that there's this unity in us of love and truth. And what if that very much is actually part of our nature, similar to the anthill? This purpose is to whatever, create an anthill, I guess. I don't know its ultimate purpose.
You and I have talked about this before, and like this is just where I reject the notion of like, because like you have to presuppose that to be true. And like I know you were just talking about this, but like I call myself an absurdist, right? I subscribe to this notion like there is an intrinsic meaning in the world. It's really only what we ascribe to it. So like, and for me personally,
but bro, all I hear, dude, is how genuine your heart actually is, Jack. We can argue all day, bro, because of how genuine you are. And that's all I actually hear when we have these discussions. We can get as pedantic and semantic as we want, but at the end of the day, I know, I've heard you talk for hours, bro. And I seriously know that if I actually had a problem, I could probably hit you up and you would actually help me. Like in
brother.
Way.
Holler anytime you got a problem, holler at me and I'll be there.
So you cannot convince me of this stance being somewhat non-romantic, or so. Where does that come from? Where does your heart, that purity? You're a romantic, my brother. You would house me and feed me and hug me and look in my eye. Listen, like so.
Of course I would, absolutely.
Right.
And like for me, it just comes from the desire to have that in myself, right? Like I've been in the situation, like I've been through trial and tribulation, and like I know what it is to go on a hungry belly, and I also know what the joy it brings to be able to expunge that from another human being, right? Like to be able to see another human being lifted from that state brings not only joy to them, but like I find it joyful in my own heart to see another human being's condition lifted from a lesser to a greater one. And like I don't know that there is intrinsic meaning in that, or like that's ingrained in me in any shape, way, or form. I
don't know.
Because like
I'm skeptical.
I've seen plenty of other people who just have also been through trial and tribulation, much in the same way that I went through when I was younger, and they come out not that way. They come out looking for the way that they come out on top over other people, even if that means disservicing those other people. And like maybe we can say those are broken people, but like that feels inherently elitist to me, to say, well, I'm right, you're wrong, you're broken, I'm not. It feels like I've passed a value judgment on like their essence as a human, rather than this is just the way things are. And I don't like the idea of being an elitist against other human beings. Like inherently my notions are against elitism.
Yes, yeah. And so, okay, so I guess I'm curious as to why these methods of rationality seem to derive morals, not subjectively, but objectively. Your morals, your moral principles, they seem to
come up with concrete moral facts, right? Like it seems like I derive moral facts from these things. Like I would inherently say abusing a child is always wrong, and there's not a good way to justify it. Right.
The word derive is the most interesting point, because I could care less about your conclusions about the child or anything. I just trust you. So this is where you seem to have an objective standard that isn't based in the context of the argument. It's a strategy for empathy. It's a strategy for authenticity and humility. And so that's the objective standard that I'm interested in, not necessarily these rational conclusions you're getting to, but I'm more interested in like, where does this come from, right? Where does this urge to be so genuine? It seems like a structure, a syntax to your whole grammar. Everything you say is coming from this place. And that's where the objective standard, I think, because even you would find a hill to die on defending those standards, I would say. And that's what I guess Wasp was getting into, which is so interesting to me.
Yeah. And this is a subject that I regularly contend with and battle inside of my own brain, because it feels or intuits like, yes, there is something there, right? Like there's something that I can't quite finger and map out, right? But when I sit down and I think really, really critically about it, I'm not convinced that there actually is anything there, and it might not just be an illusion and an amalgamation. Like, maybe all of that is like maybe it affects empathy and affects good, positive change in the world, but I can't rule out the notion that like that might just be a byproduct of like whatever trauma I experienced as a child and seeking validation and joy by making sure others don't experience that same thing, right? Like, I I don't like to think that it's a selfish notion, but it might be.
Right. I hear that. Yes, I
And
hear. Well, you'll run into both problems. Sorry, Wasp. You'll run into both problems. You'll see it when it's selfish, and you'll see it when it's not, for sure.
no, it's okay though. I just wanted to get in this because I've been listening this whole time. I think for me personally, because I'm a Christian, it's really easy. It was easy for me to see from the beginning of the conversation to where we've ended up that kind of trying to define the necessity behind descriptors such as the need for the word cow or muka. I think that's the word in Spanish for cow. I might be mistaken, or that's Italian for cow. All these different languages that give you a certain word to describe what you see. And somehow we've ended up back on the morality as to why you wouldn't hurt someone or why you wouldn't drive off a cliff and you have a bunch of people in the backseat, why you wouldn't do certain immoral things. I believe that there is a place where it comes from, and a lot of times we begin to over explain and we begin to kind of to over elaborate simplistic things because there's kind of a undercompensation going on. We overcompensate because of undercompensation of something. The lack of God will give you a lack of understanding why you do a certain thing, such as you morally wouldn't hurt someone, you morally wouldn't deceive someone in some way or do harm to another. You know, it would be nice if the whole entire world spoke one language and there wouldn't be multiple descriptors for one thing. But we aren't living in a time before the Tower of Babel, according to scripture. So despite there being multiple descriptors, I don't think that more or less really causes us to believe anything good is good, anything bad is bad. How you describe something, maybe if you're telling a lie or if you're mistaken on what you saw, then of course that's going to cause a mistake because you're mistaken. But when it comes to having language, now we're getting to morals. It's important to believe 100% in one thing, in one truth, despite all of the languages that we have and all the different ways we could describe what we've seen. There is an ultimate truth. You know, there is a
Yes, it's just how broad that truth is, right? Like if I get bogged down in who did more dishes, me or my girlfriend, and the truth about it, right? There might be an absolute truth about who did more dishes, but what's more important, that conversation or how well we are communicating with each other, right? So if I'm arguing and yelling at her, I'm zooming all the way into the details of who did the dishes rather than the ultimate truth, which is how are we communicating? Is this conversation even really that important? Are there bigger things on my mind? What's the real problem? And so this idea of truth is a scopability issue. And we don't want to get so zoomed out that nothing matters, right? Because in God's eye, right, in the ultimate divinity of big, huge, like what's going on across the other side of the world right now, well, that's not really going to help my sanity. So there's this level of I need to juxtapose the ultimate truth, which is out there, into my own subjective interpretation of like, a scopability problem here of my real problems. Am I going to get bogged down in the dishes, or is maybe I should let this one go and, find a better conversation to, if maybe we should talk about our communication rather than the dishes. So in that way, I agree with you that there's an actual truth, but our morals seem to be reliant on considering the scope of truth. It's not just getting bogged down in the semantics and context of a moral dispute about what actually happened and justifying the terms. It's more about this ability to zoom in and out, like, wait, what are we really talking about here? And to that degree, you're onto something.
I guess from my perspective, I believe that there becomes a lot of changing in in morals or disagreement in what is morally correct because of the hyperfixation and zooming into certain aspects. I believe that this is exactly what causes the discrepancies and the disconnect from person to person, is how far in people zoom and create solutions out of their own experience and their own anecdotes, and then they apply less value to reality and more value onto their experience. And this is what causes this lapse in judgment and makes certain things correct and other things incorrect, whether it's good or not. And I believe that maybe a portion of what you're saying, like, you do have to have the ability to zoom in and to zoom out. But I believe however far in you look at the scope of things, or whether on a microscopic level or you zoom completely out through what the eyes can see, majority, if not all, truths remain true no matter how far in the scope is. No matter how far in you peer into the data and you uncover all of those mysteries. I'm not saying don't search for the reason and the depth as to why this is true, but sometimes there's an over explanation because there's an underdevelopment of like a true, and that's why I'm going back to God, a true connection with God. Sometimes you say things that God has told you to say before you realize why you're saying it. And the whole time you were standing on the side of truth and benefiting from the truth, despite having gone in and dug into why it was true. I'm not saying don't dig in. I'm saying there are everything that God says it's okay to believe it's true first and only. If that makes sense. They're like absolute truths do that, and that comes from God, despite what anyone else can say or how far in they can look. The way that morals are set up, it doesn't even matter anymore what small things people can come up with. It's just simply wrong to hurt someone who's innocent. That's just an example. Yeah, that's basically what I'm saying. At one section, I say, yes, understand why you believe. And then at the same time, just believing what God says is also enough, or just believing what's on your heart, we don't have to discover that beating someone over the head with something and hurting them, oh, this is what causes death. It hurts your heart to even pick up something and hit someone over the head first. It's okay to just believe the simple thing first. If that makes sense. Is that making sense?
Yeah. I would like give anyone else an opportunity to jump in here, but I like a lot of what you're saying. Sure.
I'm seeing Evelyn said, huh? Is there something that I'm trying to describe what I'm seeing the best way that I know how. At one point, we're focusing on the descriptors of things and what that means and why. why would we even use these words? Is this a condition and doesn't describe why we have these certain morals? But then after a while of digging into it, we then get to the epitome of it as why do we even say wrong is wrong and good is good? Why do I consider you a good person? And you just go back to the overarching question. Certain things that you can't describe are just that reflects what absolute truth is. It doesn't matter if you can describe it or not. It just is that.
Wasp, can I ask a question?
Definitely.
So what you're doing right now, what I guess is the perplexing thing right now, is that it sound to me in the actual thing what you're actually doing right now sounds like the thing you're saying you don't want to be happen, which is the weird. So what's the symmetry breaker between what you're actually doing and explaining these things and breaking them down to their more breaking them down for us versus what you are saying other people are doing that shouldn't happen?
Okay. So basically it's like this. It's like describing the nucleus of a thing or the foundation of a thing and choosing to not have a stance because you haven't correctly defined what you stand on, if that makes sense. So that's what I'm getting at. Is kind of over explaining the basic simplistic principles to the point where you cause yourself to not believe anything because you can't define the simplistic thing.
And you're talking about the believer talking to an unbeliever, right? That's the context, right?
Yeah. So it's like both. It's both absolute truth and like the concept of God. It's kind of both of them.
So why can't we just say that that thing that you're talking about is just simple, but it doesn't involve God?
So that's the thing. Most atheists would then say that there is no proof of God. That's the only reason they don't believe. They wouldn't say that statement you just made, Darth Nerder, that just means that he doesn't exist. They would say there is no proof. But that's what I'm saying, that pursuit of that proof is the over-explaining of simplistic things.
I'm saying is that if we can explain simplistic things without invoking God, why isn't that sufficient?
If we can explain simple things without invoking God, why isn't that enough?
Like we were talking earlier, and like Logic was saying, and kudos to you, my friend. You made my throat tighten up a little bit when you were giving me flowers. Like he was expressing genuine compassion and thoughtful meaning about how he feels about me and like my dispositions in the world. And like none of those feelings, none of that seems necessary to invoke a deity, right? And like it seems to me like all of this stuff, like we're explaining our thoughts and feelings about all of this without invoking the usage of a deity. So why is it necessary for us to even include this? If we can have all of this together without using a deity, why should we insert this into it at all?
Yeah, to Wasp's point, I'm sorry, Wasp, I'm going to say something really quick and then you can go. I'm going to circle around what you were saying about this definition problem. I hope this answers the question, man. We don't have to call it a god. We don't have to call it anything. We can just say the ineffability problem. The problem beyond words. Your authenticity, how I feel about you. Sorry about the siren in the background. Those are kind of ineffable. It's undefinable, right? I could kind of describe how I'm feeling, right? Like we went through like my trust in you or whatever, how I feel about you as a person. But like ultimately this trust is ineffable. There's not really a word to like capture it. And so I think God and a lot of these terms are like that, when we say we can explain simple things, well, not really. It actually requires this recognition of ineffability, right? It requires the humility problem, which is that in order to describe simple things, in order to understand simple things, we kind of have to constrain our thinking. We have to limit, right? We have to limit the bounds of our terms, right? We can't have this ineffable term all the way out reaching into infinity. Whereas that we have to actually pre-assume that that is the actual case, because nothing we're measuring has like a local reality to it, right? Everything has this fractal nature to it. And so that's this ineffable problem that's like, I assert the word God to underline the objective reality, which isn't this fractal, this what I observe to be fractalized and multiplicity. Like, I don't think that's the case, because when you and I are engaging, there seems to be a non-fractalized pattern in your speech, which seems honest and genuine. It's not effable. I can't describe it, but I trust in it. And so that's this, I would put it hand in hand with something like divinity, or like, love, truth, those kinds of words that doesn't really capture it entirely. But if you believe those are the thing, like, I believe those to be actually existing. And so how I don't know if they could exist without some sort of like divinity or omniscience, some sort of qualities of supernatural, those kinds of things.
So this is, I guess, where it breaks down then. Like, this is crazy because this conversation seems to keep coming up for me recently. Is like,
yeah, I feel like we had this conversation yesterday.
Like, yeah, Cartesian and I were talking about this last night in Trey's live, like terms that are like kind of irreducible, right? Like, that you would only really be able to use other synonyms to be able to explain, but they're things that we all understand, like pain, happiness, right? Like,
yes,
you can use synonyms to explain what these things are, but if I tell you I love my wife, you just know implicitly what that means, right? Like, or at least I assume that you understand implicitly what that means. Or like,
yes,
I tell you hiking brings me joy. You don't need me to explain, well, what do you mean by joy? What do you mean by happiness?
Or watching a person who doesn't speak your language cry out in anguish and pain, you don't have to be pedantic and skeptical of their pain just because they don't speak the same language. You can see it in their face. They're experiencing pain.
Yeah. And so this conversation keeps looping back to these concepts, these hypersimplistic concepts that seem to be, well, like as you said earlier, they're kind of ineffable, right? Like, they don't get much simpler. They seem to be kind of a base component.
Yeah, I seem to believe in them more than the semantics of any contextual argument. I seem to believe in the grimaces and anguish of a person in pain more than that is the foundation of my reason, more than any term or argument or any conclusion or realization. I don't even need terms to understand that truth.
Mm-hmm.
Can I, one thing that I see as a common thread between debating in TikTok or wherever, is I feel like because Christians have like a objective quote unquote truth that we hold and say that we submit our lives to, we get deemed as irrational, or we get deemed as this quote unquote like mystical, irrational faith, this non-normative idea. Like, what we consider faith is now
superstitious.
But when I describe it as just the thing that we believe is going to make us ultimately happy, then all we're doing is having an epistemology like every other human being on the planet. And if anyone, including yourself, and just imagine having to actually lay out your subjective epistemology for another person, for them to pick at, and for them to actually try it on, wear the coat themselves, put on the shoes themselves, and then be like, well, I don't even understand it. And like, you're trying to lay out like the reason why you get up in the morning, the reason why you do the things you do every day.
Right.
And then the person look at you like that's just like silly because they can't personally synthetically know what you're talking about. It all of a sudden just becomes voodoo in their mind. Like it's just it's an unfair barrier to cross because we're not doing it for just like to make ourselves feel better. We're doing it because we have a what do you call it, a genuine or a genuine desire to actually share something that we think may be of value to someone else, right? And so I think that's maybe like I think the some of the unfairness that I see personally.
So I find this interesting.
Can I,
Go ahead,
Jack, can I respond to this really quickly? Because I feel like me and Justin, we've gotten into some shit before. And I swear to God, like, I've never seen a side of you like this before. Like, that was actually honestly impressive. And I'm kind of taken back, and I apologize for, like, being a dick to you when I have been.
Well, I don't remember any time you've been a dick to me. I have nothing but positive thoughts about you. So if we have, like, there's like
real?
nothing to even
that's
forget.
Awesome.
Yeah.
There you go,
Oh,
Daragon.
wow.
I've only experienced positive things with you as well, Daragon. So hell yeah.
You guys are far too kind, honestly. You really are.
That's genuinely like how I feel. I guess it's taken me a time to get ingratiated into the community to a level of comfort to like even like express this because it's not that like obviously I'm willing to take the hits, the criticism or the skepticism or whatever it is. Obviously, we do this going in knowing that this is a possibility. But I think that there is that type of like that reach out that we're trying to have with you guys, and just as like you would want to have be understood if you were laying out your own truth to someone else. It's just as personal to us. I mean, I hope that we don't. Though personally, I know that the things that I believe are pretty extreme, especially being a Calvinist. But I honestly don't. I don't intend it to be us versus you. And so I don't know. I think that's to Ross's point. There is that like room I think that I need to create for myself when I go into debates. Like I need to create a room where like, I'm seen as like a normal human that just has submitted his worldview to an objective, quote unquote, truth for myself. But.
So I do remember that there were two questions. I think that they were the same, and the Jackdaw, you were trying to more so articulate what the question was to me. And I also heard you as well, Logictroll, like where you were trying to describe to me where you were in your thought process concerning what I was saying. And in some ways, you agreed with me. And also some disagreements as well. I to kind of respond to both you, Logictroll, and maybe it was Darth Nerder and Jackdaw. I can't remember who asked why isn't it sufficient to just talk how we're talking and not mention
Yeah,
God?
that was Darth.
Okay.
Yeah, Darth and I both asked that question.
So in a way, I believe answering both you, Logictroll, and you, Jack and Darth, it kind of coincides with each other because when we were talking before, Logic, like you basically were explaining to me the problem with articulating the truth, and we also talked about how you saw it as kind of a disservice to try and articulate the truth, and how well-rounded and how full the truth is, that just a couple words don't truly do truth justice. And I kind of had a pushback where I began to say that to articulate truth doesn't do a disservice, because we're all just explaining our experience of the truth when we try to describe it to other people. And so taking that aspect of like how I explained, like sharing the gospel, like that's good. That's what God wants for us to do. He wants us to share and spread the gospel and articulate the truth to others, and even use our testimony. Scripture says that they were delivered by the words of their testimony in the blood of the Lamb. When you articulate your experience and you tell the truth, it's not a disservice. It's good to tell your experience and describe it your best way and describe the truth. But my main pushback at the same time is that there comes a time when describing why things are the way that they are, you're actually trying to break down a foundation. And the further you try to break it down, the more you disagree, or you can't make ends meet and you don't understand what's happening. And then at the same time, you begin to subtract and deduce things and say things like God isn't true or isn't real, and that there is no such thing as absolute truth. And when it comes down to that, I believe that the reason why it's not enough to describe love and what is good and exclude God is that it's basically knocking out the foundation, because you haven't understood the length, width, and breadth of who God is. And that's a disservice to ourselves to subtract God, you know. And so the best way I can describe it is using another scripture, is that God uses the simple things to confound the wise. And that's basically what I'm getting at. To over-explain simplistic, basic principles and then subtract God from it, you've been confounded by simplicity. You've been confounded by what should be simply accepted and admitted, because you overexalt wisdom and imputing knowledge over what is just simply true, if that makes sense.
So I would respond by saying that I absolutely believe in what you would call ultimate truth, but I just see it as objective reality. And that has, for me, has nothing, has no place for God.
Mm-hmm.
God doesn't exist in what I consider to be objective reality. And that is the truth to me. So, and I have sort of like, full descriptions that have full utility and predictability of the universe and our existence. And so, once again, why would I invoke this unknown thing to explain things if it's not necessary?
Well, so I the way that I see that is this. We often say we're fighting for unification, but under what guise can we say there can be unity? Why would what you say be true, and why would what I say be true, and why would you say is good, what you're saying is what you're saying is good and true, and therefore I'm going to adopt it? And why would you say someone who's doing evil, why that's evil, and I won't adopt it? We are talking about the alignment of what literally is order and what literally is reality, and that is defined. And we're just trying to. It seems like there's an escape happening as who it's defined by. Because if God exists, then this is why reality is what it is, and why evil can never be good and good can never be evil, despite people wanting so bad to do evil and loving it and enjoying hurting people in gruesome ways.
Well,
Because if it's just up to me and it's just up to you, you can't tell a person cannibalism is wrong. But with God, it becomes an indisputable fact that that's not how you were created, and it's actually evil just because he said so. If
Yeah,
that makes
so
sense.
so
Hang
I
on.
don't I don't believe in evil, and also I can tell someone that cannibalism isn't good, independent of some objective morality from God.
I didn't say you couldn't voice it, but I'm saying that you can't provide a reason as to why they should listen to you in the
Sure,
first place.
sure I can. And mine is based instead of on some sort of like deference to authority. Mine's based on factual evidence and knowledge about evolution and things like that.
Well,
Okay,
that's a
so
good point. How would you think that would go? Having an analytical knowledge, like imparting analytical knowledge to someone who, in wherever you think it derives from, they have a bentness or a proclivity to do something that would otherwise horrify you. Like if you were to sit and watch them in front of you eating another person,
human.
and the only thing you can impart was some analytical concept, how powerful do you think that would be?
Asking me?
Yeah,
I,
absolutely.
well, I'm not sure why the fact that I mean, when you say it's an analytical concept, I mean, that's not really what it is. I mean, I
Well, I'm
have
gonna say you're
intuition about,
you're imparting knowledge through an analytic, like doing an like
well, I'm
a
explaining things. I'm
right.
explaining that same sort of like, what you guys are calling like morality. I'm explaining it without the need to invoke some objective God as supplying that morality.
I think that you still have to invoke, in some sense, ineffability, though. Like even like don't even right, don't you, to some degree?
Well, I'm
No,
going to
I
argue that
mean, you
you're going
can,
to have to invoke ineffability really with any concept that you're
yeah,
trying to explain to anybody. Like you have to
Right.
invoke the exact same thing
But
for a
that seems
God
like a term.
concept.
Why not put that term as God? Why not put as
oh,
ineffability as
because
right?
people have all sorts of attributes that are labeled on God that you don't
Yeah, I don't
just
think it'd be
get to have
particularly
this.
useful.
Yeah, it wouldn't be
But
I
useful.
mean,
That's like
you
saying, why don't
try
you just say
to,
the universe is God? So, like, whenever
So,
you
you're
say
trying to
universe, you say God.
describe.
It's not a useful concept.
so
It sounds
Darth,
like you're
under
trying
that
to
framework,
describe.
I would potentially just say that I'm not a Christian because I don't check the boxes of what under the framework of like the populace would be of what a Christian is. And I don't necessarily know if I agree with that.
Not sure how that's
I would
related to what I
need
was saying.
the problem I have is that I would need a term grander than universe. The ineffability is not captured with the term universe. God seems to capture it better because it includes even things like omnipresence, omniproperties, right? Like universe doesn't necessarily contain these. It even contains things like mind. God, it seems like appropriate term because it's truly ineffable, whereas universe isn't. The universe is described quite
Okay,
accurately through our laws of physics.
Yeah, I don't see any sort of
but
need for those omni properties. What do they
Well,
give
you
you?
you you
Well,
agreed you need ineffability though, and
I
ineffability is
didn't
this.
I didn't agree that. And
Okay,
in fact, I
okay.
think that's a bad word to use because I think that you can be reductionist about ineffability. I mean, the language is not perfect, right? It's a
That's what.
categorization by
Well, but that's
humans, and
but
so
but
like
that
the
that's what I'm
fact that
saying.
that's true doesn't mean that there's not some objective reality independent of God.
No, 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 no. No, you're quite right. It just means that when we speak of the world, we're going to have to be tentative with our conclusions about it. And so having a term while we're speaking that captures the complete ineffability rather than partial ineffability is required for like our sanity.
I don't follow that.
well,
I mean, we describe things in order to communicate. We have language to communicate. The fact that we have language lets us abstract and categorize things. We're able. That's a form of sort of learning by without it, and if you were to say the only way to not have this ineffability that you're talking about is to describe things in a infinite way, and you can't do that. So there is no information in saying that language has ineffability to it, or that the territory has ineffability, right? And that we're just creating, communicating with a map. That's not a useful concept because we know that. And so, to say that objective reality is ineffable, great. So what?
Well,
The
I
reason
see
we
that as
categorize
an
things is to be
issue,
able to learn and abstract things, and that has utility. That's why
but
we do it.
I think it's a
I
leap to
see
say
that.
that we just know that. Some people don't know that, and you are aware of that. But that ineffability, it presupposing it, is really important for sanity. Otherwise, you start making dogmatic claims, you utilizing rationality, thinking you're
What
sounding smart.
What do
Hmm.
you mean by for sanity? I don't follow
Well,
that.
because like you said, like you know, like if I'm to check, you wisely said yourself the limitations of language. You articulated that, but then you said everyone knows this. Well, that's all I'm pushing back on. Like you don't see the utility of your own awareness of that, man. That makes you a humble interlocutor and a joy to disagree with. But some people aren't that intelligent, and it actually harms their ability to disagree with people
Point
quite
taken.
literally.
Okay,
Yeah,
but
yeah,
that's
totally.
an interesting
So I
point.
want to
But
push
I
back
don't
on
think
that
it has to
though.
do with the
Yeah.
content, though. Right? That's
So
more
I think
meta
that
than
really has
anything.
more to do with God
True.
than anything else. I mean, the dogmatic view of like I'm just going to accept this despite any lack of evidence or despite the contrary evidence is really more of a faith thing than a science thing. I don't think
Right.
Can I interrupt
right
very
people who are
briefly?
yeah, go ahead, please.
I just wanted to say, hey, Logictroll, I'm gonna hop off.
Oh,
Talking to
sure.
you kind of sparked my desire to go take care of myself for a little bit and go on a hike, which I haven't done in a little while. So I want to say I appreciate you, man. It's always a pleasure to talk to you all, and I hope all of you will have a wonderful evening.
Good to see you, Jack.
Wow, Jack, much love,
Have a
dog.
good one,
You go
Jack.
do
Take
that.
care, bro.
See y'all.
I'll catch you later.
Hell
And
yeah.
I
what were you
wanted
saying
to
that it's? Oh,
comment.
sorry. Go ahead, Wasp.
No,
Yeah.
really quick, I wanted to comment because I'm kind of still stuck on you saying that you're able to provide basically an analytical reason as to why you shouldn't participate in cannibalistic activities. And also, I wanted to kind of bring up how you said that to try to speak of things in an ineffable, saying that they have there's ineffability within each of the things that we're talking about. You said that then we would have to speak from an infinite perspective, and that's the thing is when you try to describe things that are like absolutely true and just use science behind it, you won't be able to speak from an infinite place, and therefore people can always disagree with you. And you trying to describe a principle, you're actually prohibiting yourself from being able to speak from a place of authority. You're speaking
Actually,
principles without
it's kind of the
authority.
opposite of that, Wasp, because science, the one thing it doesn't do is say that it has ultimate knowledge, and so you're mislabeling science.
I do want to add on to that of like if you have a scientist, they're not claiming to know everything or a learned person, they're not claiming to know everything about the thing they're talking about, right? Because that's impossible. You can't know every bit of information. But that doesn't make them not an expert in what they're talking about. I think it's kind of harmful to say like, oh, well, since we can't reach any truth, objective truth, right? Then there is no point to learning or improving our knowledge of the things.
But in that gap between what you do and do not know, if you're trying to communicate that in a meaningful way to actually help someone in your society, the cannibalism example, to actually effectively change their mind, and then all you have is a parsimony argument or something like that, where you're just, this is most likely thing that you can stand on. Like, I just feel like they can just be like, okay, well, I'm just going to keep doing this. Good luck with your stuff now. Like, that's, I think.
Well, do you think that cannibalism is objectively wrong?
Not to
Most
if I was the
definitely.
cannibalist, no.
That's not so. So then it's not
It depends
objectively
what
wrong,
perspective
right?
you're asking me
It's
to play.
wrong.
So
It's
then it's not
wrong.
objectively wrong. You're saying?
It is, but my basis
Oh, okay. So you
is the
do think
Bible.
it's objectively wrong.
Yeah, for me.
So,
But the
well,
example
I got a
is
for
for the
question
you
though.
person
means
that
it's
doesn't
not
think that.
objective.
Hang on.
This
Do you
is one
think
of those
I got a
hills I
question?
would die on. Cannibalism is wrong.
Justin, I got a question for you. And also Wasp, please. So do you think that all anyone who does cannibalism in any situation is going to be the exact same as every other person who does? So, like, let me give you an example. So, if you were to do cannibalism in like modern society where we have
I'm so
access to
sorry to
plenty of
interrupt. I'm
food,
so sorry to
yeah, please.
interrupt. Do you guys think I'm gonna let the panel decide? Is this word triggering to this app, or do we have to change the language? Or I don't really care if it get is the C word a bad
I think
word or
so.
no?
I can look it up.
No
I'm
idea.
not offended by
Why?
it.
Keep using
Well,
it. Keep using
considering
it.
how many times we've said it, if you hadn't
What's C
gotten the
word?
alert yet, then I wouldn't worry about it.
Word up. That's how I
Haven't
was
been
thinking
flagged
too.
yet.
Okay. Go on. I'm sorry, Fanson. I was
So,
being
so
neurotic.
yeah, all good. So in a society where like you have plenty of access to food and you go out in pursuit of cannibalism, would you think that's a different thing than somebody who, let's say, you crash in the Andes with a group of other people, and you end up starving and somebody is unalived? Do you think, and your party ends up eating, that body to stay alive? Do you think those are equal situations, right? The morality
Definitely.
involved.
Me
You think they're
personally.
equal?
Yes, definitely. I truly do. Just as in society, some people make so this is a thing where I'm personally not afraid of being the opposite of politically correct. Just as some people say I have my reasons for doing abortions and things of that nature in a society where there's no need for that, the same as people in the Aztec mountains who were just sacrificing their children just because that they wanted goods or they wanted rain. I can die on this hill and say to you both scenarios, such as you going off and you crash somewhere and the person has already passed away, and as well as you having access to food. Your morals should not change because of your predicament. And if they do, they were not morals and they were faulty.
So here's a tricky one. So I guess then that hold on. I guess then that Jesus was immoral when he sacrificed himself instead of
No,
stopping himself from being sacrificed.
no, not at all. To sacrifice yourself is different from eating someone.
I know, but okay, you missed the analogy, I guess.
How about the special pleading, Darth?
Can't hear you. We can't hear you. You're redlining.
Redlining. Get a crash cart in here.
Jester, you're redlining. We can't hear you.
What she's saying is like if somebody uses self-defense to unalive somebody, it's wrong.
That's not what I'm
Yeah,
saying.
that's essentially my question. But yeah, so like, Wasp, are you familiar with the trolley problem?
No, I'm not.
Okay, let me ask you this one question. Do you think unaliving a person is bad?
Depending on if they're attacking you and you're innocent.
Okay. So the trolley problem is when there's one person on one track and 5 people on another track, and then a trolley would come, right? If you press the button, it will go to the one person. But if you leave it alone, the 5 people are unalived. What would be your decision?
Then it's about the quantity of who you save, or you save no one at all. Of course, there's a chain of would you rather save one person or no one at all? Obviously you're valuing.
Hold on, Wasp. That's not the problem though. It's
No,
not
but
save one person or no one. It's
I get what it is.
unalive one person or save 5 people. Or sorry, you unalive one person to save 5 people.
I get what it is. I understand that you're choosing who lives and who dies, and that's murder and saving someone at the same time. That that your morals are still, they're
Okay.
still in the range. So I would say that choosing to save multiple people over saving no one, that is still upholding your morals versus just letting everyone die.
Okay. So the thing is, so if I hold to the idea that unaliving people is bad, and I would press the button, that's still unaliving one person to save the whole. So do I do a bad thing or a good thing based on my moral compass?
So this is where I begin to categorize this as not murder, because they would have died in the first place. It's not like you put the train on the tracks.
Okay.
Asp, you got to say schmurder, by the way.
Oh,
Sorry.
Sorry.
So
Unalive schmurder.
So stupid. Oh my
Okay.
god, so stupid.
So let's say that I'm in a mountain or whatever, right? And then there's almost no resources of food, yet there is a group, not necessarily a group, but like a body of corpses that are unalived naturally. Is it wrong for me to eat them?
Wait, I couldn't hear you. Kind of got quiet for me.
Is it wrong for me to eat corpses if there's lack of resources for food?
Yes,
Why?
because you're upholding your self values over what is moral.
But
You're like the value of yourself.
If they're
Over
no
what's
longer
morally
alive,
correct.
hasn't their soul left their body, and so that's just a husk? It's
Wait,
just matter. It's
say
just
that
food.
again. Because while I
If
was
they're already
speaking, I couldn't hear you.
unalived, then their soul has left their body, and the body is just a bunch of meat. It has no sense of like what's it called? Like, whoa, Durgun.
We're having steak tonight, by the way. That's wrong.
There's no
Hey,
sense of like
hey,
God
Dar.
involved in that body anymore, right?
There's still a
Dark, is
person.
there
That's still a
by any
person.
chance, Dark, would you be able to come to Malibu and like hold down the tape measure? I need an
so
extra hand.
Sure, if I get to come into the $120 million house.
so
I don't
No,
okay.
think
what
they'll
I
let
was
you
saying
do
is
that.
that's still a person, Darth. To speak concerning what I believe is that we're made in the image of God. We're body, we're soul, and we're spirit. And so to eat the flesh is to eat a portion of an entire person.
So, if I get this, are you saying that basically if I do anything that harms a person for my own survival, that's bad?
No, that's not what I'm saying.
But that's the issue though, because if there's corpses and then the only resource of food is those corpses, I'm gonna choose survival and eat those corpses.
But this is the thing. Your morals explain multiple things at once. For one thing, we don't hurt other people for our own like just 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 because we want to, just
Hold on,
hurting
who's being hurt by this though? They're already unalived.
no, I'm explaining a portion of morals really quickly. Allow me to finish my
Okay, gotcha.
statement. Yes, so to eat someone who is innocent just for your own gain, or to harm someone that is innocent just for your own gain, those are the same morals. That's the same moral path. To eat someone, it's just wrong. That's a
So I
moral
should
in
die.
itself.
I should
And
unalive
then
starving to
I'm
death.
almost done, not quite yet. Then to hurt someone, like to pull out I don't know if you can say the GUN word or
No, you can't. You can't. Don't say it. It's pew pew. We say pew
Pew
pew.
pew.
pew to use weapons to hurt someone who is not innocent, who's trying to hurt you, to hurt someone who is pursuing your loved ones, that's not immoral. But to eat someone who has already passed away, that was evil. This is going back to the moral of you just don't eat people.
So the thing is, I should unalive starving because I shouldn't eat the corpses.
You
So
should,
can I speak just one extra component to this, right? So when we say we have objective moral, we just really, as a Christian, we are submitting to another being, not necessarily a written tablet. It just like in Romans 14, it talks about how there's two Christians. One thinks it's okay to eat a meal that's been sacrificed to an idol. The other Christian thinks that it would be sinful. And at the end of the day, they're both right. There's one that's technically right, technically correct, but because how sin is defined is anything done outside of faith, it would actually be wrong for the person that thinks it's a sin. The person that's technically correct is the person that thinks it's okay to eat the food. The person that doesn't think it's okay, it would actually be sinful for him to eat the food, even though it's technically correct, because he would do it only because his brother told him it was okay and he didn't actually believe it. He would be eating it not in faith, and therefore it would be sinful for him to do the thing that's technically correct. So at the end of the day, we submit our subjective morality to another being that we believe can communicate to us whether or not that individual act is sinful. We're not Torah observing Jews, and in the sense of the way you guys might think we observe morality. We actually believe that we're being communicated. There are things like immorality, like murder, adultery, etc. Things
Wait,
like
Justin,
that.
I'm a little
that are
unclear.
wrong.
It sounds
But
like you're disagreeing with Wasp.
I'm saying for her, it's right for her. Everything she's saying is correct in her own. And I would never say, and what the Bible says, literally what it says in 14 is, she is not my servant, she's the Lord's servant. And so I'm not to tell her what to do to her,
What I mean
God.
is you're disagreeing in the sense that she's saying that her objective stance, her stance is objectively true. And you're saying actually each person can have a truth.
I'm saying that I think that there is nothing.
So that's a disagreement then.
It's a disagreement not for her to change her mind, but a disagreement in the fact that this can be the ontology of faith is not that we have faith in a stone tablet writing, but that we have submitted ourselves to, and I think she would agree that we individually submit ourselves to God who is alive. So
You're not addressing what I'm saying though. I'm
so
saying that the
I'm
two
just
of
not
you are
seeing it the way you
disagreeing.
are.
So this is the way that is represented. There are so there's the 10 Commandments written on the tablets. Those cannot be infringed upon. Those cannot be described away. No matter how you look at it, you can't do things in a different way than what those tablets say. But then there are
that I disagree. I do disagree with that. Yeah. So we do have a disagreement there. Yeah.
Okay, but then there are things that you do that are morally connected to what is holiness, the way that the scripture has aligned it to be, the way that the Bible has described it to be, and then we interpret it, and then we're convicted through our interpretation, if that makes sense. And so if your convictions are don't do this, you do it anyway, you have sinned because you've gone against the way that you are convicted. Is that what you were trying to say, Justin?
No, I'd say that. Well, to fully, I'd have to make an argument. Well, basically, we're just like Paul says, we're not Jews, so the law doesn't apply to us. There is a natural law that applies to us, but there's not a Mosaic law that applies to us. And so, but the law is now written on our hearts by the Holy Spirit, and so that's what our submission to the Christ, like the Messiah, like that's who writes this is what you are to do. and that may, from case to case, look differently for each Christian. And now it's a personal relationship. Like that's the nature, the ontology of true Christianity. We don't have to worry about placing global rules for all Christians because God is King and Savior and sovereign. So we don't have to worry about like we have to we have to work out our faith and fear and trembling. Like we have to work it out. There's absolutely a sober submission to the holiness of God. I'm not saying that. I'm just saying it's not something that I can write down, pass it to you, and if you observe it, you're now righteous in God's eyes. Or that I can observe it from the Bible and then give it to you and say, this is what's right for you. And that's specifically what Romans 14 talks about. So that's how I'd fully answer that. So we do have a disagreement there.
Also, Wasp, I just want to. This is kind of related to the cannibalism thing, but I just wanted to move off it a little bit. So I'm a moral relativist, so I think that you could say cannibalism is, there's some level of immorality to it, right? I think disrespecting somebody else's body by consuming it is probably immoral, right? Like you wouldn't want your body disrespected like that. I wouldn't want my body disrespected like that. But the thing is there's always extenuating circumstances. So we were talking about I said I was going to move away from it, and then I started talking about it again. So there's circumstances in which you can do something immoral, right? Or what you might conceive as immoral, but is more moral than not doing it. So would you say that it is possible to lie without being immoral? Like if you were to lie to prevent bloodshed or something, would that be moral or immoral?
That's literally what happens in the book of Jude. Or is it Esther? I think it's Esther.
So you would say it's moral then?
I think that there is the nuance, like literally in the Old Testament, where God tells the spies to tell Esther to lie to when they come looking for the spies, to lie to the people looking for them, and while she's hiding them just like in that movie with Brad Pitt and Chris, what's his name, where they're going in Germany and they're like they end up, it's like a.
Oh, Brad Pitt. Are you talking about Inglourious Bastards?
Yeah, Glorious Bastards.
Oh, that's an awesome movie.
Where the guys are in the basement and they're like lying to keep the Jews safe, and they find out. And so it's just like that. That's what the scene is in the Old Testament. And Esther is basically lying to the people looking for the spies. And
so what do you think, Wasp? Or sorry.
Go ahead. I'm done.
Figure out. So what do you think, Wasp, about that?
I'm sorry, could you ask the question one more time?
Do you think that it's possible to do something that is, immoral, like by the Ten Commandments, but is actually moral in the fact that you're doing it? Let's say you're to prevent a greater crime, like somebody being unalived or something.
I mean, like things such as you shall not murder, but there is no scripture against protecting yourself from someone.
Hang on, but I'm not talking about that. So is it okay to lie to stop a greater moral crime?
Well, that is so you're saving someone. I believe I don't think that that's a sin to save someone, like what happened with the Jews and things like that, where they lied about who was downstairs or if they weren't in that house, things like that. That's to save someone.
So does that mean that lying is not objectively wrong? Subjectively wrong given the circumstances. Like there's some wrong being imparted by the act of lying, but it's not wrong under every circumstance.
I would say in that form that's true. That's one way to. That's one moment where lying isn't against the law. That isn't against the will of the Lord.
So might we then say that the Ten Commandments are not objective?
No, that isn't to say that it's not objective. That's to say that when you look at the morals overall, the overarching perspective is you're not doing this out of selfishness. You're not doing this out of a heart of being
Would you
evil.
say it's the spirit of the the spirit of the law is more what's to be followed rather than the letter in regards to like the nuances, like Jesus in the field on the Sabbath?
Yeah,
It's more.
these things done with an evil, like non-innocent heart, those things that you do to either for self-preservation or in the name of evil and selfishness, it tells a different story as to what you're doing. And I was almost said the same thing twice. It tells a different story of why you're doing it versus what you're doing.
And that's just normal. I mean, I don't know if there's any lawyers on the panel, but like if you're trying to be a congressional, not a congressional, the type of law where you're looking at the constitutional lawyer, you're more looking at the spirit of the law of what was originally written and what they were trying to get at, and apply that to modern terms.
No, that's not.
Rather
That's
than
not. That's not always true. For instance, several of the conservative justices are literalists. There's a whole conservative version of that, which is like, no, you read it exactly as is, the same way people read the Bible.
Yeah, I'm not saying that's like the only thing that they do. I'm just saying that is a component to that function, as in like there's the spirit of the law that judges as they're ruling or interpreting law that they're really trying to get into, right? I think that's like not wrong for me to. I think that's a common thing that I'm speaking about, right?
About like a regular judge trying to apply the law, yeah, but that's not what we're talking about in terms of constitutional law.
Okay. So what is it? And so you're saying that's incorrect, that in constitutional law they're not trying to actually uncover
There's two sides. Yeah, there's two sides. Some try to do the spirit of the law. Some are,
Right. Yeah. I wasn't speaking comprehensively. I was just saying that there is this concept in even secular terms. That's all I was trying to say.
Yeah, I was just pointing out.
So
that
what?
There's two sides to that. It's not just one.
Right.
So Wasp, I just wanted to. And sorry, finish what you're saying, Justin.
Just really.
No, I'm done. I'm done. I think the point landed. So.
Gotcha. So I wanted to. So with the whole cannibalism thing and the truth thing, right? So we're trying to say that with cannibalism, just like how sometimes you might lie for a greater purpose, right? You might lie to save somebody. There are times that you might commit cannibalism, right? Eat a dead person in order to, an alive person, to save your own life or the lives of others. Like, given a situation where there's like, let's say a starving mother and her children in the woods, and they came across the same situation, would it be immoral or moral for the mother to try to feed her children with whatever she had?
To feed her children with her children?
No, not her children, with like another body that they found, right?
Or just a different
Like
person?
it's not ideal, right? Like I don't think the mother would prefer that, but it's the only option right now.
That's all right.
If you allow your children to die, or
Depends
would
what
that
cut
be
of meat
immoral?
it is. Depends what cut it is. Could be ideal.
Feed them the brain. Like that's the kind of important thing, is you don't want the prion diseases. Like there are risks to it, right? There's a reason that
joking,
we're
but
kind
yeah.
of.
And how would you gain that knowledge?
Depends on the meat. Give him the ass.
This is too much.
What do you think about that?
For me personally, and in general, this is what I would convey and what I would perpetuate. At no point in time do I believe that, like, in the face of, like, selfishness and self-preservation, to basically eat someone else, I wouldn't do that.
Hang on.
This
This is not selfishness.
Address
This is
the
not
body.
selfishness. Yeah.
About the body of
This is a
Christ in
mother
church.
trying to save her children. That is selfless, right? You're saying So hang on. So Wasp, let's say you're like a mother and you're saying,
because I was
or
trying to
let's say,
explain my
let me
point.
yeah, okay, let me clarify a little bit though, okay? So let's say I was in the woods, right, with these children. That is selfless me trying to save them, despite me being really averse to cannibalism, because it's kind of a disgusting thing, right? Like butchering another person. That's awful. But like, it's selfless to try to save your children.
At the cost of cannibalism and at the cost of these traumatic, because I know it's trauma to starve to death. I know it's trauma to sit there and live past eating a person, that these both induce trauma. This in the perspective of, for self-preservation, to cause her children to live and herself to live. This is what I mean by selfishness, self-preservation. That's what I mean.
There would be no trauma though, because she wouldn't tell them that that was a person.
Yeah.
You have to tell a child that this is a person.
So okay. So then you do hold that self-preservation at the cost of someone else is bad.
Then you hold self-preservation at the cost of someone's bad? Are you talking about violation of one's morals?
Wait. You hold to the idea that self-preservation is bad if it's at the cost of someone else in any circumstance.
Yes.
Okay. So
So Wasp, if you're the mother, be the mother in the forest or wherever.
Yeah, and that's exactly what I did.
And your kids are sitting there. You found a body. They didn't see the body. You could go out and like cut it up and present and cook it and give it to them and tell them you just found an animal and cut it up and feed it to them.
Or raw.
Say again, Logic?
Or raw. Raw is nice.
Oh, or raw. Sushi style. What do you say? Little sashimi. What do you? But so now you're that mother wasp. Is it still immoral?
Yes, I already referenced it from that point of view.
Who does it hurt?
In that
So note that there's no trauma to like the kids, right?
You said if there is no trauma to the kid?
Note that there is no trauma induced in the children.
Who's it hurting? Who's it hurting?
The children to eat a human being.
That's not hurting them. It's hurting them to starve.
You don't know it's a human being.
In Darth Nerder, you just said that you can provide an analytical, scientific description as to why that's hurtful and why it's actually
hurtful. Wait, what?
It's hurtful to eat when you're hungry.
Wait, I'm saying it's not hurtful. What do you mean?
To eat human beings. Just maybe 30 minutes ago, you say you can describe why it's wrong to eat a human being.
Why it's subjectively wrong, yeah.
No, you said that you would be able to provide scientific proof as to why that's wrong.
I would never have said scientific proof because there is no proof in science. And also what I said was that I could describe how one arrives at that subjective moral conclusion.
Okay, so we're just going to act like you didn't just say evolution. You can provide.
And that's exactly what I would invoke, yes.
Okay,
so real quick,
evolution to describe why you shouldn't eat human beings.
Okay, do we want to get into this? Are we now off of the hypothetical?
No, we're not. We're not off of the hypothetical at all.
I want to say
I'm describing to you that when you roll back morality in place of trying to save yourself or save someone else, even though you were just saying why you can use science to produce a reason why you shouldn't do evil things like that.
I don't believe in evil, so I'm not sure what you're talking about.
I recall you saying that you don't think it's evil, but you can describe why you shouldn't.
No, what I said is I don't believe in evil. I don't think there is such a thing as evil.
You don't ascribe to evil?
Correct.
That's what I just said, is that you don't ascribe to evil.
No, you said that I wouldn't describe it as, I forget what you said exactly, but I don't think there is such a thing as evil.
Okay, yes, that's what I said. That's what I meant when I said ascribe to evil.
Mm-hmm.
You don't ascribe to it, yet you can define and describe why you shouldn't do evil things.
No, I didn't describe why you shouldn't do evil things. I never said that.
This is the reason
I don't believe that cannibalism is evil because I don't believe in evil.
I get your perspective. Try and follow me, Darth.
Well, stop misquoting me then.
I'm not misquoting you. I'm actually describing what you said from the perspective of how I understand it, and you understand what I mean by what is evil to me, which is cannibalism. So please stop trying to dissect every word I said and keeping me from saying what I need to say.
Why is it evil?
So Wasp,
So
I want to
cannibalism.
jump in here. When you are the mother in that situation and you are not doing this thing that you think is terrible in order to save your children, I would argue that's selfish, right?
That's
Because
more
you are
evil.
prioritizing your own self and your own morality over the well-being of your family.
Hold on. I wasn't able to capture that because I was still thinking of what I was trying to say.
Okay,
Please tell me.
so that situation, right, where you don't do this terrible thing, the thing that you think is terrible but would save your children's lives, at very little cost to them, but maybe significant cost to you, right? Because it's pretty harmful, like to have to do this thing. That's selfish. That is
It's
selfish behavior.
it's not that harmful though.
No, so me personally, I don't see that as you're taking the life of your children, though you may see it as inaction.
It
It's not
is.
like you no,
It
though
is.
no,
It
though
directly is if you don't feed them. Yeah.
no,
You are their
no,
caregiver. If you allow
no.
them to not eat when
I get
there is
that you
food
guys have
available,
a
that
perspective, but
is.
I
Just
also
because you
have
find it
one.
icky or
Allow
whatever,
me to
that
finish
still
it.
is. I mean,
I get your perspective. You would like to describe it, but allow me to create my own, and then you can give yours. Because
same situation.
this is getting disrespectful now. Because we were having a conversation, and now we're having an over talking situation, and I don't do that
No,
to you.
you went
I'm
after
trying to get to the
Darth. You
point.
went after Darth
No,
for like a
no,
solid
I
5 minutes, and
actually
I don't
started
know
to
where it was
speak and
Okay,
going.
you
okay,
over
okay, okay,
talked me.
okay, okay.
You over talked me, and
All right.
that's what I'm saying.
Okay, but
So this is what I'm trying to say. If I can be allowed to finish, like I allow you guys to finish, or else this isn't a conversation.
just get to your point.
Yes, thank you. I'm grateful to be allowed now. So as I was saying, when you speak on basically the the morality, like we've been speaking on the morality of your inact, you may see it as this is neglect to choose to not act on the cannibalism, act on cannibalism, that you're saying that that's actually selfishness. That's your perspective as seeing the inaction as being selfish, when in the first place you didn't place them in the environment to even be in a predicament of cannibalism. So you're not murdering your children.
How'd you get there?
Sorry about that. You're not murdering your children. This is a natural cause that you were suddenly placed in, and the fact that they starve is not that you did it to them. This is where you're at.
Did you bring them there?
Huh?
How'd they get there then?
Yeah, that's what you're saying. How did they end up in that situation?
Yeah.
Maybe they were on a journey or they were in a plane, but it's not like you chose to crash, because then that's murder. Then I'm sorry, murder. Then that's murder. We accountable of natural environment disasters, and to say you're murdering because you chose to uphold your moral values.
So we're back to the
If you
trolley
don't cut off a
problem though,
person, they are.
because inaction is a
I
decision.
couldn't hear you.
Inaction is an action. So we're back to the trolley problem.
I was thinking the same thing, Darth. I was
Kinda
like, this
that,
sounds a
yeah.
lot like the trolley problem.
Well, that's
This is a really wait just for a second. This is a really good place for me to jump in. I would just like to say it's really impressive to have 8 people up here moderating themselves. I know there's a bit of overtalk, but generally you guys have been really good. That's the only key I have to staying on this panel, is just the ability to have an open discussion, really unmoderated, and keep it flowing. So good job to
I
y'all.
agree.
And
I agree,
continue.
Logic. This
Same
has
with
been
Sam.
appreciate you, Logic.
way more based than most.
yeah. But I believe it was Wild or Sean who said something the trolley situation.
Yeah, I didn't bring up the trolley, but I think it's a good analogy.
I was
Yeah.
talking
So
about the
what
trolley
I
problem, but Darth
oh
brought
yeah.
up that this is very similar to the trolley problem.
Exactly. The way that you're,
Can I
you
offer
mentioned
a
that not, inaction is somehow not committal to, you're not like committing to a stance, but the trolley problem is exactly, questioning that, right? Is inaction taking a stance and making a decision and
Oh,
It's the same thing as action.
Only thing different is I'd say I have no responsibility to the train company and Charlie.
You have no responsibility to the train company.
Yeah. So I wouldn't
So
touch it, because if I touch it, I get involved, and then I'm going to jail either way.
that's another perspective.
It's the oh sorry, Wasp. Go ahead.
No, it's okay. I was just gathering, like, I get that that's another perspective to, like, just choose to not do something. And, like, these aren't 5 of your children, like, in that situation, 5 of your children versus even that, considering that as well, there's 6 people, all 6 are your children. 1 of your children is on one trolley and 5 of your children on the other.
Well, there's actually a bunch of variations, Wasp. Like, for instance, what if it was like the one person was your child and the 5 people are strangers?
One person is your child. That's even greater, right? Even if it's like an only child, I get that.
Why the reason the trolley situations are interesting is because it shows that there are, these aren't simple answers, and you can't hold to one standard. There's no single way that you're going to decide the trolley problem.
I say if you touch that lever, you're going to jail.
I don't think you're wrong for choosing one side or another, because there's no right answer.
Right, because I still see it as schmurder. Schmurdering anyone. 1 versus 5.
But doesn't that make it even? See, now we're back to like you're not even schmurdering someone in the forest example, right? The only ones you're schmurdering are your children.
Well, actually, you're.
Can I defend you, Wasp, for a second?
Go ahead.
Allowing to expire, I feel.
I think Okay, go ahead. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Yeah, you're not hitting the button when you don't feed your children.
So Wasp, what I think the thrust of Wasp's point is that it's the motives of the heart is her only vantage point. It's the motive of the heart, and so what is externally done or transpires is irrelevant in her worldview. And so if you're going to critique her worldview, you have to actually actually see it from her perspective, and then show her where it's wrong. But I just feel like y'all are kind of missing each other, two trains in the night right now, because you're not understanding that what she's ultimately saying is the only thing that matters is what's happening inside the heart of a person. And that's where she's operating from in these questions you're giving her. And that's why I think she can land on logically, she can land on either decision is not morally wrong, where you guys can see it differently. Or the woods, the cannibal thing, same situation for her. If it's the heart is correct, then what's externally transpired is not factored in. And that's that actually is a true objective moral standard. If you actually want to actually break it down, she's actually rightly applying an objective moral standard.
I would kind of agree with this because there's this absurdity aspect to the assumption that we're in such dire needs that we have to absolutely commit cannibalism, right? That's the joke, I guess, right? Is that obviously there's a threshold that just because we're camping and someone unalives, we're not going to start eating them, right? It's like there would be a point even in survival setting where you would be like, whoa, you're jumping on the cannibalism wagon a little bit fast here, bro.
While
we're
the
not even
body's still
starving
warm
yet.
and you just landed, you're like, okay, guys, I'm like Dwight and like Dwight's, and he like immediately starts pinging in the elevator.
Dude, it's even worse. They'll be that before the body is even like unalived yet. They'll be like, let's start unaliving people so we can eat them.
That would be bad. But if they're already unalive.
Yeah, so referring to our heart is the assumption that we're kind of making when we're like, no, we're at the point like in the movie Alive where there's no other choices, and at that point, all we have to listen to is really our heart. Some people chose to cannibalize, other people didn't, and like we all have our different beliefs and comfortabilities with these sort of, I guess, ineffable
the funny
problems.
part is the people that don't do it probably will unalive and be the next one to eat.
You said the people that don't do it, they'll be unalive.
Can I offer
Yeah, if they
can I
don't eat, they're
offer a
alive, you know?
can I offer a scenario in which somebody who knows that they're going to be unalived tells the person that is going to live after they're, passed, and says, I give you the consent to consume me to survive.
I would say that
Would
to
that
them.
be a scenario in which it's justified?
At least more, you have more reason, right? But still, a person could be uncomfortable. But yeah, I would say that like gives a bit more justification for
So
sure.
whittle my bones into toothpicks and use every part of me. Come
Oh no.
At the end of the day, for me, what would make me uncomfortable is this this trade-off between my own mortality and sacrificing sort of sanity. I think I would deal with the qualm of just consuming another person for my own survival for the rest of my life. Regardless of how comfortable you are with it, it's an uncomfortable feeling, right? There's manifestations and consequences
Yeah, but
of doing
part of the
that,
human
no doubt.
condition. Yeah, but Logic, part of the human condition is being able to rationalize things like that and not have a problem with it.
Well, that one in particular, I don't know. That one in particular is a hard one to rationalize.
I think you could get some PTSD from that.
You could, yeah.
I mean, yeah.
Yeah, so my point is just like, regardless of like, it is probably right to hesitate before doing it in the sense that like, this is going to have consequences to me, I'm going to have, some PTSD or I'm probably never going to forget this, and I'm not going to be the same person after I do this. And that's a reasonable enough reason not to do it.
Worse stuff to people. Just normally.
Yeah.
As far as unaliving them and stuff.
I think that brings up a really good point of like the trolley problem, right? It is just pushing a button, but butchering someone and cooking them and then feeding it to your children is like not just pushing a button.
Yeah, but is it that wrong?
Right.
Especially if they give their consent to it.
Now, the question also arises: does that give us a right as a culture to condemn someone who's in a crazy survival setting and after 200 days succumbs to this difficult moral decision? Like, no, we need to be more parsimonious than that. We need to allow these right, and for us to judge them in a certain sense, this is kind of like, well, only kind of God knows, or like, I don't know how to judge that situation. It's so difficult, right? I would never want to be in those circumstances. There are a lot of other comparable circumstances that are like, that's kind of, again, why I use this term God, because it really applies in the ineffable case where it's like, really, I think these questions are better answered to someone who's like omniscient or something, because there isn't really a clear answer for us humans. Well, if someone were to have an answer, we would have to refer to someone who was like, who knew the answers of the universe. These seemed like too deep questions for us mere mortal humans. So you could be skeptical of the answers. You could say there's no answers, but I would refer to, no, I think there is probably a higher authority on the question of it. But because of sort of the overall purpose. Again,
why does the universe owe you a purpose?
Yeah.
Well, it might not be even it might be to my demise. The greater purpose might.
Why does the universe owe you a purpose?
Yeah. But then I could just counter that with, why did we develop a moral code in the first place? There's not another animal we can look at that has this or has the need for it.
All animals have a moral.
Deal with
all animals have some form of moral code. It may not be analogous. It may not be one that's perfectly similar to ours, but they act in ways that the way that animals have their moral code is the same way that we do, and that's through evolution and nature and nurture.
But the thing I notice about your question about purpose is not that the universe owes me it. It's that my sanity hinges on it.
There is no purpose.
That sounds like a you problem, though.
Yeah. Hang on, Logic.
It's not. It's a nature. It's my nature, right? It's my nature that if I'm to completely...
So, Logic, there is no purpose.
Right? If I'm to...
Like, there's no purpose imbued upon you for existing. the reason we exist is kind of just like because of evolution, right? Like, so we reproduce, and our offspring reproduce, and our offspring reproduce. That's
Kind of
why we
something that
exist, but it's not like our purpose for existing, right? Like, I wouldn't say you need to reproduce as your purpose, right? And since
I
that's the only
suppose phantom as a we could we could allow deism or something and say, well, maybe the universe has has a purpose, but anything beyond that is just narcissism.
I just don't even care if the universe
I
has a
would
purpose,
say
right? I'm more concerned about what my own purpose is, like meaning
I would say purpose
exactly
evolves over time. So do morals. I would say that the morals we have today are a net positive, and the morals we had 1,000, 2,000, 3,000 years ago. I'd say it's an ever adapting, ever changing, ever, continuous process.
Like, do you think it's alive? They're
we are
alive in that
alive,
way, Tiny?
and we
they're
are the
constantly
universe.
changing
I would think
logic.
No, like
I would think that
morals.
it's an
100%.
addition to
Morals.
the
Morals
nurture.
are evolved. Oh, sorry, go ahead.
It's an addition to the nurture. It's the learning frameworks that we have that led us to the present moment. If we didn't have the past, all these mistakes to learn from, we wouldn't be at this present moment.
And our
It's like a
morality is
progressive
going to
system.
change, and our morality is going to change dramatically over the next, period of time as technology continues exponentially.
Yeah, it's changing now.
But so in that way, do you think like ideologies are like living, like moral
I think
ideologies are
that's
like
kind of
living,
weird.
like meme? Well, you're using words like evolution and
Right. Okay.
Well, in the
adaptation to.
sense of humanity existing and being alive, yes.
So-
But morals themselves as being like a thing that's outside of humanity and human experience, then no.
Those are
So
ideas.
okay, yeah.
And
So
stuff,
evolution
concepts.
evolution is not necessarily a word that's just used for biology. It can also use for things like how society evolves or whatever.
and I want to add in there
Okay,
that like
okay.
morality is beneficial to our survival. I think a lot of morality is being like
Good morality.
just what things. Sorry, say again.
That's a good morality, probably beneficial.
Good morality, right? Well, yeah. If you have bad morality systems, you're not going to survive. Like that's the whole point of how we might define it as being a good or a bad morality system. Is does this lead you
Yeah.
to survive in your environment, your society?
Yeah, that's a good way to put it.
I wanted to quickly say also like my what some may see it as drastic or extreme viewpoint when it comes to things like, I don't know if we could say the word, but schmuicide, if you catch my drift, that I see that as another form of committing schmurder. That is you schmurdering yourself, and that is going against the law of thou shall not, I don't know how you say the word on here, just KILL.
Unalive.
Yeah, unalive, yes, thou shalt not unalive people. That you doing that to yourself is committing the act on a human, and it's just you. So in that same way, I still say I find it to be morally wrong to go along with someone telling you it's okay to take of my body and eat me.
Well, you
You're
already
missing.
be
You missed the
alive.
scenario. That wasn't the scenario we were talking about. What we're saying is that before someone unalives, they say, you know what? If I just happen to unalive in this situation, I want you to survive, so I'm giving you permission to eat me.
So yeah, I heard that, but yes, I heard that, and it goes along with the schmuicide.
It doesn't, because they are going to unalive
There's no self
naturally.
unaliving involved. Yeah.
Wait, let me explain what I mean by that. It goes along with it because the same way that I view thou shalt not unalive, saying this to yourself that you agree to it,
They're
that
not
is
unaliving themselves.
murder. Now, how it correlates is the same way that I don't think it's okay to eat someone without their permission. Them giving their permission is still me doing the same thing, doing
No,
something
it's
immoral.
not. It's not. because they don't want it.
Try not to interrupt while Wasp is talking. Thanks.
I can't remember all the flawed things she says, though. I can run it down.
But that's just what I mean. That's how I was just trying to describe how I correlate the two. Though they give consent, though you say I'll do this to myself, it doesn't change the moral compass of it all.
Yes, it does.
To me, it dramatically changes it. I would feel much less traumatized, for instance, if someone gave me permission, and so they alleviated what what might be like a guilty feeling, for instance, about making that decision. If they're like, you know what, if I'm, I think I want you to do this. This is okay with me. That completely changes the internal dialogue about and feelings about taking that action. And we could extend that to 1,000 scenarios, and I think you'd agree with most. So I'm not sure why you disagree with this one.
Well, I get why it would change the way you feel about it, because you would be okay with it. Just having that added consent, that probably does make you feel better. But though someone may say basically they're consenting to perishing with the unaliving of themselves, they've consented to this, and it basically should seem like it's that's consent in a way, but it's still immoral. It's still,
You keep bringing this unaliving of themselves into it, and that's not what's happening.
But this is what I'm saying. I'm trying to help you see why it's a portion of the same thing to me. Because one, it seems as if the person is consenting to untimely unaliving, and that should change things, and people shouldn't see it differently as murder.
The person's not consenting to self-unaliving in any way.
That's not consent to schmurder yourself?
There's no schmurder involved here.
Okay.
Wait, say that again. What are you trying to say?
Self-unaliving involved in this scenario.
I get that. I may not be describing my perception correctly. I know they are not the same, but I'm trying to tell you why these morals actually diverge or converge to me, why they combine. Though you may see it as a perspective of consent, I don't see it as a delineation between what makes something evil and what makes something acceptable. They still are on the same plane to me.
I think consent has anything to do with evil. Not that I believe in evil, but
it's still that's exactly why I connected to self-unaliving. Though they did it to themselves, it didn't remove the moral issue, because it's still strong.
It's going to happen anyway.
Okay.
And they understand it.
What? Okay, Wasp. What would you Okay. How do you know is something wrong or right?
God. That's where I get it from.
Wow.
And what is written on our hearts is what God wrote on our hearts. I would never hurt anyone just because it's just I have the power to, or to save myself. To just save myself just because, and they're innocent, But it once it comes from a place of justice, kind of shifts the focus, and it's not just about the morals. It has changed the perception of it. It's immoral to try to hurt someone, but it's moral to defend yourself from someone who's being immoral to you. I get that.
Okay.
You cannot hurt an unalive person.
Wait. So you would say the morals you gained is from your empathy that you think is a gift from God?
Ask that question one more time. I'm trying to catch.
Are you saying that empathy is the moral framework you're working off of, in which you consider that from a gift from God?
Yes. So like the moral principles presented in the Word of God and through communication with the Lord, it has developed my moral stance.
So like communication, I presume you mean like praying?
Communication, yeah. Yeah.
And also the Bible, or?
Yes, the Bible, the Word, yep.
Okay. So if you're holding to communication with the divine in such a way that you gain your morals from, how do you know that's objectively right or wrong? Because all we know, that could just be your emotions.
Well, that's the thing is, so there. This is where, when you are delineating, like, let me just describe it like this: Christianity, the Holy Spirit. That's what I mean by communication. And I'm just going to try to quickly sum that up. You communicate to God. You're not just voice to voice, mouth to mouth speaking. It's a supernatural thing that's kind of hard to describe in the first place. When 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 that is happening, there is a knowledge and there is a knowing, and it automatically aligns, and it automatically is the truth. It is the way we've been being, regardless of whether we had the knowledge or not. You get hit. Sometimes there's neurological problems where you don't say, ouch, that hurts. I get that. But when it's not an abnormal factor introduced, it hurts to be hit. And it's simply put, that's how we go back to the absolutes. We go back to the concept of not being able to describe the basic functions and why that's happening, but yet we subtract God in that situation. We go back to, it's simply the basic principles that cannot be undone. And that's what God does. In scripture, he just redescribes what is already there, because his word has gone forth and made reality real.
If it's already there, why do we need God to describe it?
He is the creator of what's already there. He is the bottom line.
But
Some interesting tension. Go ahead, Dark. Go ahead.
I just don't believe that, and I don't see any information that's needed in order to, like, invoke God in any kind of situation if we have explanations without it.
Well,
Like one interest. I'm sorry, Jess. I'm just gonna say one quick thing. The interesting tension I see. I'm thinking about historically, like the Inquisition. Thinking about these priests, holy priests, torturing people to try to get the truth out of them, right? And this interesting tension between, well, when you torture someone enough, eventually they don't even know what the truth. They could be telling you the truth, right? And you're so misled by getting to the bottom of some misleading questions that you're literally just dismembering a person in front of you. You're not even actually solving anything or getting to the bottom of anything. And that's what we saw through the Inquisition. And similarly, sorry about the external sound here.
yeah.
Similarly with like the hero narrative of Christ, someone sacrificing so much to stand for their morals, I suppose, is the issue we're dealing with here, right? Like even in the cannibalism situation, we drive the situation to such an unreasonable point that any reasonable human being would say, okay, fine, go ahead and take a bite type thing. And that's the hypothetical we're leaping into here. Similar to the Christ narrative, right? He believes that he's right in such a way that we could torture him until his last days and he's still going to die on that hill, quote unquote. That's the saying. And so these thresholds of humanity, going beyond our own survival and our own martyrdom to where we actually stand in our hearts, is part of the human condition and nature that I find interesting.
And then to go to church and say, I eat this flesh every Sunday.
Exactly. You're getting it. You're getting it.
It's all linked. It's all
I get
linked.
that
Yeah.
perspective, but they didn't eat. They didn't eat Jesus. I promise you.
It says, this is my body, this is my blood. Eat of it, drink of it. Every Sunday.
Literally every Sunday.
It is interesting how the concepts are linked like that. They are linked, right? Because it is this question of mortality, morality, and consumption, and what you're willing to do, what you're willing to sacrifice for your own survival. It is playing off of those very questions, I believe.
The question isn't are these things a part of reality? The question is, do you go through Jesus or do you go through another way to justify it? I think that's our perspective. And if Jesus is God, again, like the question is why I don't see why I need to come to a God to feel or have these opinions. And so at the end of the day, whether you believe that the sheep on the hill is ontologically real or it's just a cardboard cutout, speaking of the Gettier cases, like there is a truth that is outside of your own mind. So you can just apply that to God. There's either an actual God or there isn't. And one of us will be right, and we will both find out on the other side of our life. Right.
I'm having what you're saying is making me have some crazy thoughts here. As Christ was dying on the cross, he questioned his own faith. He asked God, "Why would you put me through this?" Right? He questioned his own belief.
It like that.
Ironically, but hold up. That's the irony here, is because he in his dying moments, he was still talking to God. So was he really questioning his own belief, right? After all these moments of torture and during his crucifixion, like any sane person would eventually, right, apparently just click out of it and be like, okay, I'm going to stop believing this so I stop the pain. But even in his dying moments, as he's questioning, it shows, are you truly questioning? No, you're having a dialect with God. So you can question all you want, sir. You're still talking to the man. You're still talking to God. You're questioning your own faith. And to what? To the ether? No, to God. So even in those dying moments, it proves this element of faith that's part
He
of
said,
the
wait
human
for a
condition, I
second,
think.
and it was about his self-righteous suicide. Sorry.
Well, this is thing is there is.
I don't think you trust in my self-righteous suicide. Oh, sorry, you can't say that.
I think it's okay if it's sung. I don't know.
Yeah, if you sing it and then you say pew pew after, you're good, bro. The conversations on here get so ridiculous using the TikTok lingo. It's so stupid. Oh, pew pew, the unalive, the lippity dippity derp.
They just went to a random
Oh my
page in the
god.
Bible and sing it. Just how they do.
But I was gonna say there are people, which is incorrect, who see this as that moment at the Last Supper as if there was actual cannibalism, but that's when you have to get into the actual studying of the word. That there was no one eating his flesh. There was no one drinking his actual blood. And there are things that I can describe to you, the way in which it correlates throughout scripture, what that means and how it's restated and spoken of again and again and prophesied throughout scripture of what it truly means. I just have to say this and be clear. This is not something you understand in a simple conversation. This is something you seek, you search out. There is a simplistic and beautiful reason why blood and flesh is even mentioned, because this is symbolic of a lamb. This is symbolic of how you sacrifice actual animals, and this was to get people free from sins. So let's not just continue to take this literally when this was all about symbology. It's being symbolic in the first place.
A lot of them believe in transubstantiation.
I mean, either way.
Those are
Either way.
Catholics.
I couldn't understand what you said, Sean. And what'd you say, Justin?
He's talking about transubstantiation, which is fine. I mean, it's not a point. I don't think it is a point of debate for this topic. But the point, though, is again coming back to why do I even need to recognize a God in these estimations? At the end of the day, what I believe is that my own bias, my own bentness to pursue something that is actually not good for me. I've seen that in my own life. I've seen it consistently. That unharmed, unencumbered, I'm going to pursue things that are not good for me. I cannot help but to do that. And so to only leave myself to myself for my own rationalization and own justification of my decisions is a self-fulfilling prophecy of delusion. So Thank God that there's Jesus, because if there wasn't a God, then I would utterly have no hope. Yeah.
And what? And doing what?
And I would just be lost.
There are people to help you.
I know those people suck too. I mean,
Not all of them.
they all do. All
No,
of
not
them.
all people suck. I mean,
They all do. And
some
I've seen a
people
lot
try
of
to help you
people.
find your way and do good.
Yeah, and
without a God.
they all turn it to something that is just self-righteous and evil.
Literally, all of them can do that.
There's only self-righteous.
Some
You
people
can
are in the
only
other
choose
direction. Some people are bad. Some
self-righteousness.
people are good. But
Whether you're looking
it's
at
an
another
average.
person or you're looking at yourself, if it's not if the information is only coming from someone that's in time and space on this planet, then it is self-righteousness.
Well, that's where you got your information from. So I'm pretty sure.
No, I wouldn't say that.
Guys,
I have to disagree with that. I think you
guys
can
wrote
do
the Bible.
selfless things.
Yeah.
That,
you can
like,
be
what do you mean?
nice.
Yeah, I'm confused by what you mean. Like, it can I'm only be self-righteous or evil. There's nothing else.
No, you can only take on the righteousness of God, or you can take your own righteousness. But since we are inherently sinful,
What if you do the same thing?
then we're only
without
going
God?
to have a faulted self-righteousness.
What if you do
Hang
the
on,
same thing?
we're not inherently sinful. I disagree with that. I think that we're inherently go towards both good and evil. And you can, if we're going to define, say good and evil, I don't really believe in objective evil, but things that are, selfish or things that are selfless or other ways we want to describe behavior. And you can prioritize or deprioritize ways of being. But like, I don't think we're inherently evil and would do evil if we don't do good by God. I think
it depends on how much you're around other people who agree with the same things, and then sometimes people are like not around them and they do weird things.
I think good and evil are learned behavior. I think that without like having other people around, we wouldn't even have the words good or evil.
Yeah, people would just do stuff.
No, I think we have consciences. Like I don't agree. I think that we all know that what it feels like to feel dirty, to feel filthy, to feel guilty. Like we know what it's like to feel disappointed in ourselves. No, I don't agree with you.
It's because somebody told you it was wrong a long time ago.
Some people take those things you just described, like feeling dirty or filthy, they take those as a positive, right? Like they're
Exactly a perversion.
Yeah, no,
in
you're only proving my point.
BDSM
That's your
community.
statement. Sorry, go
That's
ahead.
not really, but it's taken as a positive. It's therapeutic. They use this to benefit their lives. So I don't understand like why you would say that those descriptors would mean something evil. I don't understand.
Like, take a negative, face it, learn about it, and then work through it.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead, Sean. Sorry, Sean.
Some people will take like a bad thing, face it, learn about it, and it helps them improve in life, and then not be afraid of it.
Sure. I'd say that So at the end of the day, all we're talking about is just a justification. You sitting right with it, right? But that's still only
How it works.
That only gets you like. That's like filling up the gas tank $5. Like you're only getting so far with that. Ultimately, you're still gonna everywhere you go.
If you reject something off the top, you're not getting any gas.
What?
You reject something off the top and say that's bad. I'm not going to get into that. Think about it. You're not getting any gas. If you look into something, then think about it. You're at least getting some more information about it.
Yeah, and I've just seen that there's no out. There's no out for this. At the end of the day, when we have such a tight grip on something that we think is going to make us happy, until that thing is satisfied, we won't let that go. It has to be expressed. And so even if you shift that energy to something else, you're only shifting it to something that's earthly, which is still not going to ultimately do the thing that it's meant to do. Let me finish. Sean. We have a bad habit of interrupting each other, and I don't like when I do it to you.
I'm sorry. I'll write it down.
So, because I admit I did that to you earlier too. So, but my point is that if you're, if you're going, I lost my train of thought. But so basically, my point is that you're only going to, you're always going to be there where you are, and if the thing that you think is going to be satisfy that need that you have, ultimately you're going to have to if we track this down and are going to be honest on this panel, there's going to be an emotional part of what we think we need, and if that emotional part is not fulfilled, we're just going to shift it, or we're just going to deal with it something other than the thing we think, or we'll just be depressed. But either way, there's no real out from having needs and having emotional needs. And if we think a thing is going to fulfill that emotional need, that's not going away. It's not going away. That's the one thing I know about myself, is if there's a thing I believe that is that is in pursuit of my own happiness or my own need, I'm going to be convinced of that until it proves otherwise. And then 100 times out of 10 times out of 10, 100 times out of 100, anytime it has not been Jesus, the thing that I think I need has never actually satisfied fully and deeply the thing that I thought it was going to do. And that's what I know. That ultimately, anytime I'm really shaken from my faith, that is a singular truth that brings me back to Jesus and has me hold on to him.
Okay, well, religion and Jesus and stuff, that's held me back from doing a lot of things in my life. To not try and not even risk anything, and it's led to just me not doing a bunch. I feel like I've been held back by that.
Well, do you think that's God holding you back, or you holding you back because of your?
I think that's a bunch of people telling me you'll burn forever if you do some of these things, if you think some of these things, and like it just seems unreasonable.
Well, what do you know personally about the things that?
I know personally that all earthly things are real.
Wait. Let me finish the question before you answer it. What do you personally know about what the Bible says about hell?
I know the Bible literally is a bunch of claims that I have not seen all the proof for to believe.
I promise you, I'm certain of this, that you would never be upset about who really goes to hell and why. It's evil people.
So
Evil doing what? Eating shellfish?
No,
Wearing mixed fabrics?
that we can talk about that as well. I personally, as I've read in the scripture, that what the flesh could not do, the spirit did. What the law could not do, the spirit did, and that relates to the clause, which is you don't have to uphold things that physically are supposed to mean righteousness. Instead, you're supposed to uphold spiritual laws and spiritual truth, which is beyond a fabric, which is the heart of a person. So you don't go to hell for fabrics. So reading the scripture in its entirety, you begin to divulge the difference in the mysteries of how we allow people to describe God to us, but we don't learn who God is as he said he is. And then we get scared because of what people have said about God. Then we disagree with God.
How do we know what God means if the Bible has been translated and edited so many times over the years and misrepresented?
Well,
and then we still use it.
Well, there's two different things with translation. One is translation from language to language, and the other is describing and accepting and understanding what it says in your language. That is actually universal, is what the Bible says in your language.
But how do we know it's correct in the first place, or that it's real at all?
Well, that's the walk. As you read scripture, when it tells you not to do a certain thing, before you go out and you just choose to do it and learn that way, what it's like to just believe it is you never have to see what it means to do the opposite of that. Meaning, if it's evil and it reaps bad things, you don't even have to see what that does to not listen to what the Bible says. But if you're hard-headed and you do it anyway, that's when you start to actually discover that what the Bible said was true. It's just error, or it's living in error and learning from error, or living in faith and just pursuing God only. That's how you find out whether something is true, is do you live like it?
Okay, well, through living and observing,
Hmm.
I don't believe that God exists, really.
Okay. Well, I would love to talk to you more about that. I like having these conversations and talking about the gospel and all those things. Um, I just respectfully, out of my own living, and my own experiences with supernatural things, and literally hearing demons speak on recordings, that playing it to my atheist friends, they hear a demon speaking because it was in my own house. There's nothing science could have done to keep me safe from those demons, to keep me safe
Can you
from
play
those
that for us? I
experiences.
mean, that would be
Oh,
great.
heck no, I can't. That was on a BlackBerry recording, and all you've got is my anecdote. I'm sorry about that. I wish I could. All you've got is my
Okay.
conversation. I really wish that BlackBerry didn't break. But that was back in 2000 and I think 14, and those experiences that I've had personally, there's nothing science could have said about that.
What
And
did they say?
huh?
What did they say?
It spoke in another language and growled and hissed. And then it just kept saying no in response to my mom. But she didn't hear it at the time. And so it was just speaking in a language that did not exist, and it had just a bunch of hisses. So I can't tell you what it said. And those are things, everyone isn't going to have that experience, and God allows it that way. But with our testimony and explaining, there are things science cannot save you from, and if you have an experience with God, it becomes a little bit easier for you to believe. But
Yeah, I would think
don't
so. Yeah.
covet other people's experiences. I got a lot to say to that. What were you saying,
How do you know
Sean?
you're not just hallucinating?
Because I wasn't the only one who heard it. I took that phone to school, played it. Everyone who heard it, they said, "What language is that?" It's growling, and everyone, all their hair on their arms stood up because just the way that it spoke, it was disgusting.
And
You
what
could
did you?
tell it wasn't human.
What were you
Can I ask a
recording
question?
exactly?
How would we
Sure.
determine the difference between like medical science healing someone and God healing someone?
Wait, I couldn't hear you over, I think, a train.
It's loud here. I'll be back.
Okay.
I think he says, what's the difference between like medical science
Hmm.
being seen, like could it be seen as God, just like misunderstood as God?
Let me try to reword it. I'm in a quieter place now. So what's the difference between what's the comparative data between people healed by medical science and people healed by miracles? Let me
I
repair
have,
those numbers. Compare those numbers.
well, I don't know of any studies where they have studied those differences, but I have seen like the documentaries and the reports, like personally from family members, like my aunt being diagnosed with cancer. We prayed for her, and when she came back, the tumors were absolutely shrunken, and that was shown. That was the evidence right there. But I to go back to the exact answer to the question, I personally haven't seen the statistics or the difference being made, and it like being put as just one data point in front of me.
Okay, I'd say that experience could be an experience. Could it not just be like health happen?
No, because this is the thing. Stage 4 cancer suddenly being healed, that is a medical miracle, medical mystery to scientists, because that doesn't just happen.
Well, it did.
But
It
Apparently,
can and
it doesn't.
does just happen sometimes.
But it doesn't just happen. And if
it does.
It
Why are you attributing it to God when it could have just happened naturalistically? Like we would have to compare all of the data there. Like if there was changes in her physiology, changes in her diet, like there could be a naturalistic explanation for that. I don't see the reason why, other than bias, that you're attributing it to a miracle.
I mean,
it isn't.
I was gonna ask, do you have any examples of stage 4 cancer just disintegrating, naturally? We have
It
the
happens sometimes.
yeah
Stage 4 cancer.
Chemotherapy, yes.
through chemotherapy, not
That's
just
chemotherapy.
okay. Never mind.
Right. Like I need to see more factors here. Like what is the evidence that was she on chemo? Was she getting treated in any way whatsoever? Did she have any medication? What was the time frame for this? Like how long did it happen?
This is before chemotherapy, and that's why it's a medical mystery. This is without chemotherapy. Does that just happen without chemotherapy?
Could have been a misdiagnosis.
Yeah, I mean, if you're saying it's
Not at all.
before
don't know.
chemotherapy, that indicates that they had very little understanding of cancer. So I would take what you're saying with a grain of salt in terms of
That
like
means-
its accuracy.
Okay, so you're depositing ideas of it being inaccurate with no evidence, which sounds pretty unscientific to me.
Actually, there is evidence
Anywho.
because you said that they didn't have chemotherapy, which dates the period of time to which you're describing, and that's going to provide evidence on what was known about cancer at that period of time.
No, she
So
said they
I'm going to have to
This is the
disagree with you.
probability of a misdiagnosis.
But okay, you saying that the validity of something that you don't know about. There's one thing to ask a question. It's another thing for you to say it sounds like there was a misdiagnosis. That's not a question, because actually what I said was, is it shrunk and then the cancer was removed. There's no way to measure the size of cancer, see it shrinks, and that's a misdiagnosis, and then pull out the cancer.
This is before chemotherapy. What kind of tools did they use? When was chemotherapy invented?
She didn't say it was before the time. She said the person didn't get chemotherapy.
It was before chemotherapy.
No,
They didn't get chemotherapy.
no, that they didn't get it.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. I just wanted to clarify.
Is that correct, Wasp? Are you just saying that she didn't get it, or that chemotherapy didn't exist at the time?
She didn't get it, because that's what everyone was just saying, is that if this is chemotherapy, this is why I responded. This is before she ever received any chemotherapy.
She did receive chemotherapy?
Yes, she received it so it could shrink even more, but it shrunk a sizable amount before.
Interesting. So I think we can.
Wait, allow me to finish.
I think.
Wait.
It's because like it's not. It says here about 12 to 24 cases.
So what we're saying is that
happen every year.
What we're saying is that the exact evidence for it going away on its own naturally is the exact evidence of it being a miracle. We're on equitable grounds here. So what's going to raise the probability of the other being more likely?
Is it possible I answer your question before you ask me another question while I'm answering your question? Is it possible? Please allow me to finish. This is the last thing. For it to be considered a medical miracle, like I called it, the doctor had to say these words, and he did, because the amount it shrunk does not just happen. Please continue.
It's very rare, but it does happen.
He was never a real doctor if he said it was a medical miracle.
Yeah, doctors say stuff like that sometimes.
No true Scotsman.
Okay. When miracles happen, thank you for letting me know you just choose to not believe them, and it's not about evidence.
True chemotherapy.
It's not about evidence.
It's because miracles have explanations.
I don't think just to steel man the opposition. I don't think any doctor would say it's completely impossible. They would say it's highly unlikely, highly improbable, things like this, but still leave percentages for spontaneous remission.
It's known to happen.
And not just spontaneous remission, but also, misdiagnosis, not having all the information, not understanding the state of the body. Every person is different. Their immune systems are different. Like, it could be that the immune system somehow is triggered by something. It could be it could be 1,000 different things. To say that it's a miracle is the last thing that one should resort to.
So it's safe to say that if a miracle does actually happen, it safe to say that y'all would just say that, oh, there could potentially be a scientific explanation.
If that's
But
the truth,
with
yeah.
anything
Honest
but a
answer
Why
is that
wouldn't we
it's
say that, J. Rob?
underdetermined.
anything but a miracle took place.
Not
Yeah, 'cause
anything but
miracles are
why
magic.
wouldn't we be skeptical of it?
I didn't say don't be skeptical, but
Yeah, you said that we would not
no,
accept it no matter what.
yeah, you wouldn't accept it, right? That's not.
Why
You could be
why why
If
are
it was
you
something
saying
that
that?
was
Do you have evidence of
extraordinary,
that?
supernatural,
you
it
can
would be a miracle.
you can be
J.
skeptical of
Rob, are you
something.
projecting? I don't understand what you're doing
You
right
can
now.
be skeptical of something and still accept it.
In
People
this
do it all
case,
the
it's
Yeah.
time.
not
So are you projecting that
supernatural.
we would never accept it?
Oh,
Yeah, that's what
I'd
did.
like
You
for you
said
guys
he
to
wasn't
do.
even a doctor.
I would appreciate you guys describing how you're not being incredulous right now, and really give an honest answer.
they're not a real doctor if they think it's a miracle. My goodness.
I'd like to understand how you guys aren't being
J. Rob,
incredulous.
that was a fucking joke, man.
Yeah.
What's your problem?
Possibly,
J-Rod,
possibly the best example. Possibly the best example would be something like placebo effect, because statistical significance is what we use to measure, the I don't know, effects of a drug, and even placebo is within statistical significance of being somewhat effective.
Yeah.
So I would say that's probably the best example of one that's kind of
Right.
eerie.
That was what was interesting. And I had a really amazing conversation with Sacred. What's his name? Sacred. Before it got contentious, it was such a good conversation on Logic's live the other day, where he explained, he broke down what the placebo effect actually is in medical terms, and that it's not that it's a placebo effect as in people just make it up that they're getting better, but it's actually scientifically evident that by their own belief or whatever, they actually do get better. And
there's a definitive mind-body connection. I'm not sure anyone would doubt that.
Right. So that is like an enacting of faith, like when the woman touches Jesus' hem of his shawl.
That's a jump, dude.
The power
That's a jump,
comes
dude.
out.
Nobody's saying there's no utility in belief. Nobody's saying there's no utility in belief. What we're saying is there's no utility in God.
How is that scientific, though?
Right? Exactly. Okay, so yeah, I mean, to my point, I just would you like you guys to maybe check your own incredulity in this moment, if there is any. You don't have to say it, but just if there is some, I'd appreciate a humility check here, and just checking your own incredulity fallacy here, and you don't
Ditto,
have to, we don't have to call anybody out. If people don't like to be called out, I won't call you out.
Brother.
But just yeah.
Okay, so this would be a good time for me to say no pressure. Just Jim was just in the guest box.
I can drop. I've been on long. And Wasp is cooking.
I've been on for a while.
No, Wasp, you're cooking. I think you're putting these boys in line.
He's actually not.
They're way more well behaved than they ever are with Kunta or J Rob or myself. So I think you should stay on, Wasp, if you have the time. Okay.
If anyone else too,
I'll be in the comments,
Chris
guys.
would like to go up
If Chris is coming up, I don't know. I might need to yell at her.
Please.
Yes. They chickened out.
Yeah, if Just Jim or Chris, if you guys want to come, here we go. We got Chris. Sorry, Just Jim, if you want to come up too. I saw you in the guest box, bro. Sorry I missed you there.
Logic. Dang, Darth, what did you do?
About what?
I'm with my mom, and I'm sitting here listening to this, trying to explain to my mother what y'all are doing, and I'm like, stop, Darth's making everybody mad. What are you doing, Mom?
What is your mom saying?
Mom, do you think these people on TikTok are crazy? She says she doesn't know. She just doesn't know.
Does your mom
take the exit?
We don't know either.
Does your mom believe in God?
She fit right in.
Can she give a syllogism for the existence of God?
No. Leave my mom alone, Dorth. Don't make me come for you again. I'll dog walk you today. Don't play. Mom, you've been a Christian your whole life, haven't you? Yes. Pentecostal? Yeah. Okay.
Ask her for a syllogism
Sit
for
down,
God.
Logic. Leave my mom alone. Y'all leave my mom. Mom, why do you believe in God?
Because I've seen miracles in my life, in the life. In 5.5 miles,
Did you hear?
exit 7 onto County Line.
Yeah, she's seen miracles in her life.
That's what she said.
Explainable?
Does she have one she wants to share? If not, we're not going to judge her. I'm genuinely just interested. Also, no pressure. This is sick. I'm talking to Chris's mom.
Not. I know I'm not a mod in here for Logic hates us all. He didn't have any mods.
No mods. I like being in control of my own shit. Like I said, the only real way you're gonna get kicked is if you can't moderate yourself. I let everyone kind of moderate themselves. Once the over talking and stuff and the personal attacks start, you're out. So far, it's been like a 3-hour, 4-hour discussion, and it's been 8 people on the panel, and everyone's moderated themselves just fine. It's been actually really good
Darth can't
conversation.
moderate himself, Logic.
Yeah, except for Darth.
Only when you're around, Chris.
Yeah.
Let us live that day down. Were you in there when Darth and I were yelling at each other that night?
Oh, I might have caught some of it. What was it about? Do you guys disagree on politics?
Chris is a.
Oh, how rare! Oh God.
Chris is a sinner when it comes to politics.
And you're delusional. So what? Pick a struggle, Darth.
Yeah, you still can come here and love each other. Look at that.
And kumbaya, Darth.
Chris loves Trump.
I do not. You love Kamala, you coconut. So back to God.
Hello?
Yeah, I want to talk about Bitcoin, but no one ever wants to talk about Bitcoin.
About the new Trump Bitcoin, the new Trump coin.
Yeah, and the Trump coin. Yeah, no.
Have you heard of it, Logic?
Oh yeah, I've heard of it. Everyone has some kind of tokenized system now, but I am just interested in technical analysis in general, not necessarily like a certain. I'm not married to a certain cryptocurrency.
But it's funny though, because like, did you see who his business partners are? Like these super scammy dudes.
Oh no, I haven't really followed it.
What? Dude, you're in a wind tunnel. What do you want to know about Bitcoin?
Is it?
Sorry, do I sound a little better now? I'm about to sit and it won't have any wind, but I'm moving at the moment a little bit. I'm down to talk about anything. I got so many people on the panel. I don't want to, hog the discussion, but only to the level you're curious about it. I mean, do you have any curiosity?
Well, I feel like while we have
thoughts
Wasp
on
up
it?
here, we should stick to stuff that she's interested in. Well, unless you're interested in Bitcoin, Wasp.
Sure.
Nope, not at all.
That's what I figured.
Not at all.
That's fair. Not many people
I'm
are.
sorry. I heard someone really wanted to talk about it.
Don't be.
It's just the truth.
Hey, what's up, Logic?
Yo, Smitty, I don't know. I don't remember if
I'm
we've
doing
engaged
good.
before.
I was
but how
just
you
wondering,
doing?
what type of strategies are you employing when you're investing in different types of wealth?
Wow, sick. The main thing is like I'm interested in risk management right now. So the main thing is like not really having a forecasting or probabilistic. I mean, I like probabilities, right, and odds, but for the most part, it's about ignoring forecasting or predictions and just
Okay.
managing risk. So yeah, so like no matter what direction, being sort of risk neutral until a movement in price volatility actually happens, and then capitalizing on that. So having either equal as many shares as I do short than I do long, or maybe like a 60-30
Okay.
spread on that, and then and then exiting the trades based on how the market moves rather than like trying to predict, oh, price go up, I make
Yeah.
money, price go down, I lose money.
Okay.
Predictions with information behind it.
What's that, Sean?
I said it's like
What? Yeah, what'd you
predictions
say,
but
Sean?
with information behind it to back it.
Well, anyone who's going to tell you any predictive model, I think, is basically lying to you. If they think they can predict the price, where it's going to go, especially short term, they're lying to you, you know? And so I think that rather than trying to predict anything, all these indicators and everything can really lose us in, any agenda or any bias we have. And so some simple moving averages and just remaining risk neutral until a movement happens is at least what I'm experimenting with. Just because I'm fascinated with risk management, I come at this from an angle of like skateboarding and BMX and like physical risk management, like like parkour and taking high risk for high payoffs once you have the incremental build up to that point where you can take the option, And so I'm trying to apply that same strategy, basically like incremental risk taking, until I did see on a longer time frame, like a humble time frame, the weekly or monthly time frame, a big indicator that gave me a good risk to reward ratio. Until those kind of moves happen, I remain patient on the market and just kind of let it tell me what to do.
Cool.
But as far as Bitcoin goes, I'm also interested in the tech side of things. Like, I love all. I mean, it's interesting how politics just does get brought into this, right? Because like, I live in Canada and I was raised very liberal, open-minded ideology. But the more I sort of learned about economics and these terms we throw around like capitalism and capitalist, the free market, the more I saw the optionality in those systems versus more of the social systems. So even, learning about finances has basically changed my political
Hey,
view as
so
well.
Logic, when you're doing these trades, do you do like options at all?
Yeah, I've experimented with all of them. I mean, I have a TFSA that, you can look at, it has like little basic options. I've opened up different derivatives contracts. The problem is finding the right exchange and platform that you're comfortable with. So for me, the crypto market has just been my, like, I don't know why, I guess my most comfortable medium for learning. So like all my charting and stuff, I've just been the chart I seem to be watching the most, other than like your typical like Nasdaq and S&P 500 and stuff in my own currencies, is Bitcoin. It seems to be the most fascinating one. I love watching the volatility and seeing how it kind of interrelates
Yeah.
with politics and the culture and stuff. And I love the community as well, like how open-minded everyone. Not everyone. There's Bitcoin heads, but generally, I think the people in Bitcoin are fairly intelligent people. They're a
Yeah.
pleasure to interact with.
So I was wondering, when you set these options, do you do this yourself? And when you do the option, you're obviously you're trying to mitigate risk, right? So you're setting a stop loss on both ends, bearish and bullish, right? Like going both ways, and maybe even
Right,
multiple.
right. So So when you say options, there are
Sorry, I think you're cutting out.
Can you guys hear? Can you? Yeah, I got a
Yeah, we
call
can hear
there.
you.
Sorry. Can you guys hear me now? Okay, yeah, like when you say options, there are exchanges that offer options, derivative contracts on crypto. So it depends on what commodity, like you know that you can go for options in the stock market, but yeah, there are exchanges that allow for options as in the crypto market as well. I typically, all I do is like I'll hold uh, a short position in my against my long position. Basically, I look at that as like insurance. So if I'm bullish on a certain commodity long term, like Bitcoin, then while I open my position, I also open a short position as insurance. And as the market moves, I open and close positions on whatever time preference I'm sort of experimenting with, based on different indicators too. Like I'll experiment with different indicators, which is probably bad, but I'm only a few years into this, so I need to like I'm a little bit undisciplined in that sense. But yeah, I'll just open and close it like literally. If the price goes down today by a significant amount, I'll buy a bunch, and if it goes
Do
up,
you have like a
I'll sell a
particular
little bit.
ratio of like when you do a long entry versus a short? Like, what does that look like in regards to the amount of cash you put in?
Because I'm such a small fish, I those ratios at this point are hard for me to like really digest. But I've been playing around with basically like all of them. Like I'll play, but I mean, like I think the more disciplined you are, the better. So my results have basically shown that like you want to this is the way I look at it. I want to execute a shit ton of trades, and I want over a long time of them to be profitable. I'm not looking for one big, 50% move type thing. So very small, maybe 5% on a 2% gain, or like 10% on a 2% gain. But I would love to learn more about these ratios because I'm not the authority on this, and at this point I'm kind of bogged down in indicators and stuff rather than focusing probably on
So,
more of
so
these like
here's the real question,
these
Logic. Have you
ratios.
made any money?
Yeah, through the biggest gain I had was actually playing, and this is where the tech gets me interested, was actually playing a game.
So that was
Just
fake.
one
That was
second,
fake
I'm
money.
letting Cage up.
Okay.
No. It was all paid. I was testing, and I was basically kind of like a test developer through the Discord. There's only a few hundred people when the game started.
That's crazy.
Hey, Russell, I'm pretty sure, yeah, he uses some chart indicators, but I think he doesn't rely on them.
So yeah, this game had a reward system based into sort of like loosely helping them develop. It was a GPS located game like Pokemon Go, but the reward system cashed out crypto. And every week there would be a different coin that you could like. I mean, it would be Bitcoin and Ethereum, but then there would be like these other small coins that would come in, and like there'd be weekly rewards and stuff. And over probably 6-7 months playing the game, I racked up over 10 grand. And then that really dove me into, because it was just kind of like a passive thing I was doing on top of DoorDash and Uber Eats on my bike. But then that really dove me into like how to manage this money, in the market. I had a credit card that I can, convert any crypto I have into CAD and immediately spend it, or immediately put it. I have to pay taxes the moment I do that, but immediately put it in my bank account. But I knew that the smarter move would be to manage the money appropriately in the market. I was already basically being exposed to these opportunities, so I saw it as a responsibility to kind of educate myself with the money I'd already made passively, and then that kind of is what has dove me into this. So as far as the trading goes, yeah, I mean, I grew that 10 grand over the first couple year period to 40 grand. And that again really solidified my like interest and curiosity in this market. The problem was scaling that, obviously, and my own discipline and emotional stability. At that point, I was basically god moding, and like really, it was a problem. And at that point, I lost money because I was losing the plot and not realizing my own like shortcoming, not realizing the black swan. I started reading things like Nassim Taleb and the Black Swan, So it limited. I spent some money and I lost some money, and that's where I've kind of like tapped out, and now I'm on a new sort of exposure to the market.
That's very, very cool, man. I have another question. Have you seen the recent Federal Reserve interest rate cut and its effect on Bitcoin and cryptos?
I'm in Canada. So what did they do? No, in the States, yeah. This was very recent. I do know
Yeah,
about this, but fill
they
me in.
recently just they went ahead with a first rate cut. So it's the first rate in 4 years, lowering the key interest rate by a half percentage point. And what this should do is create momentum. Like we've already seen, I think Bitcoin go up $4,000 in the last 2 days.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, so interesting. Yeah, I mean, you can correlate it to the Fed's interest rates. It's obviously playing a part there. The time frames are what interest me, right? Like, I don't know, like why, like how long do you think that something like that would affect the price of Bitcoin for? Is it just
Yeah,
indefinite?
honestly, I think these are like more lateral moves, right? So, in a sense, it's not indefinite because they can change it later on, right? It'll go back down. I'm trying to wonder what the real like pressures are that'll really explode these currencies. You know what I mean?
Yeah, when you say real pressures, yeah. Yeah. That's where I'm like, I'm less interested in buying the bottom and selling the top. I'm not trying to pinpoint exact catalysts. I'm more interested on a daily or weekly pattern, making many trades over time and seeing the results. I guess that's what I've learned. Because like at the end of the day, the news doesn't, the TA is the truth. The price is the truth. I could read a piece of news and project or forecast what the price, what was going to happen to the price because of the Fed's interest rate, and it could be wrong. And so, in that sense, I tend not to use news or politics or headlines at all. I tend to just stick to the numbers themselves, and
No, I
maybe
think
that's a bad
great
strategy. I probably have some
and
weak points with that.
that's what a lot of these elite people are doing. They're using algorithms that trade on the when it goes down and when it goes up. Right? They put in options and shorts and puts and calls, whether it's down or up, and they make money.
Yeah, exactly. And over the long term, the problem is, see, and this is why Bitcoin interests me so much, is like the volatility. Like you need something that's stable yet volatile. And that's where I think a lot of like conservatives lose the plot a bit. Like Peter Schiff, I love him. He's exposed me to so much, free market thinking. But at the same time, he's so conservative on Bitcoin, which makes no sense to me because he's not understanding that the volatility within, a time preference of stability is actually really good. It's healthy for the market. It offers opportunity.
Yeah, I hear you. Well, it's definitely something to think about. I appreciate you talking.
Yeah, I mean, practically for everyone who doesn't care about Bitcoin, the main lessons I've learned here is that like being risk adverse is not healthy, and thinking that you're secure in your position is also not healthy. It makes you vulnerable. You have to understand that there is no absolutely secure investment or in life or in finance.
Yeah, I think risk analysis is super important. You need to understand the risks and realize that, what you just said. Anything can fail, but we can try our best to mitigate that.
And ideally, and this is what skateboarding and BMX have taught me, capitalize on the failure, which sounds weird. It sounds counterintuitive, but literally over time, incrementally, if I fail enough, I do get better at failing, which actually adds to my arsenal this whole other ability to do new tricks and new opportunities, exposes me to new opportunities because I'm not so timid to fall.
That's good. I also wanted to say that there's a strategy in stocks with diversification where you just you level out all the stocks, and so at some point the risk becomes almost like 0%, because you have so many. Like, you might lose here and win here.
Yeah. So even just like buying part of the S&P 500 could be considered that, right? What is the S&P 500? Well, it's a diversified stock, right? So you can buy even ETFs, like literally a
ETF.
diversified stock. But now we're just getting into kind of this meta idea of like the stability of the economy in general and how we're valuing things. The really uh, advantageous utility to Bitcoin is the direct 24-hour data and its objective volatility in value, in price. We have to speculate on the real estate market. It's not an immediate contract execution. The liquidity of Bitcoin allows for such broad strokes, right, of freedom and what's the word I'm looking for? Sovereignty in the market. That it's hard to right. It's the pure diversification. It is the mark of what a true diverse portfolio would look like, right? Because it's opening the economy basically up to anyone and everyone through a protocol that's both secure and anonymous.
Yeah, I hear what you're saying. There's actually on that note on ETFs. There's ETFs with crypto. Have you heard about those?
Yes, and I have a few.
Yep.
Yes.
Those are really something good to go into.
The problem is because I'm Canadian, I'm not as financially literate on my ability to open. Like, I know I can open up an American bank account. Something I should get on, honestly. But like, as far as Canadian exposure, I have to limit myself, right? I have to only buy like the Canadian ETFs, basically, if it's going to be through my tax-free savings account. So that's kind of a frustrating thing. Like, there's only so many that are really on the market, and I don't know how good they are. But
someone in the comments says, "Put it all on black," making it seem like it's just gambling.
Yeah, I love this conversation. I kind of talked about it the other day about like what is gambling addiction, because like, is it the outcome that makes a gambler an addict? I mean, if a pro poker player sits at the table all the time but then earns his living that way, well, is he a gambling addict just because he's winning? And as soon as he loses, right, right now, is he a gambling addict now just because he's lost, or does it have nothing to do with the outcome at all? And in that circumstance, interesting. So, like, bringing it back to the skateboard thing, like, I think a lot of people, similar to the poker thing, a lot of people would look at, right, a person going down a rail as high risk, similar to a gambler going all in because they want to win. But there's this element, again, of like anti-fragility and risk management that they're both aware of, that the onlooker is not aware of. They're not appreciating the full incremental, skill that both the skateboarder and the poker pro have utilized in rationalizing going all in, quote unquote. And so it's not hard. It's pretty hard to parse out who exactly is the addict and who isn't in that sense. And gambling, it might appear risky, but a true, a person who's, I believe, honest with themselves understands they're being exposed to risks all the time, not just financial risks, but health risks, social risks, right? Your whole life is risky, and being aware of them is enlightening.
Yeah, I agree. So, person in the comments, I'm sorry, but you should probably start investing more.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, we should all. I don't even like calling myself an investor because, like, an investor has a bunch of money. I don't really have enough to even call myself an investor, right? I'm more of a short-term speculator. I don't even know what to call it. You know what I am? You know what the real word is? I'm a retailer. I'm a retailer. I'm a reseller. Just like I buy and sell stuff on Craigslist. I flip deliveries on these apps. Same with Bitcoin. I flip Bitcoin. It's just another opportunity in the market to flip it on a short-term realization. It is also a long-term hedge against like inflation for me, but I don't really have enough money to call myself a true investor.
Yeah, I hear you. That's cool. Well, hey, it's been good talking with you. I gotta go run some errands, but it's always a pleasure, Logic.
I would love to talk to you again, man. I just gave you a follow. Yeah, hell yeah, bro. This has been an awesome conversation. Thank you so much for humoring me on this topic.
You take care, okay?
Really
You too,
quickly,
G.
I want to say that was awesome to listen to and hear. For me personally, I did my best to kind of follow along, though I don't know anything. I really couldn't understand what you were talking about, but it is a goal of mine to become financially, or I don't know, literate in that way. But right now, I'm more so focusing on building a business. So I really don't have the capacity to learn that at this very moment about investing, all those things. I want to, but it was nice to listen to that. I would love to hear more conversations like that. And
Wow, it's sick that you stuck around for it. Yeah, sick.
definitely.
Hell
And
yeah.
I also want to say I appreciate everyone who was talking to me throughout this whole conversation. And thank you, Logictroll, for providing the platform to let organic conversations develop like that. It was a pleasure to talk to you guys. And I just got to go and start doing some cleaning around the house.
Wasp, it's an honor to have
Thanks,
you.
Wasp.
Blessings. Mad love.
God bless you guys. Have a good
Much
night.
love.
Thank you.
You're welcome anytime. Much love.
So Logic, about that guy.
So Chris, why do you hate him? Why do you hate America?
Both of you, right to the throat. Listen to both of you. Right to the throat. Both of you. Both of you get down.
I want to know why you hate America.
I don't. I'm trying to save it by voting for the person that'll save it.
Dude, we're sorry. The person you're trying to reach has been disconnected from your bullshit.
I just pedaled the delivery across the city during that conversation with 12 2-liter jugs of milk in my backpack for on my bike, and I forgot to complete the delivery, so I sat on it listening to y'all for like half an hour, and now the app's gonna think I'm like freaking manipulating it. But I was like so tired after carrying those, and then I was like,
dude,
hey, I'm just
how did you fit
12
2-liter bottles in your backpack?
Yeah, I know. I'll show you. I know.
That
I'll
doesn't
show you right now.
I mean, do you have like a giant ass backpack?
Use your head.
Yeah. Like I have a military hunting bag. I'll show it to you here.
It's as big as Darth's head. That's how you could fit 12
Whoa,
2-liter bottles
hey
in
now.
Darth's brain.
Where is it?
Dang. Oh yeah, that's crazy.
Nice.
Darth, is it heavy to carry around your big head?
Yeah. So basically,
I do it so you don't
I used
have
to
to,
use
Chris.
these shitty. I used to use these shitty delivery bags, and they blew my back out so bad. But this has a proper rack. But it's literally, this is just the rack, and then I strap my own like vessels onto it to be rain repellent. It has like this part that would come down and support it, so I literally can open it up to like this wide. Like it opens up so big, and that's how I
it
have
keeps
the 12
going
in there. But
back.
it was
That's
like literally
interesting.
100. Yeah, it was like 100 pounds though, bro. And like, yeah, that's what I mean. If I don't have the proper support, I'll blow my back out. Like, it's not right.
This is a rubber rack.
That was inappropriate.
Proper rack,
Chris.
blow my back.
No, it wasn't. If she doesn't have the proper support, she will blow her back out.
What are you, a misogynist?
Or maybe he'll blow her back out. Who knows?
Hey, I'm kind of bummed that guy left because I was going to ask him what I should invest in.
Plastics.
Blowing.
Well, he did say that I should start investing, so I hope he would come back and
The
tell
problem
me.
is you're
Well, I
already
mean, what
so
kind of
rich.
return do you require, Durgan? Like, what do you make on the stuff that you have now?
I don't know. I don't even pay attention.
Oh shit! Who let
It's
Jack
because you're
up here?
freaking Richie Rich over here.
Yeah, see, you.
Fucking,
Okay,
you know,
I gotta say
Durgan's got
this. I
fuck
gotta
you
say
money.
this, man. I gotta say this. I grew up so privileged. I was sent to the most elite, expensive boarding school in Canada for my high school experience, and then university. I was surrounded by the elite, wealthy, and most of them don't give now. Right? I'm 32 now, but I'm gonna say most of them, even the real estate agents, even the people who own businesses, most of them do not give a shit about financial literacy. And I gotta humble myself and say I'm one of the only ones that like don't really have that financial freedom out of all the graduates that I was with. And it's partly, well, it's all my responsibility, etc. I'm a dropout, and I've been just riding my bike and doing my own thing. I'm a dreamer, right? But at the same time, I know that my grinding nature has allowed me to learn a lot more about this kind of thing than the average person. It's because of the gritty fact that I have to make this work. I have a responsibility to my humble bank account to manage it. Whereas once you have enough to be comfortable, it does make you a little more lackadaisical, and you lose vision of the amount you really can lose.
You're going to give me fuck you money. Durgan, I need some fuck you money.
You have fuck you money, Chris. Don't lie.
I've got a question for you.
We got
hold
two
on.
Richie Riches up
Wait,
here.
I want to answer Jack's question. Before I do, I want to say this. When I came to the States in 1988, I remember going to bed hungry because my parents couldn't afford to like get enough food for us to be able to like not be hungry when we'd go
We're
to
getting
bed.
the Durgan origin story. We're getting the Richie Rich origin story.
You grew up like me, Durgan.
So what are you trying to say, Durgan? You deserve it?
I'm saying everything I have, I worked hard for.
Yeah, me too. Me too, dude.
It's all relative.
So, Jack, what's the question?
Do you
all
have
relative.
any investment accounts right
It's
now?
all
Darla?
relative.
Yeah, he has Tiffany lamps.
And Mercedes.
See, the question is, what kind of
and
money makes you
Rolexes.
move? What kind of money makes you uncomfortable? Like, it's
Coins.
funny how my risk exposure makes me more comfortable with risk
Art.
than the most people that have millions of dollars.
I'm broke.
Right?
I'm broke as fuck.
Well, that's because
Okay,
that's because you gave away all your money.
And
You shouldn't have.
and
Anyway, Dargon, do you have any investment accounts right now, man?
I'm muted. If you didn't know. He said yes in the comments.
Oh. Well, I was just going to say, like, if you want something that's, like, stupidly easy money that you don't even ever have to think about, just, like, open up a Roth IRA or several, depending on how much disposable income you have at, like, I don't know, Chase Bank or whatever other institution you use, and then just put it in, like, Vanguard index funds. You can do, like, up to $7,500 a year, and then you just let that sit and just have the money, like, return on itself. I'm up, like, from the start of this year, I'm up, like, 250% from where I was last year.
You want to
What?
loan me some money,
How
Jack?
can you be up 250%? What are you talking about?
I like
no index funds have gone up 250%.
Hang on, I'll look. Well, I've got a bunch.
You
of
might
there's
be
not-
up like
it's not-
20%.
No, it's not just. I have a couple of others that are not just index funds. But hang on, let me pull the exact.
There's also an app where you can trade the same exact things our representatives do with the insider trading key.
First of all, if it's an index fund, there's no way it was not even. I mean, well, it depends how long a period, but.
I was gonna say, unless you got hella early.
I mean, yeah.
I don't understand.
Within the last year,
I'm sorry, I was looking at the day's loss gain, and it was like up 250 today. I'm up 32% total.
Over what period of time?
That's on over a year.
Since
That's
this
so
this
really,
fiscal
really
year,
good.
because of like index funds are based off of like how much you can contribute yearly.
What?
You can only like maximum, like you can max
You mean
out
IRAs,
7,500.
not index
Yeah,
funds.
Roth IRA. Sorry, yeah, Roth IRAs. You can only max out so much per year.
Yep, 401ks are better.
Well, they can be.
No, you can put like 4 or 5 times as much in.
I mean, if you have that much money to throw into it. I also have a 401k with my like work retirement. Also, but the reason I came back up here was to say, hey, Logictroll. For some reason, every time I talk to you, dude, like it reminds me to do the simple things in life that I really care about. So, like, I went hiking today, and I really appreciate you to remind me to do those kinds of things. Because on my hike today, I went out and I found probably what are like 3 of the last ripe pawpaws in the forest, and I get to share those with my wife because she's never gotten to have one before. So, like,
wait, what did you find? What did you find?
The largest fruit native to
What's
North
that?
America. They're like a
Wow.
They kind of have like a tropical flavor. They're like kind of like a custard almost. Some people describe them as
Not
like a
Jack
banana.
Jaw sucking up to Logictroll.
I want to try one of those.
No, like genuinely, like I like appreciate him because like every once like I'll get stuck in ruts and like I'll stop doing the things I care about. And for some reason, every time I talk to Logictroll, he's just like a genuine good dude. And like it's like he'll say something, I'm like, oh fuck.
Hearing.
I'll be like, oh fuck, I should go do something that I care about.
Bromance.
You that means a lot to me, bro.
He said,
man,
kiss your ass. Just tell him Logictroll.
I would hate to see the spectacle of the two of you drunk together.
Oh, Jesus Christ. That would be terrible.
You're so awesome, man. I'm
jump right now.
No shit. I think Logictroll would definitely be like if I'm building a smoke sesh for like from the TikTok group. Logictroll's definitely in it.
Yeah.
No, Logic.
That's true, actually.
Logic they were making.
Because he sounds like his brain is going stoned without the stone.
So they were doing another like tier list, right? And when your name got mentioned, somebody, I won't mention who because it's not really important, they said that they don't think you're a good debater because you over prioritize us understanding each other. And I thought that was so funny.
Who are you talking about?
Said that.
Somebody said that?
To Logic or to...
Oh, about Logic. They said Logic's
about Logic?
Yeah, they said Logic's a bad...
That's fucking crazy.
In other words, he's too fair. In other words,
yeah, no, they said that Logic is not a good debater because all he does is try to promote instead of like arguing, we should just make a better effort to understand each other. And I got so confused.
How fucking dare you?
I don't.
How dare you,
I'm curious who said that because that's the weirdest statement I think I've heard on
take
this app in a hot minute.
I'm not
other
gonna
than
lie.
the consent thing the other day.
I'm not gonna lie. If someone said that about me and they're like, "This is why I'm rating them as a low tier debater," I would immediately that would swell my head up so fucking big. I would become so arrogant.
Like the debate.
I mean, that's a W.
It does.
That's a W, though.
The debate tier list that I looked at, it was just like a popularity contest. It was just like it was popularity based with.
Are
like,
they ever
philosophy.
anything else, Shark?
I couldn't believe where they put you and Bart in middle.
Well, yeah, that's like them putting
Shark. I fucking hate when those people to make tier lists.
Them putting like
so
like I love
stupid
Wit. Don't
and
get me wrong,
obnoxious.
but like Wit only debates one topic, right?
Yeah.
And then John only debates one, maybe 2 topics, right?
Yeah.
So for them to be above me and Bart it's just
That was
laughable.
weird.
It's not.
No,
it's not
well,
even.
the truth is, Shark. The truth is, most of the Phil Bros only debate a very small number of topics.
Well, but the thing is with Bart and Shark, they debate all kinds of stuff: abortion, religion,
we will debate
ethics,
any
morals,
topic.
consent.
Like,
Yeah, I've
it's
never
literally
seen y'all back
anything.
down from anything. That's why that tier list was so weird to me because I think y'all are some of the better debaters. The people that were in some of the higher tiers, they don't ever debate anything except for like they stay on one subject like religion or
Over and
they
over
stay
and
on
over.
philosophy. Oh
You know
yeah,
what
and
they,
it's redundant.
because you know
and
what they're
you can't
doing.
see-
They're making a Phil Bro tier list. They're not making
they're
a
making a
debate tier
popularity
list.
contest tier list.
But it's about Phil broing too, right? Like the people in
yeah.
S tier, like they're just Phil broing. It's not like they have an actual worldview that you're allowed to do an internal critique on. It's not an equal weight view, right? You're not gonna like my new age revelation is realizing that there's a third category for morality. There's moral realism, there's moral anti-realism, and there's moral agnosticism. But most of the moral anti-realists are actually just moral agnostics, right? Or agnostic, like whatever, moral agnostics. Because, and from my perception and like the literature I looked up, to be a moral anti-realist, you're making the claim that morals cannot or do not exist mind independently. If that's true, well then I want to know what P1 is.
I gave you my P1.
What is that?
Quick interjection. Those are pawpaws.
I don't know what that is.
It's the largest fruit native to North America, and they taste amazing.
Yeah, they're really good.
I was
Do you
not
have,
expecting
like,
to find any today.
How big is it?
These are a little smaller. One's about the size of my hand. Like it's like from.
Oh, those are small.
Yeah, like they're a little late in the year. I really wasn't expecting to find any. Those were probably like 3 of the last ones that are ripe in the forest. The squirrels have probably gotten the rest. But like, I'm really excited because my wife has literally never gotten to try one, and I keep talking about wanting to grow pawpaw trees because like part of my childhood was running barefoot through the forest, finding pawpaws and shaking them loose.
Oh, you Virginian or Kentucky? Where are
Did
you
you
from?
did you guys hear about the lady who took abortion pills and died?
What the fuck? What happened to her?
Are you serious?
She took the
she
normal.
took them at home and
Wait. Yes. She took them and then like she had a complication because there was particles that needed to be like removed. And when she went to the hospital, when she went to the hospital wouldn't remove those particles because of the abortion laws in the state. And they're like, we have to let you get to a dire condition.
There was no law that said that they couldn't perform the procedure. That's fake news. That's not real.
Oh, okay. All right. Well, that's what I heard.
That's what the pro. So what happened was, right, is it was just medical malpractice, right? And you could say that maybe they were afraid of it because they didn't understand the law, but this is the problem. This is the problem with allowing individuals who claim that they're an adult to do an action that literally, like it literally says on the abortion pill product, this can put you into a state of sepsis, right? And if you don't
because your body doesn't expel it all.
Yeah, if you don't comprehend this, you can't consent to it. And that's why I drive this home so much, right? She like it sounds horrible, but she consented for that to happen to her, right? And could we say that there was medical malpractice? Sure, but it had nothing to do with the laws.
I mean, maybe, yeah, but like she went to the doctors. They went to try to like they wouldn't, whatever the case may be.
Yeah, they took too long.
They wouldn't do the procedure, and by the time they got to her, she hemorrhaged and like went septic and died.
Right, but do you?
Well,
okay,
you know, that's why
they
shouldn't sell these pills online.
Yeah,
I mean, they shouldn't do that.
At what point do you take a step back and you say, "Oh my God, this is actually the responsibility of the abortion pill company"?
I mean,
the responsibility of the birth control company or the abortion pill company, whichever one you want to call it, because those people, they don't. Nobody reads the fine print. I think we all know that, and it's not stated explicitly
then you can't
on their
consent
website.
to it. If
I agree with that.
Yeah, so like,
I mean, I don't have an argument against you with that because I agree. I think there needs to be better procedures, and they shouldn't be allowed to sell these things online.
But they absolutely should not be sold online. You should have like. I don't know what the website is. I can get it to you, but you literally just fill out a questionnaire. That's all you do. You don't talk to a doctor.
Yeah.
You don't meet with an expert. They don't look at your body. They don't have your medical chart, and they send it to you.
And
That's
everybody's
insane.
different. Even your weight and stuff like that goes into how much medication and stuff like that you need to take. And then to not have a doctor look at you, somebody could go on there and lie and think that that's going to terminate something. And when your body doesn't expel it, I mean, that's just dangerous and that's ignorant. But
Yeah,
I do believe that there should be some type of criminal ramifications for it. But the consent form, the quote unquote consent form, because I do agree with you, you can't consent to it, states that you can't sue them for any thing that happens and that you're to seek medical
That's the whole
attention.
point. That's why I bring up the cigarette companies, right? And like this is what I tried to bring up
Yeah.
to Cease before you went weird, right? If you're not consenting to cancer when you buy cigarettes, why can't you sue them?
Because it says on the label explicitly warning this may cause
Because legally,
in this.
whether people want to admit it or not, legally you're consenting to cancer.
Yeah, you are, because it says on there warning this product may cause cancer or has been known to cause cancer or blah 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 blah, which removes all liability because they told you in plain writing on
Because
the
they
package.
told you about the responsibilities that
Yeah.
you're right. Just like if you
Yes.
go,
Yeah.
just like it's like if you do if you go bungee jumping or what is it where you jump out of a plane? What's that? Skydiving.
Skydiving.
Yeah, right. Are y'all like? Do you think that you're not consenting to the possibility that the parachute malfunctions and you could die?
oh, that's also
Yeah, you sign a
explicit.
form that says that, and they
that's
tell you that.
explicitly said multiple times before
Right,
you do
so-
it. You've
so-
got to sit down for like an hour class before you go your first time.
So when you analyze this, obviously you can you're required to consent to the most likely or dire or realistic outcomes that you're responsible for. Now, if they do something like they don't pack it properly, if they don't do the maintenance and all that, sure, yeah, the family can absolutely sue them, right? But if they follow all of the procedures and just something happens,
It's a
sucks,
one-off
bro.
chance of something
Life
happening,
sucks,
but
bro.
the chance
Like,
that
what?
it does, yeah.
Like something happens, like the lines get tangled or something like that, or like a strong gust of wind knocks you all out of the sky and you plummet, right? Like, yeah, shit sucks. But also,
Right.
like, that's understood to be like a high risk
and I mean,
activity.
but there again, they're taking every single precaution that they can to make sure that doesn't happen. And in the case of negligence on their part, you do have the right to sue them. These birth control or abortion pill companies are not taking those precautions, and therefore they should be liable for this. But unfortunately, they're not going to be.
I've got a question.
That's not true
Wait,
either.
I've got a question.
Can I ask my question?
I have a genuine question I want to ask. So, like, just to run this out, to an extreme. If a person has a negative reaction to a vaccine and it's not implicitly informed that, hey, you could throw a clot and like have a stroke and go brain dead or die, right? Does that mean that we should sue vaccination companies?
Yes.
So anytime that anybody like has an adverse reaction that could be like based off of their own biology or whatever, right?
Wait, that is not. Hang on. That isn't explicitly like expressed to the individual performing this. Yes.
Yes.
Even if it's like,
absolutely.
even if
not
the
explicitly
likelihood of
stated.
it is infinitesimally small, like
Yes,
unrealistically small.
But Jackdaw, you can't consent to something that you don't know or that they're not telling
Listen,
you.
it just sounds like you all want to live in a nanny state, you fucking liberals.
No. Hold on, Jack. So check this out. So as someone who
That motherfucker just called me a goddamn
Jesus
liberal.
Christ. All right, hold on. So Jack, the reason why it's like that is because when you study as a mechanical engineer and you're taught, like, if you're going to follow in this field, you will get sued. The reason why you're going to get sued is because you're going to create something that someone is going to use improperly and they're going to get unalived or hurt or whatever. Ultimately, it's going to be your fault because you did not specify that you can't be using this thing improperly. So that's why we have instructions for a lot of these things.
Yeah, right. That's why.
It's the whole cover your ass thing.
Yeah,
Can I sue Jackdaw for calling us liberals?
In my definition, when I say contract, it's just an establishment of rules. If there's not an establishment of rules, well, then there's no contract.
So, Shark, let me ask you a question.
That's fair.
In the circumstance where, like, let's say buying cigarettes is you consenting to potentially getting cancer, does that mean that if you get cancer from cigarettes, you shouldn't have the option to be treated for cancer?
No. You can get treated because there's not a rights infringement, unless you want to give like
company.
If you want to give cancer. If you want to give cancer cells like rights, then sure, then there's an argument to be had. But I think that it's safe to assume that it's just not intuitive to be giving like cancer cells rights over human rights.
All right, so I'm
And
gonna.
you shouldn't
your
have to
worldview,
pay
Shark.
for your cancer treatment either.
In this view, Shark, like if we just listed the labels and like the potential outcomes and detriments that are just feasible could happen even in like the most fringe case scenarios, like just like every time, like I don't know if you've ever seen it, the list of like adverse side effects that can come from birth control, the page that comes inside a birth control box is like 2 miles long. So if they just put that inside the box for the abortion pill, is that suddenly okay in your worldview? Because they've done their duty to inform who could potentially take
that's
the
just
pill.
it depends. So like from my worldview, the standard should be the individuals that they are giving to this product to have demonstrated clear comprehension of these side effects of the established rules. If there is not, like, and signing a piece of paper is not enough for me.
Okay, so like in that case, like, hang on, wait. In this case, like,
professional.
yeah, like I agree they should talk to a medical professional. I'm not saying that. I'm just kind of running with extremes here because like I'm being a dickhead. But so in these scenarios, like this, like just gives leeway for like people who like buy hot cups of coffee and spill it on themselves. They should be actively suing other people for
Well,
that.
on the cup of coffee, it states that it's hot contents
Now,
and it will burn
now
you.
it does. Well, now
Yes,
now it
after
does.
someone sued them. That's after somebody sued and won
I
a
know,
lawsuit against McDonald's.
But this is a thing that people railed against as being like part of like the detriment and degradation of society. Is like, oh, we're a failing society because people are like, hot coffee is fucking hot.
Well, most of the time, consent is like, when we're talking about consent, this is nothing more than a legal concept. That's all it is.
Yeah, I know.
Right. So I think that it's extremely problematic if consent is just a consistent appeal to legality. That sounds fucking terrifying. And then if we go down this rabbit hole of what consent ought to be, even as a legal basis, yeah, it's going to turn into some kind of like nanny state that necessitates some kind of obligation for the individual that is going through with an action to go through some kind of testing procedure.
So then actually the responsible thing for the government would be to bar any potentially harmful action from being undertaken.
Wait, hang on. Violet said, but Shark, in your own worldview, isn't someone consenting to unalivement mentally ill so they can't consent? I don't know. Are all people who want to unalive themselves mentally ill?
I don't know that I would suggest that. They might be like in a cases like where they're going to perish from another disease.
Yeah, like let's say someone has like stage 4 cancer,
colorectal cancer or something. Like they're not coming back.
Yeah, you're like something that like it's just not curable, whatever. And they're in constant agonizing pain every day. I wouldn't see a problem with that. If they could, again, this is why we have the testing that is prioritizing their mental capacity.
Do you think that someone with PTSD would be considered mentally ill if they wanted to go to Canada and unalive themselves?
I don't. Why Canada?
Because Canada allows you to do that.
That's not the only place. Okay, I understand. PTSD varies. Again, I think like let's just say that somebody in Nebraska wants to fly to Canada. Don't do that. Don't. The puppy he does not need a bath. If somebody wants to fly there, then that's fine. Once they get there, they should have a testing procedure to ensure that this person is like mentally competent enough to understand like what's happening. And what is that testing procedure? I have no fucking idea. I have no idea where this threshold. Most of my arguments' flaws come with some kind of threshold.
Yeah, like money. Like, do we consent to the dollar?
Oh, bro loves talking about money, man. He loves it.
I do. I like learning about it. No one likes thinking about it.
Because for you, it's not just money. It's about like an exchange of what? Take money out of it. It's an exchange of what? No, I don't want to use currency.
Money is a language. It is an exchange.
Oh, you think it's a language? That's what it is for you. It's a language.
Yeah, it's a mode of exchange. Yeah, it's an exchange.
Okay. So wait, you would say that money is a language identical to math?
Everything has a quality of money too. Moneyness, right? Moneyness is in everything. So yeah, kind of like math, but like the value, like certain things have, like everything has a moneyness to them. You know, gold has a certain moneyness. Seashells have a moneyness.
If I thought only in terms of moneyness, I think I would unalive.
But no, I think. But you're just saying value. Hang on, you're just saying everything has inherent value, right?
Right, and then yes, and money is the see. In order to value anything, we have to have some sort of ratio or comparison, and money would be like the denominator, right? In that case, so you're comparing the amount of sheep to what? You could compare it to what, right? And it's the denominator, the general value system, which is quote unquote money, the widely accepted commodity that everyone. Sometimes it's gold throughout history. Sometimes it's literally seashells, salt, spices. It's just whatever the most widely accepted exchangeable commodity is. That becomes the denominator for value.
Wait, Bart said there's only 2 people on the app that can beat him in a debate. I need names. And if I'm not one of them, I'm not ending the day until I do 500 push-ups.
But my question is, do you think that there's a necessity for consent for like
absolutely, because you don't understand the value of like the exchange, and most of the time people are inflating the value of the service that they are offering, and that's going to be unethical just all around.
And this idea that you value everything in US dollars, which you never consented to that. It's like inches. You want to use inches or centimeters? Well, you're obligated to use US dollars.
And
you don't get
if the standard, you know what my biggest problem right now is the concept of free or freedom.
Okay, what's your problem with it?
It doesn't exist.
Okay, yeah.
And so when we're promoting something as necessitating freedom or freely given or free this or free that, but we understand that this is made up, it doesn't exist, right? Because there's always going to be some kind of limitation or hindrance, then that standard can't exist. So there's something we're missing besides free. It's not free, it's something else. I don't know what it is.
Yeah, like the idea of price demands just two inputs, right? Supply and demand. So to have something that is free, it's either just a supply with no demand, or the other way around, just a demand with no supply. Everything with this tension of price
wouldn't
is
it be a
going to have
demand with
some
unlimited supply?
inherent. Right.
Fuck did my other headphone go?
That would be free.
Wait, hang on. Define. Can we just define free real quick?
Well, like what he just said, right? Demand with unlimited supply. If something has the price of free, 0, I guess, it would be something with unlimited supply and demand.
Like probably even still minimal or negligible demand.
And this is where money gets interesting, because the demand on money is actually infinite, and then so now we have to look at the supply only. Because if money represents the most tradable commodity that everyone would inherently take as much as they want, it's not like water, where once you get enough of it, you don't need any more. Money is this insatiable, you can never have enough of it, right? Everyone has the demand, theoretically, of infinite. So therefore, the supply becomes the interesting conversation with something like money. And freedom, I would say, like, right, freedom is an entirely different concept outside of the realm of like price, but like free, I think, does have something to say about price and economics.
What's something you think is free though?
Like I said, like, well, let's say, well, yeah, well, anything that has an unlimited supply. I mean, water at the
But no,
stream
I
is
wouldn't
free.
say that that's free, right? Because it requires labor to go and get the water.
Okay.
I think that no matter what, it's going to come down to it. Everything costs something.
Shark, do you think breathing air is free?
So
I think breathing air is free. No, it costs existence.
So
I like that. That's good.
Sorry.
That was a good question, Dargon, right? But like, I mean, there's this element of like, your labor isn't really relevant in the equation of something's price. And I think this is something like a socialist mindset or Keynesian philosophy really gets wrong. Because you could spend all the labor you want toiling away at something meaningless, and the thing will be valueless. And so you can't equate your labor into the price of something. And that's I think where sincerely socialists get it. Well, that's why socialists get it's so wrong on this front, because they assume that like labor is worth something just because it is labor, and that's not necessarily true. We have to value each other's labor for their differences.
I think that labor
differences.
No, I think that. Yeah, I think
we disagree.
Because I think that like the more that I learn, the more that I become like an objectivist mindset to the best of my ability. And so when I'm looking at value or art or worth, I'm looking at it. What does it mind independently have? I don't care if somebody like can perceive the value of work. Labor has value just because of what it produces, because of the utility around it.
Sure, like you might not find value in a person toiling away. Like if you just don't find a value in a person like grinding a stick down into dust on concrete, right? Like that might be labor, but it doesn't hold like specific utility value. But like there's also no demand for that labor at all. So like there is a contention between like the demand for a specific skill set and its labor, but like the labor is intrinsically what holds all the value in my worldview, because like a lump of iron is only as good as it's worked, right? Like it's not worth, like you can take a single steel ingot and turn it into like, if you've got the skills and like the machinery, you can turn it into watch screws and sell that singular ingot for like tens of thousands of dollars. But without that labor that's worked into it, it's still just only worth like the raw material.
The problem is calculating the price. And I don't think we can value someone's labor, right? We could price out someone's labor, but what we're doing now is we're just selecting the numerator as labor, and again comparing it to the denominator of trades and goods and services. This
You're
index
indexing
to the
it
dollar.
to the demand, the same way you're indexing any good to demand, right? Like, again, in my example, no one cares about a person sitting around grinding a stick into just sawdust on the curb. No one gives a damn about that. That holds no value because it has no demand in the market. But what's highly in demand are auto workers. Auto workers, like skilled auto workers, we need them. Like so much so that like even large corporations have to put up with the unionization of them so they can have these people to build the things that they need. All of those parts are utterly useless unless there is labor inputted into that system to make the machines that we want to ultimately sell.
When you say we want to ultimately sell, this is presupposing the price manipulation of something like a labor movement, right? Often labor movements are misguided in the sense that the unification of the labor force, well, in certain cases, yeah, because it will diminish the entrepreneurial and individual potential of like the actual 5 to 10% of laborers who are doing the majority of the work. This Pareto distribution is, recognizable across basically everything.
Wait, hang on. It doesn't devalue the labor. It devalues like the tension between labor and capital is such that like capital is seeking to extract as much labor for as little value as possible. Like that's the ultimate demand between labor and capital is that like capital wants to pay as little as fucking possible, and like it's ultimately exploitation.
I kind of missed it. Did you say that you're like against union?
He did. I'm not. I'm super pro union.
Yeah, in certain cases.
Yeah. So look, as someone who used to be in the union, I will tell you like that the benefits of something like this is that you can actually be working for a working wage as a fair market share. And you wouldn't have to worry about people undercutting you so that you actually have to work for less than what you're worth.
Yeah, and like that's what I'm saying is like labor, like capital always will seek to extort labor for the maximum possible value. If labor, like this is why slavery existed, is because the labor was highly valuable, and you could get away, like you could extract a maximum value out of it for paying nothing.
But
otherwise, slavery would have been useless.
The percentage that you have to or are obligated to contribute of your disposable income into things like insurance or labor, union fees, and also retirement fees, those kinds of things, healthcare, is the thing that concerns me, right? This unionized force that now takes a portion of my disposable income that, especially with something like retirement, I could have invested more wisely.
Like sure, like you might be able to beat the market, like on an individual account, like any individual may be able to specifically beat the market. The averages of this though is that it's highly unlikely that you can. The odds of any individual investor beating the market are slim to none. It's like the house always wins in casinos. It's very much the same way as a person trying to
sidebar.
Beat the
PMAR said, "Pimping ain't easy." All right, that's all from me.
Has he ever known the love of a woman?
All I know, man, is he grows on me, man. I mean, I agree, pimping ain't easy. So, I mean, what am I gonna say to that? I
actually, Jack, I keep asking him and he won't answer.
Right.
I'm pretty sure he's a virgin.
I mean, I know he's known Darth Dawkins' supple, soft hands many a nights.
Listen, man, he grows on me, man.
Right now.
I just can't find my other headphone, and I'm starting to become agitated about it. Where the fuck did that go?
Good. Quit talking about Darth Dawkins, though. Violet's gonna marry him or some weird shit.
I do, Jack? And I just had it when I brought him into the house.
Yeah.
And now I don't.
That's why I refuse to get it. That's why I have the cord still. I'm like, I know if I had two, I'm gonna always have one in and lose the other one. That's gonna be the thing.
Well, the other thing that doesn't help is that one of my cats loves to fucking play with them. Like she would, of all the toys that I have in this house, she would rather play with my AirPods than that. But anyways, back to like labor versus capital.
Jesus is God and pimping ain't easy. Mars 2024.
It's hard out here on the streets for a pimp. It's even harder for a player.
Alrighty then.
All right.
So like, but you have to accept like logic that like inherently there is value in labor itself, and like that's ultimately the drive for capitalism is to extract the value of labor as cheaply as possible, which is why socialists
No.
are intrinsically saying capitalism is exploitation because you were working for less than the value of your labor.
I know. I sympathize with that. I understand, but I think they're getting the free exchange of capitalism, the whole point of it, wrong. Which is, the value is in the exchange.
The
it
value
is
is
not
in
the
the
labor.
exchange.
It's literally in the exchange. Yes. The moneyness, the exchangeability.
But wait, hang on. No, that's not even
demand.
that doesn't even remain true of in simple situations. Like if you need food and I need a barn put in place, neither one of us give a damn about a dollar bill. It means nothing to either of us.
I would pay all of my money to go to a barter system. I would do basically anything.
But no one cares.
Well, we're on a okay, wait. We are basically more on a barter system than you realize. This is a consent problem. Back to consent. You just have been manipulated into a system that doesn't that make you realize the optionality and consent you really do have in the market. You do not have to think in valuation in terms of the US dollar, right? You can think in many, many different things. Any exchange, like I said, Facebook Marketplace, Pokemon cards, Nike shoes, to sound like Gary Vaynerchuk, right? But not just that, even just consider foreign exchange, the literal currencies, all the different currencies, pesos, Canadian dollars, Vietnamese dong, right? The pound, sterling. You have been valuing things in a very one-dimensional way your whole life due to this consent issue, and at least open up your parameters to the optionality of the market. You don't have to.
Just a reminder that consent is a human right, just to clarify.
Agreed. Also, but you also don't have to, even if I don't value it in the USD, right? Like if I just want to start evaluating in ruples or whatever, sure, that's going to require me to leave the society I currently exist in.
What's a ruple? What's a ruple?
The Russian.
Thank you.
Yeah, the Russian currency.
Thank you.
But if I start using ruples, right, I'm gonna have to leave the society that I currently exist in because I'm not gonna be able to run down to the store or even the local farmers market at that rate and use ruples. I would have to go to I'm gonna even if I went to the local farm market with a handful of ruples, I'm gonna be like, hey, will you take these so I can have these heads of lettuce and strawberries? They're gonna be like, brother, I don't know what you've got in your hand. I can't use it. And so if I don't have anything else, I'm going to be like, I can work for you in exchange for what you have. I'll provide labor for the heads of lettuce and the strawberries. And the dudes could just be like, you know what? Yeah, that's a good exchange for me.
Isn't that just voluntary servitude?
Isn't that just voluntary servitude? It's an exchange of labor for product.
Yeah.
Right. Shark's starting to get it. Until you have something to exchange physically other than your labor, you are just entering into a contract of basically voluntary servitude and exchanging for other goods and services. You're not actually leveraging the market to exchange.
I don't know. By the way, I don't know. Hey, we can talk about doing it with yourself. I don't think that
is it voluntary servitude when I go outside and work in my garden to produce food?
Yes. I would say yes.
So I'm voluntarily servituded to myself?
You're voluntarily serving yourself. Yeah, I believe that my position is I think I have evidence for dualism. And so, yeah, your intention and the actualization of your behavior or being are two distinct things. And so your intentions should be serving, or your actualization should be serving your intentions or vice versa.
I mean, yeah, that's fine. Sure, it could be voluntary servitude, right? But as long as you're not being forced to do this, but
that's involuntary servitude.
Yeah, I know, but I know
that's also the problem with a lot of, again, socialist thinking. They get themselves into this idea that their labor is slavery. They're forced into the labor.
That's a communistic perspective. Socialists just want to extract.
Socialism is one step before communism. The goal of socialism.
They're literally two. Communism. Hang on, communism is a system of governance. Socialism is the workers controlling the means of production. Read Das Kapital.
I just think that socialism leads to communism.
You have been brainwashed by Western media. Read a book.
I'm illiterate like Muhammad.
Well, if it doesn't lead to communism, it at least leads to the victim. If it doesn't lead to communism, it at least leads to the victim mindset.
Dude, you got me fucked up with that shit. That was actually fucking funny.
Thanks, man. Thanks, I try.
To overvaluing your labor at least leads to the victim mindset of being trapped in the sense that you're never going to escape this labor paradigm, and you're going to have a separation between the proletariats, right, and the bourgeoisie, those who have and those who don't, and those who have land and property and those who don't.
Wait,
and
hang
all
on.
I have
But
is my
like,
labor.
there is a literal exploitation there. If I take my time and my labor and I'm making widget X for a rate of $2.50, whatever, it doesn't matter what the rate is, and the actual value of widget X is being sold at like $10 or like whatever number higher than that, there is a degradation of what you are getting versus what it's being sold for.
Wait,
And there is a person that is capitalizing on it for not producing labor. There's a person who is capitalizing your labor without actually producing their own.
I think that there's another threshold issue. I think that there's another threshold issue with what we want in comparison to what we need, though.
What we want in comparison with what we need. All right.
And consent.
Like, yeah, like that's fine.
Yeah, because
like
one can make the argument, I think, with ease that it's part of our modern society that we need the computer, we need the internet, right, in order to function as a social species in the age of technology and social media. So now, does that mean?
I mean, you can make that argument, yeah.
So then that would mean that because it's a necessity, should it cost more or should it be provided to everybody?
My argument is that like it should either be provided for, or it should at least be subsidized as cheaply as possible.
But yeah, wait. But according to what standard, right? If I create the cure, if I create the cure for cancer, right? Mm-hmm. I don't know if you're going to say if this is a want or a need, but either way, I'm the one who came up with it, so I don't see how anybody's going to tell me what I should do with my creation.
Well, that's what the guillotine was built for.
Not to mention, but not to mention the fact that people
maybe
have
it was only created to serve
demand for that supply. Some people will value that service so highly, and others will disregard it. So how are we going to will each person have a different price on the product compared to
based
how
on?
they
I'm going to make
an
argument that you're both probably going to hate, and that's that things that are a necessity to sustain life and have easy use to exploit should either be the property of the society that they exist in, or they should just be inherently free.
Yeah, but then this goes back to youth. But now we have a threshold issue, and now you think that everybody should not be just required to have the bare minimum, but more than the bare minimum, and they should have computers.
Well, I'm saying, well, if we're saying it's the bare minimum to exist in the society, right? Like.
But it's not.
We can make this argument, and we're saying it's not, right? Like, I understand that it's literally not necessary for you to survive. It makes life significantly easier, right? So, like that, I don't know that that's a great example, but
but I don't even know what you mean by need, right? Because like, let's do the very, very bare minimum. Okay, then water should only be provided once every like 4 days. You're not gonna.
You would ultimately result in killing a shit ton of people doing that.
Well, no, because if you only standardize what they need, we don't need water every day. We're gonna we might not flourish.
What I'm saying is that'll ultimately result in like a diminishment of health that'll like ultimately kill people. Like it'll lead to like issues with like urate builds up in their systems, like nutrient transfer, like immunocompromisation. Like that'll ultimately kill people off in society.
Well, I don't know. I think
literally the physical bare minimum. It will lead to such a creation of harm that it would ultimately destroy your society.
Let's say somebody's 500 pounds. Are you going to say, or let's say that somebody has alcohol poisoning. You're going to say that they need alcohol, right? So then they should be provided free alcohol.
If they have alcohol poisoning, the last thing you should do.
Like they're suffering from alcoholism, and if they just go cold turkey or whatever, then they're going to die.
We literally do this in hospitals. If you if it's going to kill you, we provide you the thing that you need until we can wean you down. Like my wife has had to give people beers in hospital.
You made my point for me, Jack, about the point of the person who's making something, maybe in an assembly line or maybe not. Maybe it's a widget, a custom widget that sells for more than what they get for their labor. And my point there is that would you rather, as an entrepreneur, as a person in the workforce, would you rather value your labor based on the dollar or the value of the product you're making? That's the exact point that
they're synonymous in the way that we exist in society. The value of the value of your labor is going to be evaluated in dollars in the society that we're existing in. Like I don't care about evaluating it in yen or rubles or Great British pounds, because like that's not going to provide me any measurable benefit in the society that we exist in. Like you can make like a labor analysis.
But you just use the price of the widget, right? You use the $10 final price of the widget to argue against the hourly wage of the person making.
Yes, I did, because like what I'm suggesting there is that there's there's an intermediary there, right? Like that is that has capital, is paying you some significantly suboptimal rate to produce this thing, and then is going to turn around and capitalize on the excess value while also providing no value of its own. And maybe you're going to make an argument that's going to require an initial investment. Okay, fine. After that initial investment's returned on, the laborers of company X producing widget Y should be the ones that set that value rate.
My point isn't that, it's the fact that they're calculating the value of their labor wrong. Because they're using the price of the widget.
Yes, because like that's what the widget sells for, right? Like you're not making the widget. Like again, like this goes back to the example of the person grinding a stick down into dust on the sidewalk, right? Like no one's valuing that labor.
But Jack, the problem is we've already agreed that the price of something is only based in supply and demand. It has nothing to do in the equation based on labor. To add in labor.
Demand
necessarily doesn't make any sense.
Hold on. I think wait. There's two different things that were kind of like maybe we might be mistaking them for each other, but I don't think that's necessarily the case. One is when you're talking like services rendered, it's not the same as like purchase of goods. These two things are not the same thing.
You're right, they're not, but like also the Logictroll, the demand you're talking about, you went in supply and demand, factors in the labor already included. Again, like yes, you're demanding springs because there's like a set enough.
But you're saying not enough. You're saying not enough.
Well,
right. So what should happen? Should the price of the widget go up and the consumer take the bearer of this disposition between the value of the widget and the labor of the person who makes it, or should the price go down and all the middlemen in between take the hit? Like you said, maybe an investor or whatever. Who should take the hit?
I don't suggest the intrinsic value. Like after a person has like returned their investment, like after there's been a return on that investment, and maybe even plus X, right? Like you're saying that there's a reason for me to invest, so I have an incentive to do so, right? After that point, that person is providing nothing and is doing no more than being parasitic off the system that they are they're extracting capital out of. Like they're literally their relationship to the system is literally parasitic, definitionally. If you're providing nothing to a system and only extracting from it, you are exploiting that system.
Okay, so for an example, my anecdotal experience with really grassroots business is BMX. BMX basically has no industry. It's a very, very small industry. It has some, right? But especially in Canada. And it's very grassroots based. It's like in the culture,
it's kind of counterculture,
right? But interestingly, a lot of distributions emerged, especially in the early 2000s, saturating the market with what you call this middleman issue. Basically, it wasn't, but weirdly enough, it wasn't out of greed, right? It was out of this problem-solving nature to unify, right, the market and have a distributor across the globe or across the nation. So the people who were actually starting these distributors, the middlemen, wanted to enable small bike shops to get the parts, you know, that they wouldn't otherwise get. And if they didn't have that middleman, then they wouldn't get it. Now, what that caused is massive spikes in price. Everyone, in order to get an American seat here, have to pay $70, which is probably $30 for y'all, right? So now, so the age of the internet came along, and people started buying stuff rather than going usurping the middleman, and realizing basically what you're saying. The middleman's not supplying enough to the market. And then now most shops just don't carry products, and they're just not offered. So, I mean, it's one thing to complain about it, but I think it's also, we undervalue the middleman and how much it does do. That being said, the market will prove itself, right? If the prices are too high, then the people won't pay them, and those middlemen businesses will fail. But to the degree that they keep relevant product in stock at reasonable prices, I think they do have a very, essential part to play.
Sure,
in
and that's all well and good
product.
until like you start to draw these things out to their conclusions, right? Like when these systems extend on for long periods of time, and consolidation occurs, or even worse, when you are hawking a product, when the middleman is bottlenecking the supply of an essential product, things that is necessary to survival. And that's why we saw people like Martin Shekel, who absolutely skyrocketed the price of diabetes medication, ultimately go to prison for what he did, because he unironically unalived thousands upon thousands of people due to his greed. The cost of making insulin and diabetes medication is extremely low. It costs us very little at this point in time to make. But instead, what he was like, I'm just going to charge people insanely high dollar amounts of money for this, and that ultimately killed people. And that's I don't think you can say like, yeah, this is a good thing for the system when this occurs. It ultimately leads to a less robust economy, people with less access to the things that they need, and like you haven't solved any issue with the people on the bottom who are producing these things making any value. You just have a singular person at the top extracting massive amounts of wealth while actively killing people.
Yeah, I would agree. That's absolutely horrible. I would say that that's a perfect setup against, the natural free market in price. Sounds like a manipulation in price to coalesce with governments or medical systems to, absolutely ramp the price up and set it to whatever you want.
Of late-stage capitalism. Like literally, even in Swift's own understanding of how the system worked, Smith's own understanding of how the system worked, this is the natural conclusion. This is ultimately like there's a finite amount of time until you reach this late stage portion where enough consolidation has occurred, and the requirement to for increased growth requires you to either water down the product or just exploit labor to the point of where it's near slavery. And if you can exploit a necessary product, that is the best possible thing you can do under capitalism, because capitalism's only goal, mind you, in the system of capitalism is to extract wealth from a system. This is why I'm intrinsically against unregulated, unfettered capitalism. It's also why I am what I like, some kind of like market socialist. I don't want the market to go away. I just want the people who make the stuff to have control over the rates at which they get paid in the labor, and that does not require a person at the top sitting down saying no, because you're new to the company, you only get $13 an hour to rake concrete, even though you're producing the exact same labor as the person next to you who has been here for slightly longer. And like these weird evaluations that we'll do. And meanwhile, the person at the top is providing no labor of their own.
Yeah, this problem of the value of exchange, like how we are valuing whether it's labor or commodity, is definitely the issue. A more robust money system, a sound money system, does a better job at accomplishing both of our goals, which is distributing wealth, right? Distributing abundance. And to your point about growth, I would say that whether Smith wrote about it or not, I would say the inherent market dynamics limit growth. People who become greedy and obsessed with absolute profit margins without looking at the bigger picture usually run themselves out of their own
They're
wealth.
extremely like that's the best possible position in society. That's the current billionaire class in America.
Wait, hold on though. Like, what do you think that? God, sorry, I lost my train of thought. Logic, can you say that one more time?
You're also cutting in and out, Dargon, buddy.
Yeah. And basically, it's this issue of value and how are we measuring value of exchange, right? How do we and a more sound money does a better job at accomplishing both of our goals, which is wealth redistribution. And then I've visited this point you made about the sustainability and how capitalism inherently needs to grow larger and larger and more profit margins. And I think that inherently
what's wealth?
There's a limit on the growth of the market.
What's wealth redistribution?
Reallocation of consolidated assets at the top to disperse more evenly among the lower percentage. Like if you've got a person with $1 billion at the top and you've got 50 people at the bottom with like $20,000, $30,000 a year or whatever, right? Like it just looks like the person at the top not having $1 billion and bringing the people up at the bottom to a more sustainable portion of living. Like you don't even have to reduce the billionaire to like their standard of living. You just increase their margins.
Jack, I know that. I was asking Logictroll because
I'm sorry.
There was a it's okay. I mean I didn't specify. There was a point that I was trying to make with that. So look, let me give you this example. Back over 15 years ago, like if I went in and I'm gonna do someone's cabinets, they'd call me up. I'd go look at them, and I'd give them a price of about like let's say $85,000 or $90,000 for kitchen cabinets. That's completely raw wood with no finish, no lacquer, no stain, no appliances, no faucets, no countertop. It's just the raw cabinets with wood. They'd be like, "Great, when can you start?" Move forward to like today's date. If I were to go and give a price for like let's say $25,000 for a complete kitchen, people would look at me like I'm crazy because everyone else is doing it so much cheaper. Because we outsource things outside of our country, where our money leaves the country, does not have the capacity to be redistributed into the society, for the society to be able to like flourish in that sense. This is the point that I was going to bring up into this. So like the redistribution of the wealth is extremely important. And I feel like people have really lost sight of that. And they're more caught up with the idea of like, I'd rather make $2 instead of like $1, because that way I get to keep my own money. But in reality, it's you're selling yourself short.
Yes. Yeah, man, there's a lot you said there. I agree. And I would say that the base unit we are using to measure the value of the kitchen counters is the problem, right? The dollar, right? It's this issue of what are we comparing the kitchen counters to in order to equate the actual value. We're trying to find some equilibrium price point on what the counters are actually worth, right? And throughout history, we see this fluctuation in price. Now, it could be due to, like you're saying, certain outsource issues, supply issues. That definitely plays a relevant factor. But we can't even begin to equate those issues until we have an underlying unit that's like dependable and sound.
Yeah. So this goes back to the conversation about the fair market value and supply and demand. Now, with the idea of like having a union where you can actually have like a set wage that is negotiated through like the union for whatever like a services cost. where we have an understanding of like labor for these things, there's going to be this much money. They standardize this like within the automotive industry. I want to say like in the late 90s, early 2000s, where it wasn't like you just go to the mechanic and they go, oh, that's going to cost this much money. It was more like, okay, we're going to get a breakdown of like, this is what the hourly rate is. We have a set amount of time where is going to be allocated for how long it takes to do this one service on a car. And we have a based understanding where it's like, you're not going to run into an issue of like, if you go to this shop or that shop, where one shop is going to charge you $2,000 for something, whereas another one's going to say it's going to be $500. They standardize that in that same way. So whenever we're talking about making something unionized in that way, we're trying to come up with an understanding of like, this is what the service is, this is how much the service is going to cost, and anyone who is going to be a contractor or a middleman in this circumstance comes in as, oh, I'm going to get the labor done cheaper and I'm going to pocket a lot more money and my wealth is going to be able to grow in this sense. But in reality, like what I'm actually doing is I'm hurting like the client, I'm hurting the customer, I'm hurting like my laborers. Like this is where the issue is.
So, are you gonna fly your exotic car to Germany with Robbie to work on it because are you gonna find some unionized work to do the mechanic work on it? Or are you gonna go to some specialized high-end private retailer who specializes in those European mechanics to get it done?
If I want like Brabus to work on my car, I'm gonna have to take it to Brabus. If I want to take it to like Georgia's Independent in the Valley, I'm gonna take it over. The reality is like, if this was just a regular car for me, like my truck, it wouldn't really make sense for me to be able to have. But the reality is, this is an extremely rare car. It's a passion that I have, and you know what? If I die without even selling it or whatever, it ends up in my kids. They could do whatever they want with it. At that point, it's not going to matter. But the thing is, I'm doing what I want to be able to do based off of like the work that I've put in to be able to afford it. Like, do you think I'm in the
So
do you
we
think
have
I'm
to
in the wrong to
prioritize
send my car to Germany to have it worked on?
No, I think you're fucking badass. I think it's so sick. I just don't think it's very like, supportive of unions or like socialist movements, to my point. But I'm just trolling you a bit on that point, right? Because like at the end of the day, we're willing to pay these high-end prices for the services we want, and the unions are, at the end of the day, also sort of prevent that.
Well, it's actually the other way around, because like, let's say, Jack, what's the journeyman wage in your location for union work?
For what trade?
Just regular carpenters, let's say.
Regular carpenter is, I'd have to, prevailing wage or not, that matters here. Well, that's the issue, is like we don't have unions like mandated into the state anymore.
What's your market share right now of union? Do you know the percentage?
It's super fucked up because, like I said, all of our tradesmen that are union come from out of state.
Right. So
because like certain federal projects are requiring it.
Right.
But like
so the problem
like I think they're currently getting paid like journeymen. I'd have to check, and it's gonna, like I said, it's gonna depend on prevailing wage jobs or not. But like I think it's like 25 to 30.
Jesus Christ. Okay. Yeah. So see, the problem with something like that is because there isn't enough people in the union for everyone to be able to come together and say, hey, you know what? We want to set up like a system where everyone can be paid a living wage. Because not everybody's on board with this. You're going to have contractors that are going to come in and they're going to be like, hey, you know what? Why am I going to hire union workers if I can hire these other people and pay them like $20 or $30 less an hour, and I can pocket that money myself? This is the problem with that whole system. Right.
That's happened. Like Kentucky only somewhat recently undid its right, like it's a right to work state. And the moment that happened, we started, like, my company started hiring carpenters at $15 an hour, which it was not enough for people to live. Like, they were, like, our guys were, I had to, like, fight tooth and nail for my guys to get raises so they could just, fucking afford to eat and come back to work.
Right.
But also, I need to go take a shower, so I'm going to dip out, y'all. Thanks for the combo.
All right, Jack, have a good one.
You too, Jack. Hell yeah. So what just happened to me is I do these food delivery apps, and in BC, as of September 4th, they just implemented minimum wage. So now, before this, I've been doing this for almost a decade now. I would roughly make between $30 to $40 an hour, and that would be largely on tips, at least 30 to 40% even based on tips. They've now just they've now just added a base fee in to supplement this minimum wage, which obviously eats into the tips. And since this has been implemented, there's a lot less tips, and I'm basically on average making that $21 an hour. I know that this could have been implemented better, but the main thing I want to focus on is the incentives. I was working my butt off, right? Probably more than the average person doing these jobs, to fill my backpack with as much supplies as possible and do the biggest deliveries, the longest distances, so I could make as much money and huck it so I can make it as quick as possible. Now I am completely incentivized to literally just dog it, not even because I'm an immoral person, but because literally I'm incentivized, right? If I get to a destination early with my delivery, I might as well sit there after I give the stuff to the customer, but I might as well sit there for the next 10 minutes and get the hourly minimum, because if I were to just complete the delivery, I would be robbing myself of those dollars that I've earned, right? So it's just this interesting dynamic of incentives and encouraging those. I know it separates hard workers from those who aren't, but I think that incentive in a market where we do need more production, more innovation, and more industrialization, we need people to be incentivized to be able to value their work and their work ethic for themselves and really get that payoff. But that takes a bit of financial literacy and think entrepreneurship and those kinds of things.
Yeah, I think like the example that you're bringing up is literally like someone all the way at the top thought, hey, how can I make like $7 million like this year instead of like $3 million, and I'm just gonna like fuck the people who are at the bottom. Like that's literally what it turns into.
Yes. But and it's weird how even that said, Chris, you're breaking up your red bars. I'm sorry. The incentives are really what interests me. It's this fact that like, regardless of who's getting what money or whatever, like I'm down to dog it at whatever price. I just love riding my bike all day. But it's this interesting dynamic of like, well, now I'm even incentivized to just work less.
Yeah, but
so
okay,
who really wins in the end,
so
right?
let me put this out there too, so it makes sense. If you are like, let's say, going to be paid for services rendered, if you're going to be hired for work, the hourly rate that you're getting paid has to make sense for them. They need to be able to make money off of you. If they're not making money off of you, then the hourly rate that they are paying you, you are not worth that to them. Like the entire system is screwed up this way. Like this is why we have like entrepreneurships and all kinds of stuff. But the reality is, like let's say if your job is to sit at a desk on a typewriter all day and just type out reports or whatever, I don't know, and your hourly rate is $25 an hour, your employer must be making at least like $40 an hour off of you getting paid $25. So they're making another like $15 or $20 like off of the fact that you're working.
After you said that, I'm suing my work.
Go ahead. What's so interesting about this delivery example, though, is it's very peer-to-peer. I can see all the transactions up front, and majority of the fees and everything go directly to me, right? Like there are some that go to the app, but it's all transparent. And really what this app is doing is just linking me to my employer, the customer. And if the price is too high for them to pay the delivery, they won't get it. And these prices, I guess this is a big part that I've learned, is like right, a relevant price of a product is based on a lot of different things. There is not an equilibrium price, because a chocolate bar to one person is not a chocolate bar to another person. A delivery on a rainy day is a lot more valuable to certain people than it is to other people, and that's just the way it is. And allowing those price auctions to happen are what determine my the profits that I make in the market. Whereas if someone, like you said, from the top down comes in and makes well, it's not fair that some drivers are only making $10 an hour. Meanwhile, they don't understand that that $10 hour for me was really easy, right? I didn't really do much or whatever. They don't understand the context, nor do they understand the art form in a way that it is, right? Like any labor service, to put a price on my labor isn't really fair for anyone to do, other than me consenting to those peer-to-peer contracts as a gig worker.
I'll also say this. There's going to be a point where, like, let's say if your circumstance is you don't have the experience, you don't have the knowledge, you don't have like the time invested into this kind of work, whatever it is, and you go into the market thinking that you're going to be making a whole bunch of money, when in reality, like, there are people who've been doing what you're just starting off doing. They've already invested. Like, they have the education, they have like the tools, they have all these things. They're gonna ask for a premium for those things, and they will be getting it. This can change over time, but ultimately, like, when we first came to the States, my dad was a Finnish carpenter. He was a Finnish carpenter in outside of the States, but like when he came here with absolutely no, doesn't really have like the tools here, doesn't have like the experience of here, or doesn't even have like the name out here. So he kind of had to like take lower paying jobs until things changed, and ultimately, like, he wasn't able to do the circumstance. But you know what, like, I get to choose where I work. I get to pick what jobs I take. Like, if I don't want to take a job, like, I don't have to. Like, I get that I'm blessed with that, but it's not something that just randomly happened to me. It's come with a lot of like time and experience that has been rendered onto like the experience that I have.
So, I think what I've learned from this conversation is that robbing the rich is not that bad of an idea. I'm kidding.
What's your bank account number, Chris?
That's not funny.
Hey, you know what happened? You know what happened to the Tsar in Russia, right?
Oh my God! Yes.
Yeah, there we go.
I think we should start eating people. That's a W.
That one woman didn't think so.
Women always say it's okay to be eaten. What are you talking about?
Hey, can I actually deposit an idea?
Go ahead.
I think veganism is extremely unethical.
Oh.
Yeah.
Yeah. I would agree.
Huh. Okay, wow.
So I would say that like veganism is going to be based on like people who are like rich people problem. Like they get to like eat whatever they want to eat. They can actually have their foods prepared very well. And we do understand like there's a level of like this whole like, I'm so I would even call it like virtue signaling, like, I'm such a good person that I don't pay into like the suffering of animals. But in reality, like, I think if any of these people have ever really lived in a circumstance where they don't know where their next meal is coming from, I think they would have a completely different outlook on life.
The other issue for me is the decadence of removing killing from your consumption. To think that you can operate in the world and remove this ethical issue of consumption, that somehow you're not killing things, right? You're not causing any harm because your diet's somehow better than other people's. It's like the plate only looks appetizing if you remove the death from it. And that is a really, like, I think, dissonant position. because everything, even vegetables, everything, right? All your consumption leaves a footprint on this planet, and your hands are not clean of blood no matter how hard you try to wash them.
So no opposition about veganism. Got it. All right, cool.
This other problem too that I've run into where people say that veganism allows you to eat meat in certain circumstances. That's weird as F. I don't even get that. It's like, oh, roadkill or an animal that's already dead, like that's all good. It's like, okay, well then now we're not even using a term really. But I will steel man the point that it's obviously unethical. Killing of animals is absolutely wrong in any regard. Like there's an ethical way to raise and
Slaughter.
Consume or harvest animals, and there's unethical ways. Just like there are veggies or monocrop cultures or any sort of, land conservation.
Violet, get up here and defend your point. Hurry up. They're losing it.
Like even land conservation, right? Like a person who's purely worried about sustainability and land conservation has to make very difficult population control decisions. That's just the reality of land conservation. Like certain populations of life and organisms have to die in order for other ones to live. That's what land conservation is all about.
Yeah,
Population
I
control.
think it's kind of I've seen people make the argument that even like, let's say if you want to just be able to grow like fruits and vegetables, even those things, like it has a cost to life for you to be able to grow those things.
Yeah, like it's not just a trope that small animals get locked up in those combines. I've been on them. I've seen the tractors. I know what exactly happens. I was here harvesting wheat or any culture. Like I'm saying, even if you just have to kill pests,
I'm
to
sure,
have
like,
your garden.
crop dusting is gonna like unalive like millions and millions of like insects and not just insects but critters.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's not an easy thing. Like it's not, if the moment you go and see how devastating some of these crops are to the ecosystem, it is hard to justify it, but it's like the amount of food production that they also create is like, it's a hard thing to balance. It's part of the clash of how to manage and conserve land. This is an ongoing debate. Yay, Violet's coming up. What did I say wrong, Violet? Oh no. She's gonna get me.
All right.
Boo.
Violet, get him.
It was the vegan thing. Are you
Yeah.
vegan, Violet? No. I'm sorry. Did I say something that offended
Get
you?
him.
I'm not offended. I like having this conversation. So, just give me a second. I'm just
Okay,
getting my phone in.
good.
And for your throat.
Yeah, I was vegan for a while, and my girlfriend's pescatarian. She's been basically vegetarian, pescatarian her
Is
whole life.
pescatarian like you eat fish?
So I've experimented. Just fish, yeah, but she's like literally 95%
it's okay
veggies.
because Kurt Cobain
Once in a while,
said
she'll
that
eat
you
some
can.
fish.
It's okay to eat fish because they don't have any feelings.
There you go.
So, okay, so what is the main criticism? Sorry, I was just hard.
I guess we said vegans are unethical.
All right, what's the main reason? Because they're annoying or virtue signaling or what?
It was related to the virtue signaling. I said that the decadence of trying to remove killing from your plate is kind of like cognitive dissonance. Trying to think that you can, like, you're unappetized by, a plate full of death versus, oh, I have this clean plate that is virtuous. That's sort of decadent to me and seems removed and like somewhat dissonant.
So there are probably
I think the thing that I could say is, sorry, go ahead.
So I think there are vegans who are virtue signaling. There's anybody who's virtue signaling about their lifestyle. Just for the record, I don't care what people eat. You can eat what you want. But I personally, the vegans I know my life aren't claiming that their plate of food didn't come at the cost of suffering. Like, I know there's going to be insects, there's going to be small animals like mice or whatever that lose their lives in the process of crop farming. So veganism isn't necessarily you're not killing anything, but you're reducing suffering as much as possible. Sorry.
Well, I guess, yeah, if the goal, just to be clear, if the goal is to reduce suffering as much as possible, we can all unite on that front. Now, you obviously we're going to disagree on exactly how to do that. I could, I mean, the main thing is the fact that I don't know how we're measuring suffering, but I would say that, you know, unaliving one thing is better than unaliving many things. So if I take,
so
right.
when we're talking about crops, we're talking about the use of like farming vegetables and stuff to feed the world. Most of our crops, I think, like soy and Russian maize or whatever, go towards feeding farmed animals. Like a cow is going to eat several times more than what a human being eats.
Yeah, that's true.
It's our cows.
A lot of our monocrop culture,
a
lot of our monocrop culture goes to
really care
animals.
about
Yes.
protecting the little animals and the plants, you can reduce that by reducing meat farming.
Yeah, I mean, especially massive agro farming. Yes, I agree. The problem is, so focusing the vegan argument to whether or not we're critiquing major corporation agriculture projects or just like eating meat in general or just unaliving things in general. Like I said, we can unite on the front of minimizing suffering. But if I go out and kill one caribou to feed my family all year, that's a lot different than right, maintaining a garden perhaps and killing many critters and creatures over the course of the year. But I mean, I'm not trying to be pedantic. I agree with you about the suffering. I want to unite on that front first of all, right? I don't like any animals being harmed in front of me or anything like that, or away from me. And that's where I kind of get into this taking on the responsibility myself more to unalive the things I consume myself, because at least that brings me closer, I think, to the reality of my consumption rather than sitting at the plate and being like, oh, I didn't have anything to do with the unaliving. It's like if I go and fish and I have to watch the fish struggle and then I take its life, there's something in a weird way a little more appetizing about that, because at least then I'm in touch with the morality rather than out of touch with it. I'm like taking full responsibility of it.
What you're
and
saying.
that works.
I just want food units.
Yeah.
Food units?
Yeah, pills that just have all the
If we had
nutrition.
pills, that'd be
Yeah.
fine, but they'd have to taste good.
So I understand what you're saying about being closer to your food source, but I don't get what you're saying that watching the animals suffer and struggle is more appetizing to you. I mean,
I think what he was trying to say was that there's a sense of connection of like the reality of like the gravity of what you're doing.
Yes, you know what it is, Violet? There's something to do with I never have said grace. I never had a family that said grace before we eat. But it's like a mandatory grace if you do that. It's like you're not getting away from saying grace if you've unalived it yourself. You've said grace. You're thankful. Otherwise, why did you do it? You're a psychopath? You're just doing it for pleasure? No, it's for my own consumption to feed my family. And there's this element of grace, literally saying your piece, saying grace before your meal, that I find very appetizing. Even when I haven't just killed a fish, right? If I'm just sitting around with my family, I think saying grace is a really appetizing thing to do.
Gens always say that. Like makes you want to eat people, doesn't it?
Yeah, that's good.
It's like I don't know. And it's rather than sitting, right, going to the couch, everyone takes their meal to the couch and just starts the TV up. We all take a second to like look each other in the eye and be grateful. It really does make me like me appetize.
Of gratitude and everything, and I agree with it in theory. But if you can eat plants, and that reduces suffering, versus eating an animal and saying thank you, I mean, the animal's not grateful for that. So if I just go around unaliving people because I have an appetite for them, but at least I'm grateful for every body part they give me, does that make it better?
Yep. W.
I'm sorry, I don't know if I tracked that fully. Like,
How does
so
how
I'm
does
sorry. I'm
how
sorry.
does
Do you
saying
mind saying?
thank you after unaliving something make it better? It makes it better for you, is what you're saying
Okay.
morally, to come to terms with it.
Well,
But for the creature
I think
that
that
gave itself up for your meal, I don't think that they're very grateful.
Yeah, I think the wording could have
Well, this
potentially been better, been said better, but I think it's maybe like even like let's say if we were to remove the idea of like this being like an animal, like let's say if you're gonna eat some vegetables, okay, there's a difference between you eating a vegetable that you actually planted the seeds and you grew it with the water and the sun and you tended to this thing versus you just walked into the supermarket and you bought the thing and you brought it home and you chopped it up and you threw it in your salad.
The thing is, there's a
no.
lot of like
Let me
these
say
are
this.
sentient beings
Let
we're
me
talking
wait,
about. We're not
let me
speaking
just.
about something that doesn't have a mind or experience.
But let me say this. If I had a farm, a regenerative farm, right, and I had chickens and cows and a garden, I had vegetables, and we sat around at Thanksgiving, and I had a daughter, and we had the plethora of what the farm offered us this season at the Thanksgiving table, and my daughter said, I only want to eat the peas and carrots. I don't think we should eat the chickens. I would explain to her that, listen, you don't have to eat anything you don't want to eat, first of all. There's no pressure, right? But this is a cycle of life that is all regenerative. The peas and carrots and the chickens all coincide with this farm, right? The plentifulness and the being, when we all say grace at the table, it's being grateful for not only the peas and carrots but the entire farm, right? And the carcasses on the table also represent that. And to I think it does injustice to the chickens and the cattle if we don't truly value them in their offerings of harvesting them in consumption, right? That's part of their
So
nature,
no,
it's part of our nature. And
you're
right.
centering yourself. You're centering what you do after you eat the animal to make it a more meaningful experience for you. Now, I'm not saying don't do that. You can eat meat all you want. You can be as thankful for it as much as you want, but that doesn't give that cow or that chicken their life back. So what justifies?
I agree, but it doesn't give the daughter who only chooses to eat peas and carrots that isn't truly
Yeah, but
grateful,
that's
right?
fine. She can be as
She's
grateful as
not
she wants.
truly
But what justifies taking that life to begin
whoa.
with?
The grace.
But do you
Our
understand
can
that
I jump in
grace?
here?
our
Hold on.
gratuity
So can the
for it.
gratuity go for humans as well if we decided that
That's what
that's
I
what
was
we
going to
want to
ask.
consume?
Well, I mean, we went over the cannibalist argument earlier. I personally probably would no. I would say that even in like a flight, I would evade cannibalism. But I mean, arguments can be pushed to the limit where certain circumstances people could make arguments for that. But again, in that circumstance, I do think gratuity would play a massive role in the psychology of consuming that situation, digesting that situation. Yes, would very much rely, your sanity, I think, would rely on the level of gratuity and peace with the person that you have to, or if you want to push it to those limits, right? But I wouldn't. I think that I would be quicker to walk off into the wilderness and starve than eat anyone. But who knows, right? Our minds are more
So
fragile than we
logic.
think.
So with a real world example, right? So my roommate raises quail. And he raises them from egg, right? And so you don't get to choose what the sex of the resulting quail is. However, if you have too many males in an enclosure, they end up doing a lot of bad spectral things to all the other birds, and it ends up with a very harmful environment for all the birds. If you put them in their own little enclosure, they will harm each other in that enclosure. So unfortunately, he had to unalive, I think, 4 males because they were being overtly aggressive to other birds. And I think, like in that case, right, eating those birds, I don't think is a bad thing because they're not being unalived for the food. They're being unalived because they can't be with the other birds. And at that point, I think that takes for me some of the ethics is one thing. But if you are going out of the way to unalive them so that you can eat them, that is a different thing, right? So if we were to say, oh, our quails aren't laying as many eggs anymore, so we're going to unalive them so that we can eat them. I think I kind of see where Violet's coming from with this. I think that's much more unethical than say you have to unalive them because of environmental concerns, like to keep your ecosystem healthy, and then making use of the products once you've done that.
I live, beans.
Oh, you guys are
Jar of
still
beans is
here.
more.
Sick. I'm so sorry. I lost my phone died. I can't believe you're still here. That's weird.
Can you hear us?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. So where I live, a can of beans is more affordable than a steak. Legumes, fruits, vegetables. I can get all my nutrients from something for half of the price as what I would have paid for meat. I don't know if that's the case in America. I don't see it as something that is an expensive lifestyle. I've saved money on it personally, and I've become healthier. So when we're talking about ethics, I think it is more affordable for poorer people. I think it is healthier for everybody. I think it is better for the environment. I think it is less cruel to animals. So I don't know what the argument could be that it's unethical.
Sure. So let me do this. There are people in the States that live in rural areas where, like, let's say in the wintertime, they don't have access to these kind of things, whether it's because of where they live, because they don't actually have work during the winter seasons, whatever the case is, where hunting becomes a thing for them, where this gives them the ability to be able to actually sustain food for their family. And I do know people who do have to live this way. Their circumstances are different than mine, obviously, granted. But the thing is, these are also people who, like, let's say if they go and they take down an elk, this is something that they're going to be able to feed their family for, like, the next few weeks. It's not just something that, like, well, they should just be able to go buy some beans or go be able to buy some other stuff. There are people who really do sit there and count out all of their, like, pennies. They count out all of their coupons, and they try to make do with the best that they can.
I have a feeling that we're confusing. I'm not sure if the answer to that question is going to be super relevant to whether or not there's a reason to think veganism is unethical. Has that reason been given yet?
I'm not too sure, but I'm also, I don't want to confuse the vegan diet for vegan ethics, because it seems like that's what's happening here.
Like I don't know who made the claim, if it was Logictroll or someone else, but.
Oh yeah, I'm here. I'm sorry. I'm out doing deliveries and it's really loud at the moment. But also, I guess you have to come on Jambar's account because I have you blocked still, Amdir. Is that true?
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah. So, I mean, I'm willing to unblock you if this is like the type of thing you want to come on here and have conversations in the future. I'm totally cool with it. As long as, I guess the only requirement I have is this like self-moderation thing. I let everyone basically self-moderate, but the moment it gets into like over talking or personal attacks, that's kind of when I generally, I'm over it. But I'm down to have this discussion too. If it's in good faith, it's all good. I am also working at the moment, so I'm a little distracted. But yeah, we were loosely talking about the fact that you can't really remove, or at least I was, that you can't really remove this problem of suffering completely. We can unite on the front of limiting suffering, bro. I don't like any mistreatment of animals, but when it comes to our assumption and gratuity, I don't think there is any way to completely eliminate ourselves from the suffering and consumption of other life.
Suppose that we can't, so presume that we agree we can't eliminate all suffering. Does it therefore follow veganism is unethical?
In the way that if it presupposes that it can, then yeah. But if it presupposes it can't, then no.
Don't think it presupposes whether it's possible to eliminate all of suffering or not.
Well, when you say it, I've definitely interacted with quite a few who seem to make that case, or at least try to make a decadent case about how appetizing the plate is if we can remove, killing. But I think killing is different than suffering. I think basically all consumption relates to killing in one way or another. But I agree with you that if we can get there, then I'm fine with it. We don't have to say veganism is unethical as long as it takes responsibility for its ultimate suffering as well that it causes.
So suppose that the following is true. I'm not saying that it is true, but suppose that it is. If like I were to show you proof that like 95% of vegans don't think that you can eliminate all killing or all suffering, then would you say, well, I don't think that like veganism is unethical?
Yeah, yeah. Sorry, just to re-say, if I'm delayed on a response or anything, I'm out working. But yeah, I would say that it's not unethical. 95% for sure. Think that, yeah. But I would say, anecdotally, from my interactions, about maybe 50-50. The age, age plays a big part in it. The younger a person is, generally, the more ignorant they are on the topics. An older, quote-unquote, vegan usually has considered these things a little more and takes responsibility. But yeah, if you get to 95%, then yeah, for sure, you convince me.
I have a strong inclination to think that a very, very, very strong majority don't think you can eliminate all killing, but I'm willing to just leave that empirical question open and just say, like, given that we just stipulate that veganism isn't thinking that we can eliminate all suffering, then it's not unethical. Cool. Then it seems like we can sort of just agree that it's not unethical on that understanding.
Sure. I mean, we can. I think it's just important to a little bit to like separate ethics and our own consumption. It's a little bit pedantic or like again decadent, right? To judge others, and this is where the argument gets a little bit lost in the weeds. Like when we provide extreme examples, we can provide examples where perhaps never uncalled for suffering, but definitely unaliving is justified. And so a lot of these arguments do seem to sort of degenerate into a bit of a slippery slope of like, how much suffering, how much killing. Because like in raw numbers, often I think vegetables cause more killing than meat. But again, I recognize
kind
Violet's
of
point.
Disanalogous. That's disanalogous because like plants and animals don't go through the same amount of suffering. Like I have plants growing, like I have lettuce growing out on my back patio, and I can go pick that. Right, that's not causing suffering. Whereas if I were to go like wring one of my bird's neck so I could eat it, that would be causing suffering.
I don't think that's what he was saying.
So what's
the animal suffering involved in farming of plants, maybe, or something along those lines? But I just want to get clear about one of the statements that was made there, which was that like we need to separate the talk about ethics or morals from like what's on our plates or what we're eating. I'm not sure what exactly you mean by that, because like presumably you agree that there is a conversation about ethics to be had about what we're eating.
Sure. I just think that, like going back to this point about the daughter at the table, right? If I owned a farm, did you hear that example? If I owned a farm, regenerative farm, and I had a daughter at the table, and we were having Thanksgiving dinner, and we had the plethora of the farm options on the table. We had a chicken, all the veggies, and she said she only wanted to eat the peas and carrots. She didn't feel comfortable eating the chicken. I said, of course, I would be like not pressuring her. She can eat whatever she wants. But at the same time, I think over time, I would try to tell her that like to be completely grateful, right? Like this idea of Thanksgiving is to give proper gratuity to the entirety of the farm, right? And the chickens and the cows and everything are part of that.
You don't need to unalive the birds, for example, say, because they are producers and they're residents of their own right. Like you don't need to butcher them in order to like make them have value. So I eat my birds' eggs because otherwise they'll sit there and rot, right? So that's a very low like there's no harm being caused, right? The eggs are not fertilized, they're not going to lay or hatch. But this idea that I really would like that daughter's perspective of, no, I don't really want to eat the birds, right? Why don't we just, instead of doing that, let's just not slaughter them and let them live their natural lives. Maybe we can bury them. Maybe we could butcher them near the end of their natural life. But like needing to go through with it because it's Thanksgiving and we need to give thanks, I feel is silly.
Like, so imagine, as presumably just, I don't know if you're gonna, go ahead, Logictroll. I didn't know that you were about to say something. You said you were off the app.
I'd rather you go, yeah, because I am kind of on and off. I'd rather you go. Thanks for
I was just gonna ask for like a little bit of clarification when you give that example. Is the point of the example supposed to be that like it's wrong for the daughter not to eat the animals because they're like raised on this regenerative farm and thanks is given for them? Is that supposed to be the point? Because you could imagine a scenario where there's some regenerative farm, but instead of just plants and animals, it's actually like plants, animals, and humans. And you wouldn't want to say there that it's wrong to like eat the humans at the Thanksgiving table because, you know, it's a regenerative farm and we gave thanks.
Yes. No, I don't think I'm drilling in the point that she's wrong for not eating it. She can choose to eat whatever she wants. In the case, though, of okay, so do you take the stance that you can eat meat under veganism, just not meat that's been killed with suffering?
I would
Or you can't meat.
I would say
meat
that
at
you
all.
can't contribute to like or you wouldn't contribute to animal suffering. There's probably technically ways to eat meat that don't involve contributing to animal suffering. Like, for example, if I find a carcass out in the woods that died before I found it, and it's like fresh or something.
Exactly. So I guess I was putting a little bit too much. I was relying a bit too much on my intuition pump for this term regenerative farm. But yeah, to completely appreciate and be gratuitous for the farm, the regenerative farm, there is this aspect of like incorporating as much as we can into the meal. Right? Completely the roots of the vegetables all the way to the carcasses of the animals, right? Because it's this idea that they were all taken ethically, assuming that.
So you're just like assuming that you're assuming that none of the animals were like killed for the express purpose of eating them or anything like that?
Sure. The bigger purpose of the regenerative farm itself. It's not for the explicit use or of consumption, not at all. It's for the regenerative purpose of the farm and maintaining and basically pasteurizing land to hand down in a legacy to your family.
I mean, okay, I'm not sure if there's like if anything about the scenario you're setting up is supposed to be inconsistent with veganism.
I think the point too is a lot of this stuff can be done without like butchering animals. You could, raise animals that you can harvest products from without harming them. You could just do plant farming. It's not required to go through with that step to be sustainable.
Is Logictroll, are you trying to make a point that like if the sort of farming method is regenerative, or if every part of like the animals and plants are used, then it's like morally permissible to eat them? Is that more the point you're trying to make?
Yeah, it's pretty good.
I can't hear you.
It's not
So, Logic hosts good lives. Everybody be nice and tap the screen for the host while we're on this commercial break. Thank you for coming.
Can you guys kind of hear me now? Oh, shoot. You guys, I'm sorry, y'all. You go ahead and talk.
Hey,
I'll be a second.
no worries. He warned us.
Oh, is he doing something?
Well, direct this conversation to someone else then.
I mean, I don't know if anyone else. I don't know if anybody else is making like the exact same point that Logictroll is trying to make.
I know. Do we want to make a new point? Is there anything anybody really wants to argue about?
Yeah,
Oh, here we go.
okay. To be honest, this is I'm sorry. Yeah, can you guys hear me okay now? To be honest, this is I wish I could have the time to really sit down and patiently go through this. So, give me about like 10, 15 minutes here, and I'll have a little bit more time. Until then, you guys. But I mean, no pressure to stick around either. Like I value y'all's time. But yeah, I can be a little more attentive here in about 15
Okay,
to 20 minutes.
we can just circle back later. It's fine. I don't know, I think
yeah.
Cartesian wants up if anybody in here is a mod, but I don't know if anybody in here is a mod or not. I don't know.
Mods.
Oh, okay.
So what do you guys think about removing the voting age?
Oh, I didn't know if we were going to completely change topic or just like, because Dargon was also asking some questions before we were addressing the whatever Logictroll was saying.
What were the questions I was asking?
Something about people living in areas where they're like not able to buy food or something.
Oh, yeah. So that wasn't a question. I was just making a statement that, like, you know, with circumstances of, like, let's say, excuse me, I'm a little bit congested. I apologize. With a circumstance of, like, let's say if there's a family where the head of the household has a seasonal job, and during the winter time they don't necessarily have income coming in, where they rely on, like, their ability to be able to actually hunt to provide for their family.
So, like, suppose that veganism just remains silent about these cases, because they're probably like 0.0005% of cases. So suppose I was just to say, like, well, veganism just remains silent as to whether those cases are wrong or right, and leaves it open. Then would you say that you don't have an issue with it, or?
Yeah, I don't have an issue with that. I actually don't have an issue with, you know, like the way that Violet put out her idea of, like, how she sees veganism. But where I do have an issue, I guess you could potentially apply it to anything, not just necessarily veganism, but of people, like, who kind of do the whole, like, virtue signaling and trying to, like, show, oh, I'm such a better person than everyone else because I don't contribute to the suffering of animals, because I'm kind of fortunate in this circumstance to be able to provide myself with this kind of a diet. I have an issue with people like that. But like I said, you don't necessarily need to apply that to veganism.
I mean,
it is just true.
I mean, like, most of the scenarios where people are saying these things, I don't think that they're saying it to the people that aren't in any position to be vegan, because it's not most people in, you know, it's not most of the people that we're talking to. It's not most of the people that, like, on the app or in our communities or whatever.
Wait, why are you on Julian's account, by the way?
Oh, I'm blocked on my main account from the host.
Oh, okay, yeah. But anyway, that is just true. It's just true that all else equal, a vegan person is a better person than, like, a non-vegan.
I mean, better person. So, are you being truly 100% here?
As in, like, they bring about less. They would bring about less bad states of affairs than non-vegan people.
Yeah,
I would actually kind of agree with that.
Morally better choices, or they have a better moral view.
Yeah, I would mostly agree with that. My only problem is it does depend on the environment. So, like, I can see some environments where veganism, like, it would make it more difficult for your society to survive. So, like, in the good aspect, that's why I kind of hesitate to use, like, better than. But I would kind of agree with you. Under, like, most circumstances, like, all but the most extreme circumstances, I think veganism would be much more beneficial to, like, society's survival.
Also, I'm not even all that concerned if, like, so I'm not all that concerned, at least primarily, with the survival of society. Like, so, for example, it could turn out that, like, being carnivorous is, like, more conducive to the survival of society than veganism. Like, we could still have very substantive questions over whether or not we should still be vegan.
Yeah, but this is why I'm saying, like, that's why it makes it hard to have like a better or like a good or a bad, is if it falls down to kind of like what standard are you applying. And like if we're talking about like moral standard, those are going to be subjective and relative. And if we're talking about
So
like
what?
a rationality sense of like it helps your society survive, I think in most cases veganism would be beneficial, but in
I'm
some
talking
cases
about a
it would
moral
harm.
standard.
Standard.
Yeah.
I can't really think of any times where it would be bad to be vegan morally, so I wouldn't
Saying
disagree
like
with
a
that.
vegan is a all else equal morally better person is what I'm saying.
Yeah, okay, I wouldn't disagree with that. Because it seems like you'd be more inclusive in your like moral beliefs, including animals and whatnot, rather than just like cognitively dissonant, ignoring them.
Well, hold on. Cartesian, are you vegan?
Yeah.
Do you eat avocados?
Yeah, from time to time.
And are you familiar with the repercussion that avocado growth has on like the population of bees?
Like what specifically?
Like how I mean I could probably go back and like pull the sources, but like growing avocados actually ends up unaliving a lot of bees.
Okay, so it ends up unaliving a lot of bees. I'm not seeing the issue.
Oh, okay, good, got it.
Is there somewhere you were going with that?
Like, is that
Yeah,
it,
I
or-
was just saying like if we're valuing like the life that is being that you're trying to save with not eating like animal products or animals,
like look,
and
Well, here's one thing. Do you think that what we're saying is that we're just trying to reduce as much ending of life as possible? Do you think that that's what we're saying?
Yeah, there's no value I have that says so.
Sorry, I didn't catch that.
Yeah, I said I have no value that says like ending an animal's life is wrong, or I'm trying to like minimize the amount of animal death.
Oh, so it's just about the suffering. It's not about like the unalivings.
I wouldn't say there might be other relevant considerations. Also, there's more to say, which is like, okay, suppose I'm eating avocados like ends up like killing certain bees. That could be a good thing, right? It could be the case that if you didn't farm those avocados, the bees would have had even more or worse deaths, maybe, or maybe like more bees would have died. Like,
Hold
so
on, that's
it's not-
very kind of misleading because he's saying that
Yeah,
like
that-
avocado farming is damaging bee populations. So
Yes.
Yeah,
maybe
so I'm
avocado
saying
farming
the point-
is bad,
So I don't
right?
know, any criticism you're
point is
going to
that
have.
that could be, or my point is that that could be a good thing. It could be the case that if you didn't farm those avocados, bees would live more horrible lives, or maybe even more bees would die. Right? So
I
merely
could
showing
literally
that farming
wait, hold
avocados
on. I could
kills
literally
bees
do the
isn't
same
enough,
thing and
right?
just say, I could literally do the same thing and just say like by me eating cows, I'm potentially like helping them from like a worse
Yeah, but
fate
that's just
of like
false,
some
right?
kind of suffering.
But in that case, you're just
Like
wrong.
I don't see the difference in what you said and what I said.
Right, because
Also-
okay, well, my point is that you've shown no reason to think that me actually. Suppose I'm ending the life of those bees. You'd have to show that if I didn't farm those avocados, those bees would have somehow not had a worse death, right? Because it could be the
Hang
case
on.
that I'm doing something very good. That doesn't apply to
Hang
animal
on.
farming. Okay,
You're
when
saying you're saying suffering of the bees as if like that's the primary issue. It's like the destruction of the ecosystem is the problem, right? Bees are an incredibly
hold
they're a
up, that also
keystone
could be a
species.
good thing, right? That could be a good
No,
thing.
stop.
It could be the case
Stop.
that if you
Destroying a
it could-
keystone species is not good.
it could be the case that if you don't destroy the ecosystem, there'll be more organisms there who continue to suffer
What are we
in that
talking
environment,
about?
right?
Hang on,
So
my
first,
concern.
my
Hang
point
on,
is that
hang on,
there's two things
Cartesian.
here.
Stop.
Let's say
So
either
you're
we're
saying
talking about
basically
destroying the ecosystem, or we're talking about unaliving bees. Even if I
Listen.
grant that this is happening, you actually have to show. You have to show that if I weren't to do this, then something worse wouldn't happen.
So listen, you're talking about the suffering of the bees as if like the amount of individual suffering gone through by the number of bees is like what we're measuring here. I don't care about the supposed suffering gone through by bees in their agony of life, right? My concern is making sure bees have like ecosystem to survive and
Oh, then we
thrive in,
just have
right? That
different
they
values then.
maintain their
Yeah, so
part
then
in
we
it,
just
right?
have
But
different
why are you
values. Who
valuing?
cares?
Hang on. So you realize that by more people or more bees existing, there's more opportunity for suffering. That doesn't mean that I think that's something we should avoid. Like it's almost this like idea that
Then we
we
just
should
have
end it
different
before there is the
values.
chance for suffering, right? That's
But
kind
if
of
you're trying to
ridiculous.
point out an issue of my view, presumably you're trying to say that I'm committed to some hypocrisy or I'm committed to some violation of my own values. You say that you have different values isn't successful in showing that.
Hold on, I'm trying to parse what you said. So I simply kind of so I misunderstand. So when you are trying to say that destroying bee ecosystems with avocado farming is not actually a bad thing because they might have led worse
Yeah, it could
lives
be a good
because of it,
thing. It could be a good thing in the sense that if
it
you
seems like
preserve that ecosystem, it could cause a lot of organisms or it could lead to organisms continuing to be bred there and continuing to have horrible lives.
hold on, but they don't have horrible lives. They just have lives, right? That's how life works, right?
Well, that's
This
just,
idea of
why
like
would I
life
accept that?
being miserable and horrible in the wild is kind of like a human concept that you're applying onto them. I just want the
Why would
ecosystem to
I,
have the like chance to be stable and
like, why would I
to
grant that, like,
survive.
yeah, I don't see a reason to think these organisms don't live bad lives.
What's your reason to believe that they do live bad lives? Have you seen them? Like, have
Committed
you
to
seen
saying that
health
they do
effects from
live
like?
bad lives.
So it seems
I'm saying as of
wild
now,
to
there's no
me.
reason to favor one view over the other.
I've never met somebody who treats ecosystem destruction as morally neutral, and it seems
Oh,
wild to me.
I think a lot of times ecosystem destruction is not only morally neutral, a lot of times it's like very good. Because a lot of times we have reason to think that, at least we know in some ecosystems, a lot of animals suffer tremendously. And so if you were to replace those ecological niches with human settlements, then you would prevent continued animal suffering in those land areas. So those are cases where ecosystem destruction is an extremely good thing. And there are cases where it's ambiguous, and I'm saying in this case you'd have to show that the ecosystem destruction isn't a good thing.
Yeah, so I think I could very simply just say that humans are invasive species in the circumstance, and even with them trying to like farm avocados, they create another invasive species within that ecosystem.
Just granted that humans are invasive species, so what?
So I guess it doesn't
Is that
matter.
supposed to be, like, what is that supposed to do?
I don't understand that.
An entity is an invasive species. That feature in of itself is not a morally relevant feature. Right? You'd have to show something that's a morally relevant consideration to me if you're trying to like change my view or show that there's some hypocrisy on my view. Assume you're trying to do, unless you're just like not trying to do that. That could not even be your goal.
Well, I think avocado farming is a problem, and I do think that humans actually cause a lot of problems. I do think that we are invasive species. What do you mean? The harm that it causes, right? Yeah, so the harm that it causes to the ecosystem and to the bees, which are actually extremely important to like ecosystems. I don't even know where to go with that.
So there's just like nothing further. It's just like, oh, this, and I ask you why should I think this is bad, and you have like nothing further. Like that's all.
Well, no, I just can't wrap my head around the idea, because like to me that just literally sounds like why is like unaliving babies a bad thing? Like, you got to show me like why that's a bad thing.
I think that we need to start somewhere like a little bit, like we need to, because this is where we're stuck at is just saying that something is harming some ecosystem or destroying some ecosystem sufficient to say that it's bad. Like certain people on the panel are saying yes. So maybe let's start there. So like, imagine that you have the following ecosystem, and I'm not saying that this ecosystem exists, but like imagine the movie Predator. You know, the sort of aliens in the movie Predator that they like have all these, you know, claws and whatever. They go around killing people or unaliving people.
Yeah.
Sorry, forgot I'm on TikTok.
Yeah,
And suppose you have an ecosystem.
they're called Yauchas. Yeah, I know what you're talking about.
Suppose you have an ecosystem, and the ecosystem, consists of like those, and it consists of a species that's like very similar to humans, and they're like very defenseless. They don't have any weapons or anything, and those aliens from the Predator movie just kill all these human-like beings in this ecosystem, and then we come with our military-grade weapons, and we settle there and actually destroy in large part this native species of the alien predators, but then they are no longer killing this defenseless human-like species. So there's not all the suffering going to destroy this ecosystem. In this case, is destroying the ecosystem a bad thing?
Yeah, let me just finish my point. When we're talking about like the role that bees actually play within like ecosystems is extremely important.
No, can you answer the question though? I didn't say that it was an analogy. It's not an analogy.
Yeah, but like the thing is, I mean, then what is it if it's not an analogy? Because you're trying to say like, we have a circumstance.
You're overthinking it. I'm pointing out something very simple, which is just saying that something is a destruction of an ecosystem isn't sufficient to say that it's morally bad. And I'm just trying to get you to agree to that weaker point.
Yeah, so like if you have like an invasive species in a location, and by you taking them out or by something else taking them out, where it creates a little bit of a balance where other animals aren't suffering, I don't think that's a bad thing.
Okay, so you agree then that more needs to be said than that it's destroying an ecosystem in order to say that it's bad. It needs to be that there's some other bad-making feature there.
Sure.
Artesian was just asking, what is that feature in the bees case?
Okay, I'm back now for
Good timing. Welcome back.
I'm chilling. I can. Hell yeah.
If anybody has that feature, I'd be interested in knowing exactly what it is.
What feature? I kind of spaced out a bit.
Something that the feature of the bees case that makes it such that the destruction of the ecosystem is bad.
Well, bees pollinate flowering plants. So if you were to destroy bees, a lot of flowering plant species would be devastated, and you would potentially cause an ecosystem collapse. And this ecosystem collapse would cause the unalivement and potential ending of countless species and animals.
Okay, so there's some claim about, okay, if we were, in this case, if we were to continue this avocado farming practice, we would cause like some strong degree of killing of other animals and stuff like that. So something along those lines. So, I mean, first, it seems like that's, strictly speaking, an empirical claim. So I guess, like, what data would you have to support that?
Before, not to respond to that specifically, but like I think it can be said that there is ethical and unethical avocado farming. So I don't think Daragon is trying to say eating avocados is wrong, period, right?
I
like
didn't
you
say
can't.
he was.
So hang on, I know you're not claiming that. I just want to state this. But the way that we farm avocados can be unethical, and to simply say that veganism is just ethical no matter how you do it is wrong, because you can do it unethically. Like if you were to rely on almonds, right? Almonds are incredibly water intensive. They grow them primarily in like California where there's a drought like all the time. And this is farming.
I don't think this is relevant. This is like kind of
right.
irrelevant.
So I'm not trying to derail it. I'm trying to say there's ethical and unethical ways to do things regardless of whether it's vegan or not vegan.
Well, that's a pretty like groundbreaking discovery.
So avocado farming is done pretty unethically. It can be said, right?
Okay. So
Yeah. Do you agree? Disagree?
No,
Can
I
you make
don't
a
agree.
solid statement? You don't agree?
No, I don't agree. I think the claim that you were making earlier was something along the lines of the current avocado farming practices would lead to like some degree of like some large scale or significant scale of the killing of other animals or something along those lines in the environment. And I was wondering like what studies have been conducted on this region or what studies have been conducted on like the avocado farming, etc., that led you to that conclusion, if any.
I hope that wasn't for me because I haven't made any claims about the avocado farming. I don't know if
Oh, okay. So you aren't making that claim. Okay, so let's just try to go back to
I
square
literally
one.
wasn't the one bringing forth the avocado farms, you know, right?
Okay.
I was simply
Okay, so you aren't
tackling.
making any claim there.
Hold on. So I'm a little confused by the. You're trying to say I can't make a statement on anything based on the fact that I'm not making the primary claim. That's pretty ridiculous to say.
No, I thought that you said a second ago you were making a claim about the sort of consequences farming avocados would bring about. Okay, that's what I thought you were doing.
I was
But it
bringing up
sounds like you're
almonds,
saying
right?
you
That was
actually
what I
aren't
was.
doing that.
But you said I was pivoting, right? When I tried to bring up almonds, and you said, "No, you can't say that because you're bringing it
I
to
said
something else, right?"
that was irrelevant. I wasn't talking
It wasn't
about
irrelevant.
that.
I'm trying to make up a way that you can farm. Hang on, let me finish the thought because you always interrupt me when I'm
You're
trying
not
to finish
following.
something. So I'm trying to say you can
Because you're
farm
just like trying to
something
derail.
ethically or unethically, whether it is vegan or whether it is not vegan. Is that not true?
That is so groundbreaking. You're really adding stuff to the conversation.
Cool. Thanks for agreeing with it. You can just say yeah, and then we can move on. I'm not trying to argue with you.
That's extremely groundbreaking. But a minute ago, or at least a minute and a half ago, you were saying something about the consequences of the avocado farming. So you were saying something like, okay, well, bees are super integral to the environment, and so if you were to remove the bees, all these flowers would die, and a bunch of animals would die by consequence, and it'd be this like kind of horrible disaster. And I was looking for any data to support
That's a
that.
claim
Unless
about
you're no
bees, not a
longer
claim
making
about
that claim.
avocados, by the way.
Okay, so you weren't actually making any claim about the consequences in that situation.
Making a
So
claim
I would
about
just repeat-
bees. If you were to remove bees
So
from
I'll
the
just-
equation, yeah, there'd be a lot of damage. I wasn't
just
trying to say
repeat
that
my-
avocado farming is going to eliminate them. I never said that.
Just repeat. I never said you were saying that either. So I'll just repeat my general question, which is, does anybody actually have the wrong-making feature of the ecological destruction as a result of avocado farming?
I have no idea what you're talking about with avocados again.
Yeah, which part of what I said was confusing?
Depends what you. I mean, it depends, but what you mean, I guess, entirely. But I would just say that any kind of farming, even regenerative, completely ethical farming, there's harm in killing.
I don't even know what to.
You think there's always harm in killing? Like, so there's harm.
Yeah.
So like when I'm like walking to the store and I'm like stepping on grass and I kill some of it, or like I pee on the grass and I kill some of it, is there like harm in the death of that grass? But not all killing is harm. Just like some killing is harm.
Oh, I didn't say all killing is harm. I said that, no. I said that no matter how regenerative the farm is, it's going to involve killing and harm.
Oh, you're saying that like any regenerative farm would involve killing and harm?
Yeah, like let's say, like in this circumstance, we're talking about avocados. It doesn't matter how ethical we make let's assume the absolute most ethical avocado farm. It's still going to displace other like other species, other organisms in the environment in order to maintain that farm.
Okay.
It's not clear why.
Yeah, and that displacement is going to involve killing and harm. That displacement is going to be a physical killing or harm of that species that's invasive on the avocados. You don't need to do a test or a study. Go to an avocado farm. The farmer would agree with you.
Go ahead, Andrew.
Go ahead. I was just trolling.
Okay, I was just trying to figure out. Okay, so we know that there's going to be some degree of displacement going on, but I want to know what is the morally wrong part of this exactly.
Oh, I don't know. We don't have to say it's morally wrong, but I mean, like, I think we're probably in agreement in a lot of positions on, you know, limiting the harm of animals, limiting suffering, and those kinds of things. So I don't even understand why you'd come into the conversation just presupposing that we have such a harsh disagreement about something that we don't.
Well, there are various people here who've been trying to kind of bring up a hypocrisy on my view or other people's about me eating avocados, and I'm currently saying how I see no reason to think that I would be committed to any hypocrisy by eating avocados, even if I ate like 100 avocados a day. And I'm saying that just hasn't been shown.
Even if you ate them, but you already admitted that if you ate them while saying, you know, generally avocado farming doesn't cause any killing or harm, then you would be a hypocrite. You've already admitted that, right?
No, wait, sorry, what would be the hypocrisy there?
Right. Yeah.
What would be the hypocrisy there?
Because you're trying to claim that it doesn't cause
Oh no,
any
I never
harm or
made
killing.
I never made any such claim.
Right.
So then what would be the hypocrisy?
So as long as you stick to that, then yeah, sure. As long as you're okay with agreeing with, well, there wouldn't be in that case. As long as you're okay with agreeing that avocado farming causes
there are
killing and
things
harm.
that might cause killing and harm that could be good because they could prevent. Why are you interrupting me? There are things that could cause.
Because you're always so disingenuous and you interrupt everyone, and it's just so funny.
Let me know when you're done.
So you're laughing
so
like
easily,
he's cornered, but Cartesians never said that there wouldn't be killing and harm in the avocado process. In fact, he stated multiple times that there would be killing and harm, but
I know.
His value. Wait, hold on. His value isn't to eliminate all killing and harm. So you haven't shown that there's some incongruency in respect to his values and avocado consumption or farming.
Yeah, exactly.
Incongruency as far as what values? I said from the beginning, I don't know what makes them think we have such disagreement on our values.
Okay, first, I'm defining hypocrisy. You might say like somebody's being hypocritical just in case that they're engaging in actions that are out of accord with their values, right? That's what I'm taking hypocrisy to be. Furthermore, it's very obvious that things could cause harm and killing and still be good. Maybe they cause harm and killing, but they also prevent more further or even greater harm and killing. In that case, it could cause harm and killing and it could still be a good thing.
As you'd say, profound point.
Okay, so do you have any reason to think that in the B case that you're causing some sort of harm and killing that isn't preventing a greater harm or killing?
Nope.
Cool.
Not really. No one said there was.
Alright, so until you have something along those lines, or effectively anything that shows why I should be morally against the avocado farming case, then I see no reason to think it would be wrong.
You're just reiterating redundant things. No one's trying to make that case.
Actually, I might even agree with you. I'm not sure if people are trying to make that case, but people were trying to make the case. There's some issue with me potentially thinking that avocados are wrong, or avocado farming is wrong. So people were trying to make that case, and when I pressed them to elucidate the morally relevant features such that I would actually condemn the scenario, they weren't able to do so. By the way, Amber, can you hear me? Because people are talking about me being on the train.
Yeah, we can hear you. There's just a lot of background noise.
But I'm I'm not hard to you can understand what I'm saying, right?
Yeah.
Is there noise suppression on TikTok?
Yeah, Dargon's gone now.
Avocado's man is now. You can relax. Show us on this avocado.
I mean, so I might just bring up a side point. Like, besides the whole open question about whether this particular instance of ecosystem destruction is morally objectionable or not, there's a further issue, which is supposing that which is like if you're supposed to say kill it, like vegans are supposed to be against like killing of animals, doing avocado farming involves killing of animals, so vegans need to be against avocado farming. I think that there's like some distinctions to be made about what exact animal killing vegans are against. I don't think it's accurate that most vegans are against all animal killings across the board. Like, here's an example where there's a lot of vegans, myself included, who aren't against killing of like bivalves. So they're like clams or oysters, animals that don't have any sort of brain or any sort of experience of pleasure or pain or anything like that.
And the almond one has less to do on animals than it does with sustainability, just because it's like 1.8 gallons for like one almond.
1.8 gallons of
like
what,
fresh water? Of fresh water. Yeah. But not to derail you.
Yeah, just on the bees thing, so it's not clear just from the fact that somebody's vegan that bee deaths are going to be something that they find like morally objectionable, and certainly not to the level of cow deaths, pig deaths, stuff like that.
I fail to see that.
Yeah,
I think
I
bees are amazing, and it's like it's one thing to not consider like an actual single bee with like a cow. I understand that they're two different things, but like there is a lot of harm to be considered with like the destruction of a hive, let's say, right? This is, how many.
Here I'm talking about the harm Here I'm talking about the harm to the bees, not the harm like to other organisms as a result of the bees being destroyed. But I was just talking about the harm to the bees specifically.
Right. So like, I'm confused though. I'm saying like the harm to the bees is like 1 million bees, right, being unalived without their hive.
Yeah, but you might not think that bees are the sorts of things that experience harm. There's like
So, if I could, I think I understand what you're saying. It's like there's less harm there's less suffering being incurred by the individual bees than there is by like a cow or a sheep or a pig. Like they have much more capacity for suffering.
And there's far less evidence.
I would actually agree with that.
Yeah, there's like far less evidence that they have that they suffer in the first place. I mean, there is some evidence that they do, but it's definitely not as strong as cows or pigs. Like, there's like I don't think they exhibit pain behaviors, which is one of the markers that we usually use to gauge whether an organism is feeling pain or not. And there's other things to mention as well, but.
So this is really less. It's two different arguments. One of being the ecological security or natural, basically not disturbing the ecosystem, and the second one would be like the suffering incurred by the organisms actually within the. And I can definitely understand that being a different argument, where like the mind of a cow or a pig is much more capable of suffering than like the mind of an individual bee.
Yeah, I was just trying to go down like a kind of separate line of response there.
What's the definition of veganism
I don't think that
you use?
I don't know how helpful it is to like sketch out exact definitions of veganism. I mean, vegans are going to be people that generally avoid animal products for ethical reasons. They're going to, avoid, like they're all else held equal, they're going to avoid things that increase demand for animal suffering. But I don't think that it's very helpful to get like strict definitions for things like that, because it's not always going to capture all the people that we would want to consider vegans.
Okay. Yeah, do you have is there like a threshold or something that you could say like someone is or isn't a vegan? Like is there some sort of absolute kind of symmetry
it's going to depend on the individual case. Like if there's going to be very obvious cases where someone isn't a vegan, if someone is like going to Walmart and buying steak every day and eating it for dinner, they're not a vegan. If they're not ordering any of this stuff when they go to restaurants, they're only buying plants during the week, they don't buy they don't get like stuff with leather or whatever, and the reason why they don't do it is because they don't want animals to suffer. It's very obvious that they're vegan. And then there's more like gray area cases where people might say some people would say they're vegan, some people would say they're not.
It's it's kind of this like limiting of harm though. This like approach to as long as you kind of judge them on their efforts of how much they I guess care for the life of others, right?
Sure.
The life and
Amdir,
suffering
what about
around them
the
kind of thing.
case of like
Yeah,
chicken
I
eggs,
like that. I
not
like that.
produced
I
by
like
like
that.
the industry, but rather like let's say you raised birds and you uh, collected their eggs and you ate them.
I think that there's probably like some specific scenarios where I don't think that it's like morally objectionable. Like one is where, you sort of like have the chickens as pets and you're not intending to like slaughter the chickens. You didn't get the chickens intending to like slaughter them when they stop laying eggs, then it's like probably fine to get the chickens or rescue the chickens and eat their eggs. But
Okay, that's cool. Because I do that where it's like my chickens lay eggs. I have 8 chickens, but only 4 of them are laying. And one of them we don't collect her eggs because she goes outside the fence and like we call her a rogue one. But we're never gonna slaughter that. Like that's not our purpose for it. It's like we'll probably bury them or it'd be nice to. Here's my whole thing about it is I want to treat everything with kind of dignity, and I think ecological dignity has less to do with like our human conceptions of like I don't think burying is necessarily the best option. I would prefer to like feed it into some other part of an ecosystem if that makes sense. Like if there was like predators within the broader ecosystem, and I could funnel it into those resources. I think that would be a more sustainable thing, or kind of a more naturally appealing thing to me than like burying it somewhere. But I can understand the appeal to both.
are you just talking about like people that bury their eggs or whatever?
The bird, it's like so. Eventually, my bird's gonna die of if I don't unalive it and butcher it, right? Which I'm not gonna do ever. I also have a duck. She doesn't lay anymore. She used to lay like one a day. Very hard worker. And she's like my best friend. But I'm never gonna unalive her. Like when she dies, I since it's gonna be, yeah, I'll probably bury her. I don't really want to eat her. Like it'd be nice to make. I think it's nice to make maximal use of the resources, and like so if one of your birds dies and um, you are able to butcher it and put it to use, let's say feeding your dogs, let's say that would be good for the dogs. I
But
don't think that's a wrong thing to do.
I don't think most vegans would have an issue with that if it died of natural
Right.
causes and then you eat it.
Okay, so yeah, I would consider I'm not a vegan. Like I'm not practicing. I do eat meat when I go out. I don't usually prioritize buying it, but like if I'm at a restaurant, I might get it. Um, but that's like maybe a few times a month. Um, so like I think I would consider myself I'll probably eventually become vegan just because um, there's no reason not to.
I
I
mean,
want it to be more
you
accessible.
ever
Like once I have enough, calories or proteins and other stuff, it's like, why not?
yeah.
Just
I
eat
mean, if you
mushrooms
need
instead.
like food recommendations or recipes, you can hit me up on probably on my main account, not this one, Amdir. But
Yeah, that'd be cool. I think that'd be nice. And it's like there's some things I still have like I love char siu bao, like pork buns, or like dim sum is like one of my favorite things. Uh, it's like so I'm but I hate the industry itself because it's kind of disgusting. It's like the way they factory farm these animals to maximize profits with no concern for anyone else, human or animal suffering. It's absolutely disgusting.
I mean, look, just if you think about it for a second, like take a step back from sort of like your life and the things that you do, and like, just think in 500 years, like, what do you think it will sound like to people when we're like, oh, we used to take, billions of like sentient things that, feel pain, have, desires or whatever, and just like send them one by one, millions by the day into like, gas chambers and all this stuff. It's like, I can already imagine how it'll be looked on in the future. I think it's like fairly obvious, but
Yeah, anyone who's had one of these animals can tell you that they're like incredibly intelligent beings. Like they're capable of emotions. Like I have a duck, right? Most people don't think like either humans are the only ones capable of it, or mammals are the only ones capable of like emotions empathy and these things, and it's like it's not. Emotional intelligence is achievable by a wide range of animals. My Pekin duck is like bonded to me. It's like because I saved her from a coyote. And this is the thing, it's like emotions, she clearly exhibits them and she changes her behaviors and she can learn. And somebody who thinks, and this is the widest, this is used for over 50% of like domestic meat production in the US, or duck meat production, Pekin ducks. Um, and so all of these animals individually are capable of incredible thoughts and bonds and feelings. And then anybody who doesn't recognize that, I think, is cognitively dissonant.
No, I mean,
or
I
just
grew up
incredibly
with,
uninformed.
yeah, I grew up with like, you know, goats and chickens, and I spent like a lot of time around, because I grew up like in a very rural area. I spent a lot of time around, you know, horses and cows and pigs and stuff too. And then I've also always had dogs growing up, and it's like, well, like, it's just, I mean, and I didn't think anything was wrong with it for a long time until I got more into philosophy. But now it's just like super obvious to me. Like the reason why I think imagining like my pet dog going through something as horrific as what cows go through is like such a crazy thing to imagine, and is like so morally disgusting, and is because like you can tell when you have a pet dog that, you know, it has preferences, it has desires, it wants to go outside at a certain time, it likes this treat better than this treat, it enjoys seeing you when you get home, it like they don't like being hurt, they, you know, do like living their lives. And then there's none of those traits that are present in the dog are like missing from the farm animals that we do the same thing to. None of those traits I just listed are missing from pigs or missing from cows.
Pigs are so smart.
Do you guys have something called 4-H?
Yeah,
In the
4-H.
States, you must have
Yeah.
something like it. You have 4-H. It's called 4-H too, eh? Yeah. So, I mean, considering a young kid going through the motions of raising, you know, a cow from a young, you know, animal to full size, and then selling it and watching it go through all those motions is like part of agricultural education, I suppose. Like you're uh, you're right to feel a little distaste there, but ultimately that education, I believe, is to like ease the production. You know,
I mean, I would say if that
I think,
education is
right?
like
Like
desensitizing you to the sort of thing that's going on, like that's a bad thing.
You know, I think
right.
honestly it's really
I
there's
know
a really
it's a
quite easy
fine
way to
line.
do this, and it's to stop incentivizing modern meat farming practices by like subsidies, and like it's almost entirely like allowed to function because of corn subsidies, and this giant redirection of resources towards animal production, this like mass circuitry of death. I don't think that like if you're like a herder and you have to like and you eat meat, right? Because if you have to unalive like one of your primary resources, one of your cows or something, and you make use of those resources, I don't think that's unethical. If I think it's actually probably worse to not make use of those resources. Like it's wasteful. If you've heard of like I don't want to redirect this to something else, but when the U.S. was colonizing the West, right, Manifest Destiny, the army literally went in and just like mass unalived buffalo and just left their carcasses to rot, and they hired private hunters to do the same thing, to deprive the Native Americans like prey, and that's just incredibly wasteful. They would just collect the hides and just sometimes not even the hides. I think it was just like the horns or something. And they would just leave these rotting carcasses on the plains. I think that's horrific, right? Like, I don't think the manner of suffering that the buffalo endured was as bad as the damage done to the ecosystem and to the way of life of the people there.
Yeah, I have got to drop off here, but Logictroll, if you want to unblock me on your main account, you can. I mean, you don't have to, but
No, I will, bro. I appreciate the conversation. This was actually productive, and yeah, I'm down. I'm down. It's all good. Um, yeah, these topics, like now I'm thinking about this 4-H thing. Like it is kind of crazy in a fine line how much it's desensitization versus education, because the marketplace of steers at the end of the semester is obviously the competition driving sort of incentives to raise a good steer, right? So there's these ethical implications involved in the market, I suppose. Like if you have a big healthy steer who's happy, that's going to be a prize steer. And so there's these weird market implicators, even though the consumption of the steer, if you look at it abstractly like that, it does seem grotesque. I think ultimately what it does is makes the steer more valuable and upholds, sustainable and ethical practices of both, you know, uh, having cattle and butchering them and putting them into product, and harvesting them, even
Right,
though,
but we should
again, that
probably
sounds maybe
question
grotesque.
how ethical these practices are in the first place, rather than like normalizing or desensitizing them. So, as just if you don't mind a personal anecdote, it's like my roommate, one of my friends, works for a company called Coastal, and they do these competition, or there's those 4-H. They'll these kids will raise this animal from like egg or from hatch, and raise them and then sell them at these auctions and try to get as high of a price as possible for their animal, per pound of meat basically, and they'll sell them to somebody who wants to buy it, and butcher it basically. And so my roommate got to go to one of these auctions, sorry, and bid on them and then give the animal right back to the kid anyway. It was this like charity thing they did. Is I'm like, that's kind of sweet, but it's also horrific to think about that. Like most of these
Whoa,
kids are
that's
going home
cool.
without their animals to sell them off to they're learning how to partake in capitalism, and that's kind of
I
gross.
know.
Of like the meat market, right? Right, we
Yes,
have to
I know.
desensitize
I
it to
know.
them
I know.
to it because
I
it's
know the
so
point.
horrific.
But there's this weird fine line, because at one sense I totally agree with you, and then the other sense, because I grew up on the farm, my whole community at home is this. They had 4-H and they raised cattle, and I would argue they're more sensitive to these issues than the average person who is unaware. They don't even know what cattle need, and that's to my point. If I were to go to the market at the end of the 4-H semester, there's this varying quality of steers, right? Most of them are kind of not raised very right. And then there's the prize steer. And so, although this capitalist approach at first can seem grotesque, I think it uplifts and puts on the pedestal the proper, sustainable, and ethical practices of raising a steer. And again, even though it's going to butcher, perhaps that sacrifice is also a testament to sort of, what the whole system is doing. Right, without that sacrifice, without that price on the head of the prize steer, we have no way of valuing these cattle in a way that's like appropriate to incentivizing
Hold
their
on.
actual
You could
proper
hang on. That's such a
raisal, or what
silly.
that even
Okay,
looks
so
like for
you
the
could do the
future.
same. That's like saying if you can't sell the dog when you're done raising it, there's no way to put a price. You can totally put a value on it without putting a price tag on it. So you can say I raised this cow from birth and I grew up with it, and eventually it died, or we butchered it, and that's still like super. That's super valuable, even though there was no price incurred, right? So,
Absolutely,
mhm.
absolutely. The problem yes, but the problem is it can't be propped up as the pinnacle of sustainability and ethical steer raisal. If you just have a connection to your steer at home, that's one thing. But to get a prize, right? The price, the money, the market competition is rewarding you and incentivizing everyone else. Hey, raise the steer the
Hang
way
on,
this guy
Logic.
did. And if we didn't have
You
that
don't need
market
market
signal.
signals to
Mhm.
encourage sustainability. So,
Yeah, to
market
encourage
signals are not
sustainability,
required for this.
perhaps. I would agree.
So
I would
in a
agree.
sense, you'll actually
Sustainability.
find me
Yeah.
agreeing with you a lot for a communist when it comes to like markets, right? I think markets can be valuable. It's just a way of how we allocate resources, right? But this focus on like free market as in like unregulated market is really bad because it doesn't lead to a free market. If we think of free market more as in like access to those resources, if you end up like actually, man, where did we start from this? So we were talking about steers. You don't need to be like getting the most money for your steer in order to have a sustainable cattle raising venture, right? All you need to do is raise cattle sustainably. You can do that as an independent person, just as a farmer. You don't even need that much capital. You need some capital, right? But I don't think you need market signals to accomplish this.
So I could raise cattle sustainably, right? I'm out on my farm doing a fairly sustainable job. But then my neighbor comes over and says, the way you're doing that with your steers really hurts them. And I say, no, it doesn't. I put them in those pens all the time. And he says, well, come over to my steers. I'll show you. And I walk over. His are grazing around so happy, and they're twice the size of mine. Right? And so I go home and consider, maybe he's right. Maybe there's something to this. Maybe I'm not attending to my steers as well as I should be. And there's one thing to just have that neighborly advice. There's a whole nother thing to have the community of competitive marketplace actually striving for the ideal steer. And in that sense, I don't think there's anything but market signals that can give us those kind of
Logic, you don't. Do you know how
iconic
obsessive people
measuring
are?
tools,
You
those
don't
standards.
need market signals. Like this is how technological innovation comes about. Is just people trying to master things, trying to get as good as possible at things, right? Like even if you don't do it professionally, you'll still want to raise the best of everything. Not everyone, but I think most people have kind of this natural instinct to want to excel. So market competition can help, but you can get competition without like a capitalist marketplace or like a free marketplace dominated by currency. You just do it in like with your roommates or with your neighbors or with your friends. Who's gonna get the biggest cow this year, right? That's pretty, you could get a pretty exciting whoever gets the smallest cow provides drinks, right? That's pretty compelling for a for a small group.
It's a standard at the lower threshold, but striving for like the ideal raised steer, I don't know how competitive we would be without the incentive of that financial model, because it's this exchange, it's this ability to compare our steers to other steers. It would be somewhat obsolete, and you could just use the weight, right? But ultimately, you have to consider the overall value, like the demand, the supply and demand of the overall market, which I don't think comparing these things inherently, like you probably agree, is there's anything wrong with that, right? It's this grotesque aspect that the desensitization in something like 4-H is putting in the heads of children that animals are just things to sell, and we don't like that idea. But my interaction with people who have this education is quite the opposite. Their willingness to sell the prize steer cuts them, right? It's one of the biggest deepest cuts they will ever experience, and in that they learn the value of raising the steer appropriately, right? There's something to the sacrifice that's necessary, because what is the point of raising steers ultimately, right? If we aren't going to consume it and there is no purpose or use for it, we can admire it from afar, I suppose. But what's incentivizing us to, right, pay for its existence, feed it, house it, right, care for it, tend to it, think about it all the time? Like, that's a huge trade-off. If the price isn't right on the prize steer, the child doesn't sell it. That's another thing. The child has to settle on a price. Often children just don't sell their steer. It's not worth the money. No one bids the offer, and it's not
So
going to
what's the
sell. It's
problem
going to
with
stay
that
on
though?
dad's farm, right? Because
So
the
yeah, it's
price.
great. And
That's
so what I'm
good.
saying
No,
is
that's
like
good. It's drilling
maybe
home
allow
that there's this
people
price, though.
to just instead of making it this whole competition of selling it at the highest price kind of thing, we just let people compete on their own standards.
Well,
Why
you
not?
don't want that. That's the problem with that, right? You want a standard at least. Yeah, you want a standard. We don't want people. So we could go around enforcing a standard, right? We could have animal rights activists
Well, we don't want
enforcing the
animal
proper
cruelty, do
standards,
we?
but I do think that
Like,
relatively.
by animal cruelty, yeah. Okay.
No, but the thing. But I think that like what's more efficient is the fact that most people in the marketplace now are educated on meat and they want grass-fed, open pasture, organically raised. They want all those labels on their packages, not just for marketing, for reality. They do their research, a lot of people, right? And so this actually incentivizes farmers to get their head in gear. It's like, yo, we're losing sales because not everyone wants your factory farm chickens. And like people are starting to, I mean, profits or not, people are starting to go these other directions, right? And that incentivizes the marketplace again. It signals to go the appropriate, more sustainable, ethical direction. I would say without that, the standard is lost. We can just let our neighbor, grotesquely butcher their chickens unaccounted for, or hunting's the big one, going on other people's property and posing,
Poaching?
right? Like that's like one of the worst things you can do. Yeah, poaching. Sorry, yeah,
Well,
that's
yeah,
like one of the worst
that's.
things you can do, right?
I mean, that
Because of
was
this,
more
it's
back in
not
the day. That was
right.
more about like, oh, hey, you came into our tribe's lands and took our game, or like you came into my king's forest and took his his heart, you know. But yeah, going onto somebody else's property and poaching something on their property is pretty. I think anyone would argue not great. But I think there is kind of this over obsession with like land of like you might buy like a 10-acre lot and then go, okay, anyone who comes onto my land is like an invader. But you have a pretty big lot. So maybe people are just walking through on the outskirts of your land, or they poach like a deer off the outskirts of your land. Would you march over there and get all like offended at them and like demand tax?
Well, no, not necessarily, but it's this standard, like we're saying. Assume there's two
What do you
neighbors,
mean
one's
better?
way better than the other, and the one neighbor ethically he's careful when he does hunt. He only hunts appropriate species when they're in season. He uses the whole animal, and it takes his appropriate tags and amounts that he's allowed by the government. His neighbor doesn't do anything, doesn't follow any of the laws, uses illegal equipment, illegal methods, uses whole nets to trap
Uses
in the river,
TNT
uses
to
dogs to
bomb
hunt, when
fish.
he's not allowed. Sure.
Okay.
Right. Yeah. So now we have this problem of he's the one encroaching on the good person's land. And so the land dispute becomes again employing these standards that we're all standing up, that you and I would agree on. It's not necessarily, we could say, oh, it's a land dispute, but ultimately this is an ethical dispute. It's like we don't want these people with their hounds coming on
Well,
our property
hang
illegally
on. I would
hunting,
say this
even if they're
has
legally
this
hunting,
this wouldn't
right?
even be
There's
like
some
I don't want
standards there.
people with hounds coming on my property. It'd be I don't want you doing these unethical things on your property, because I think this is where we might have a bit of a disagreement logic. Is I don't think land is you can't acquire it like ethically necessarily. Um, so all land originates in theft. Somebody took it somewhere by force, right? And they may have given it, you may have bought it or purchased acquired it at some point along that without some coercive means, but it is all rooted in theft. And so like I don't think this gives you special, like if you own a 5-acre lot and you want to log the entire thing for all the trees and kill all the ecosystems, I don't think you have the right to do that, even though that is your property, right? I just don't think it gives you special right to like violate nature. You don't have the right to poison the river.
Yeah, yeah. To steel man your point, like the going back to the steer, in the same way you don't own the steer, and that's what's so grotesque about elevating it up in a competitive sense to sell it on the market. It's not really, you've stolen its life to begin with. That's the argument. The problem is the standard, like similar to the steer, the standard of conservation of land needs some sort of incentive and ideal that we're striving towards. And that can really only be sorted through the market signals. If some tyrant comes and says, we no longer grow corn anywhere in this land, we only grow these vegetables, right? Because he's in his heart of hearts, he thinks he's trying to enforce sustainable ethical practices. It's like he doesn't understand the nuances of all that, right? All that complicated enforcement, first of all, and also how wrong he may be. Like you'd have to consult all the different farmers and all their different particular circumstances, and be adaptive to the yielding crop in the future due to climate
Hey, Logic.
change, etc.
I don't want to
So
redirect. I have a genuine
okay, so
question.
yeah,
Is how do you think the best way to determine power and authority in a society is? Like, what's the best way to delegate who has power?
that's it. Yeah. Well, that's a really interesting question. I think that is something that is sorted naturally. I don't think we can like
Hang on.
decide
It is
who
sorted
gets it and
naturally,
who
but we
doesn't. I
can
think it's
decide,
more of
right?
like a
Like we can
natural.
make systems, we can make institutions that sort it one way or another, right? That's what governments basically are.
Yeah, I guess I think that they're like inefficient and facades. They're not the
Well, they
real
are.
marks of
States
power.
states are
And
power.
if we're gonna like talk about the actual marks of power, I don't entirely believe that they like hold the power necessarily like that. Like especially from an individual. I don't think you can point to like an individual who holds the power like that. And I would say a wealthy person
Well,
has a lot more like
Logic.
quote unquote power
There's
than
different
just
types of
someone who
power.
like holds
So you're
office.
talking about economic power. So like money is a form of power. But
Right.
holding office is another form of power. It's just political power.
Right.
If you have a very large family, hang on,
Yeah, or you could
let's
have
say
you could have
fame, right,
fame,
is a really good
right?
example.
You
That's
could,
social
yeah,
power, right? That's influence. So influence, money, and authority,
right.
let's say, or position. So these are like the three types of power that you can hold. Um, so people in this country right now, like so the reason money is such an issue is we're the richest country in existence, um, and we have a very bad problem with monopolization of capital. So companies getting and individuals getting wealthier and wealthier, just because that's how like individuals and actors behave in free markets, is they'll just get bigger and bigger. The successful ones will get bigger and bigger over time. Their size gives them an advantage that accumulates, meaning they'll own like giant segments of the market, right? We can agree on that. So this
Yeah,
issue
sure.
needs to be resolved, or because it's basically stripping power away from the people. So when you have these economic resources collapse in the hands of a very few, and then you give them the ability to buy political power, and you can already buy social power with economic power, right? Like you can basically buy fame, but you can also buy votes. You can buy like politicians. You can make bills happen. And so through this, they've basically taken all the levers of power away to the point where I think we're really a democracy in name only. I don't think the will of the people really matters, because if you look at the last few elections, it's like we've gerrymandered it to the point where and like with the electoral college, it's like whoever wins the popular vote usually doesn't necessarily win the electoral college. That hasn't matched up a couple of the last times.
Yeah. So there's another extent of power, which is I guess, a power over oneself. So someone who's even amongst the absolute worst environment, right? They're in some gulag. They still maintain personal dignity and quote unquote power. The power isn't. What would you
That'd
not
be
even use the word
stoicism.
power there?
That'd be self-control or like mindfulness or um, like emotional, you know.
Yeah, this the social power is an interesting one because like although the prison or like the prisoner has very basically no power, right, as he's being uh tanked off
Like
to the
Nelson
isolation
Mandela or
chamber,
something,
all the other prisoners are cheering
right?
for him because he
Where
won the
you
fight.
you can have social power
Yeah, there's
outside
this
of political power.
element
You
of
can
like,
have
yes,
social power
yes,
outside economic power. But oftentimes some forms of power
right,
will lend themselves to
right.
other forms of power. And so when we give these people like $200 billion, just think about how much money that is. it's like it's not possible for us to consider that. And I know we like to say, oh, well, he hasn't actualized the wealth. That's not the point. He can make, so what he does is he takes massive loans off of like um, the assets as collateral, like the capital. And so he can get access to insane amount of funds just based on the amount of assets he holds. So it's like it's not helpful to say, oh, well, he hasn't actualized it. But when you give people access to these resources, they can leverage it to have other forms of power, social and political. Elon Musk is a very good example of this.
Yeah, yeah, no doubt, no doubt. It makes me think about. I hope this analogy doesn't just anthropomorphize the issue, but like if I look into, like this, another species, and think about hierarchical power structures, and then sort of how they naturally emerge. I question, is that so? Is that evolutionarily happening to us, or are you suggesting that we're
No,
on like a
evolution
different
happens
tangent?
naturally. So and artificially. So in a lot of ways hierarchy did evolve naturally, right? Like it is beneficial to organize power in such a way that you can so we're talking about how larger entities can destroy smaller entities in a market, right? And become more powerful over time. This is true of political markets. So if you have a state with 100 warriors and they can go around and attack all the neighboring villages who don't have 100 warriors, they will eventually get a large enough land that they have 1,000 warriors. And then they can do the same to all the people who only have 100 warriors. So in many cases, it is advantageous to just be bigger. Um, and man, where did that thought start?
Well, my question was somewhat about how natural the process is of, I guess, this competitive market that allows hyper
Right. Oh,
dominant
that's the thing though. Is
groups to
natural
emerge.
doesn't
Right.
necessarily mean good. It doesn't mean something that will be beneficial for us. So in many cases, a natural thing can be very bad. So if we don't stop companies from polluting, for example, they will pollute the environment to our detriment as a society, and they don't pay the price for it unless we make them pay the price for it. Would we agree with that? Like environmental regulation is probably good. Okay. So
Yes,
yeah.
yes, absolutely. The thing we would disagree about is the
Yeah.
regulation,
So
how
so
we
what would
do
your
it.
argument be?
But
Like how
yes,
would
we
we
would
stop
agree
that
with the
without
with the
regulation?
substance. Well, it's an interesting one, isn't it? Because we could top down regulate something, but that requires at least a movement of people, some council and some laws to be passed by a group of people petitioning, etc. So that's one way of doing it. The other way is allowing the market incentives to just shift. If people don't buy the product and support the business, then they won't do it. Now, obviously, in certain circumstances like fresh water, this is not going to be the case. People can't petition against or boycott fresh water. But in the circumstance of like
Hang on.
factory farm meat, they certainly could.
So we're
And so it is interesting to leave it
so
to
we're
the
in a
masses in
misunderstanding here though.
that
Is like
sense, sort
usually
of.
people don't have a choice in these marketplaces. Like and the choice that they can make won't be something that they can make. So let's say a company has gotten to the point, right? So let's say an
Okay.
unethical company,
Okay.
since they're doing things unethically, they get a 50-cent advantage on a product that costs $2. So for them, it only costs them $1.50. You as a consumer, like maybe you know about the ethical ramifications of that 50-cent difference, but to you, like you don't get very much money in your job, so you have to take the cheaper option. That's just the more important, like immediate consideration. It's not that you approve of what they are doing, it's just that there's some cognitive dissonance going on there, or there's some lack of understanding about what's truly going on, right? So like
Yes,
yeah.
yes, but for me, outlining the cognitive dissonance has to do a bit with this like resourcefulness aspect. Like I hear what you're saying, but when people are really pushed to with nothing, they become really
Logic.
resourceful and reinvent ways of using things so they don't have
Let me
to,
put this another way. Do you think
pay the
if
price.
we can set rules on like a social environment about like what people can and can't do, like you can't assault other people in public, right? If you do that, we will call the police on you and you'll pay a price for it. Yeah.
do I think
Yeah. Okay.
that should be the
So in
case?
the same
Yes.
way, we should be
Yeah.
able to penalize people who are doing that thing in the economic market. So if you say leave it up to consumers, you're not giving that
Yes.
decision-making power to the people
Yes.
with the actual ability to influence the decision, right? Because the individual consumers have very little decision-making power besides like what immediate product they buy for, which oftentimes won't really be a choice at all. Like if you are poor, you cannot
I
choose the
completely agree.
less
I agree.
corporatist option just because the more corporatist one has that built-up momentum. They have that price advantage on any incomers. So we can't
Yes.
leave it up to the consumer because that's not fair to do to them. What we have
Yes.
to instead do is send in the police. Hold on.
But
We have to send in the police to say, you are breaking these conditions we've set as a society, so we're going to penalize you and we're going to make you stop doing that. Would you not would you not agree with that?
Yeah, for sure. I agree with everything you said there. The issue becomes this, like I'm fighting for the underdog in both cases. Like whether we get together as a group and boycott a product, or we get together as a group and put together a petition or a new law to overturn these issues, both seem
Logic.
like underdog stories.
Question.
Maybe one's
If
more efficient than
if somebody is
others, right,
dumping
in
heavy
certain
metals into
circumstances,
a
but yeah.
waterway, should we stop them from doing that?
Yes,
By
the question is
force.
how. Like,
I don't
what
care.
if we all band together
I'm
and
not
we send
relying
a
on a petition for
and we
this. If somebody is
right.
dumping, so a waterway is something that services
Okay.
entire communities, right? Thousands of people, even small waterways. So to say that any single person or company has the right to poison it for everyone else is a wild take. Like, do we not agree on that? Okay.
No,
So
no,
we can
no, they
stop them.
don't.
We can stop them by
No, I
force, right?
agree. They
We
do
can
not.
go in and
It's
say,
about.
stop. We're gonna.
Well,
Okay.
here's my well, that is my question. Can
Because
we?
would you
Can
say
we?
if
That's
you
my
are
question.
attacked, you
Yeah,
have
that
the
would be
right to
my
defend
question.
yourself?
Oh, I mean, like we have the right. It's just about
If
how
somebody
we
comes at me with a
efficiently
machete,
do
I'm
this.
gonna
Like, for instance.
do something violent, right? I'm not going to do something passive. Yes, but
No, but that
poisoning a
doesn't mean you're going to
waterway is
succeed.
very aggressive to me. That is economic warfare.
So yeah, I know. So like, let's say like the pipeline projects in Canada, people go up there, camp, protest, they stake out, they occupy the land, and then in the end they get arrested and the project's pushed
Okay.
through.
Are you saying they were wrong for fighting it
They
though?
they try by force everything they can. No, I'm saying they're
Right.
trying everything they can do, right? They're trying
I
literally
mean,
everything they can do,
there's
and
some
it
more
just
they could
doesn't
do,
work.
but
That's all I'm
that would
saying.
be pretty violent. I would never advocate for.
Well, this is where I go. This is where I kind of blame the general market. It's like, yo, these people are out here camping now. They're doing everything they can, but then people just still go fill up their Teslas or
Hang on,
whatever. Like, I
that's
guess not a
unfair to
Tesla,
say.
but any other
That's
vehicle,
very
right? That's
unfair to
not
say
electric.
because you are taking. So like you can hear bad things about like global oil events, right? Without being individually responsible for single. You just need to fill up your car so that you can get to work, so that you can pay your bills. So we're shifting the blame
I
off.
know,
Hang on.
and that's what I'm saying. I'm one
Don't
of those
hang on.
people.
We
No, no, no,
don't want
no.
to
Don't
shift the
get it
blame
wrong.
onto the consumer. This is just like what they did with recycling. They're like, oh, it's all the people. It's all the fault of litterers. No, it's the fault of people pumping out single-use plastics that genuinely can't get recycled, so have to go to landfills. Like we should be taking them like accountable. We should be holding Teflon accountable for Teflon, like their product being in every single person on the earth.
Yeah, so interesting point. One of the shifts here that happened in BC is there's no stores are allowed to have plastic bags anymore for anything. So you either have to have your own bag or pay $1 for a reusable bag. You cannot get a plastic bag anywhere. And
about paper
so
bags?
just for a small micro movement towards what you're saying. They do have them, but again, they cost money. You have to pay between 50 cents to $1.
Why
So
50?
now most places
See,
don't have
that's the
that
thing is
because
paper
people
bags
don't
don't
want to pay
cost
for
that
the.
much to make, and you can do that. I
I know.
I will say that
It caused the whole market in bags, bro.
there's a
That's
lot
the
of
thing. It's
unethical
caused the
forestry
whole market.
practices. So like I live in a similar climate. I live in Washington State, so it's like there's a lot of like what they'll do is they'll clear cut all these forests and they'll just plant like monoculture tree farms where it's a single tree, same width, same height, same size. over like acres of land. And this is incredibly dangerous. It makes the land more prone to forest fires. And it's also destroying the ecosystem for everything that lived there beforehand. Like these older growth forests are so important. And so like something like that, if you were to say, oh yeah, we should cut down these forests so we can make 5-cent paper bags, I would say go screw yourself, right? Because you are taking advantage of the natural resources of our environment. But if you were to say like, oh, we can ethically farm monoculture tree farms in like established plots, or you know, I imagine there are ways to do this ethically. Or if you want to do old growth farms that are not like clear cutting, but are instead selectively cutting trees, like there are ways to do this ethically that I think you could say, oh yeah, 20-cent paper bags are fine instead of like single-use plastic bags, because those are harmful even if you're not the one bearing the cost as the consumer,
Well,
but rather the society is for the pollution.
it, also this interest that like I would say the majority of people here care about like their use of single-use plastics, but then they weren't really willing to make the shift of not having the bags until it was actually not available, like kind of to what you're saying, right? Once the single-use plastics weren't there, no one supported it in the market. It wasn't able to just be like a market decision, where people slowly
Well,
like wane themselves off. It's this convenience factor. Every time you go with a handful of stuff, there's a bag there, you take it. So what bag is it? Do you have a single-use plastic, a paper one, a reusable one that costs $1? And everyone's trying to find these different solutions to the problem. Obviously, the problem is bring your own bag, right? Ultimately, but the convenience, not everyone has a bag. You can't, like you said, you can't blame the consumer. And this is why it's sort of circular to try to implement. Like, I guess it's better that we don't have plastic bags, but at the same time, I don't really know how effective it's really been. And like you're saying, it's kind of just created
well, here's
another
the thing
market
is,
problem.
there you want to set the rules of the market and then let the market establish itself, because the market will figure out a way, right? If you set these rules, eventually the companies will start doing it, and it will just become second nature. It may add cost to the product, and it may not. It depends on the decision being made. But like, if you were to ban a product that makes something much, much cheaper, but at the cost of like the environment, um, what that is it's basically a subsidy for the company using it at the expense of everyone else who is suffering from the use of this in that product, right? So what we want to do is make it either impossible for them to use that product, so they can't like subsidize their own product at the expense of everyone else's environmental health, um, or we make it more expensive so that they're actually paying the perceived cost to society. We could say you have to pay a 40-cent tax on this product. So like plastic bags are now 40 cents plus whatever the storage charge is, just because we recognize how big of an impact single-use plastic has. Like I wouldn't have an issue with that, I think. As long as they are paying the cost that is actually incurred by society, let them use what they want. I'm in full agreement, free market, but the market needs to be regulated by external actors, not just self-regulated, because then it will be exploited by the powerful.
Yeah, I hear you, man. I hear you. I'm sorry to cut this conversation, but my
I
phone's about to
appreciate it,
die
man.
here, Phantom. So I really, you as well. This has been really fun, actually. Today has been crazy. I've been going now for probably six,
Yeah, I
seven
hopped in
hours,
here
but
twice, two
it's been
different
passive.
times.
So, but you and I, yeah, yeah, fuck. You and I always have a good back and forth, though, bro. So
There's
I
some good
appreciate
guests
it.
today. It's always nice.
Yeah. By the way, I don't say this enough, but I always I have the recordings and I upload them to my YouTube. So I do have the link there to my YouTube, and I'll upload. You've been in some past ones. I have all my previous thought experiment podcasts like
We'll have to
upload to
check it out.
YouTube. Um, so yeah, I'll upload this one too. I mean, they're ridiculous, right? 3, 4, 5 hours long, but they are all up there. So yeah, if you can find yourself in there, I've in the description I've usually said who is on the panel. So yeah, you
That's
definitely
really
have some
cool.
past episodes. All right, bro. You have
Hey,
a
you
good day,
too.
and we'll talk soon, man. Peace, peace.